Hello, friends, and welcome to the Aegis Protectors League. We are into the quarterfinals here between No Org Frost and VBU Monster Mash. I'm Nyarko, going to be your play-by-play for the night, and I am joined by TDS on color. How you feeling?
Excited because we're finally into quarterfinals. It's been a while. We have taken quite the long ride to reach here. A lot of BO3s, a lot of 3 game series taking the full mile. So we're finally into the quarterfinals with BO5s. Hopefully, we don't go the long mile because it's going to be really late. But these two teams are really excited to watch. So it wouldn't be surprising if we actually end up on that note. Like you noticed, guys, we don't have Jason Script tonight with us, but Nyarko is equally good, if not potentially better. Don't want to say anything to Rayson. Don't say anything to him, please. But this should be a great match to have the two of us tonight here.
Yeah, I'm really excited. And you're going to have to walk me through a little bit just because I'm not as familiar with these teams. That being said, in my bit of scouting, these bans are starting to make quite a bit of sense.
Yeah.
That Gangplank is banned out by No Org Frost. That is something that has happened 14 times this season against Panzora there in the top side of the map for VBU. And now we're getting our picks come through as well. That Nautilus is going to be the first thing locked in for No Org. And it is answered back by a Tristana and an Alistar.
Yeah, so first off, to start, like you're pointing out the ban of the Gangplank, quite good. I really like the Cillian ban as well because it's one ban that BBU does play to quite a good effect, so I'm all in for those two bans specifically. And then Camille, that is an all-around great ban to have. Now, immediately speaking about the picks, because I feel like the rest of the bans are quite logical when you actually think about it, so it's not that surprising. I'm more surprised about the first pick Nautilus, but even more so about the Alistar pick to counter the Nautilus, because one thing that I'm always surprised is the kind of playstyle that you want to have against the Nautilus. It's either go Enchanter so that you can win lane by poking at the min, or try to fight fire with fire, which then the Alistar and the Tristana make a lot of sense because they play around the power spike of the level 2 Tristana, where you play with a bomb, you play with an engaged support, you go all in into one of those two champions, be it Nautilus or Jinx, and they are bound to die, or at least bound to get quite heavily damaged, because that level 2 power spike is really, really effective. So it's kind of interesting seeing the idea out of BBU. And then we have the Piego, which I'm not fully against. It's a pick that you can play really well if you understand how he's typically playing the jungle, and right now he's one of the stronger junglers. So I'm quite interested in seeing if Nowhere Frost is going to focus towards the late game, because it kind of feels like that with the Jinx and the Viego.
Yeah, that Viego is a champion that definitely has a lot of carry potential, especially if you're able to get ahead during that early game. Regardless of that, though, they are going to scale up and become a big threat on the Rift. They're going to be able to Heartbreaker over walls, do quite a bit of damage, and their gank potential is just fantastic, especially when compared to some of the other junglers that have really bubbled up in this meta. They have the ability to really go in for solid engages, and the fact that you have a Nautilus to accompany you on these kinds of roams and engages just makes it a whole lot more fun and easy for Pack-a-Paul. We got that
Yeah.
Ornn here for the top side going to go into the hands of Panzora to round out the first 3 picks for both teams. And now we return back to the bans. A Singed ban coming out here today. That's something I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's quite focused on Nowhere Frost. I'm not fully against it, but at the same time, I feel like you this is a BO kind of match where you can kind of let these picks go through, because you do have more power to try and play around them, and if it doesn't work out, you have a whole series to prepare for them. The picture getting picked here with the quirky ban really showcasing that they want to try and have something safe in the mid lane that can scale quite well. Picture hasn't been yet hit as much, so it's a typical pick here. And leaving the jungler for the last pick, it's quite surprising if I'm honest. Not one thing that you typically see on either side, in all honesty. The Mordekaiser 1v1 champion for focus towards the Ornn, which I'm not fully against, since there's not much counter in any other place to try and stop the Mordekaiser on the side lane. The only problem is that Mordekaiser falls down or falls behind. It's going to be quite difficult for him to try and turn back. And then hovering is still, we don't know the potential pick here in the mid lane, but it's looking like it ends up being the Sylas, which I'm not sure. The Sylas is one of those champions that you want to try and play mainly through mid game. Then with ultimates, he can become a late game menace, which Alistar and Victor's ultimate are not bad, but I think that there's a lot of control and CC from the side of BBU, and I really love this pick. This is great.
Yeah, that Kindred going to round out
Ooh.
VBU's team. And while that is a big ultimate for Silas to steal, I think the individual power level of getting that marksman into the jungle just means that the damage output has spiked super heavily for Monster Mash. And I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to leverage this game, especially due to the fact that you're picking a scaler into a scaler. You won't be as pressured early on in order to try to get your marks and whatnot, but it still will be a game of map awareness for both sides to ensure that this jungler doesn't just pop off and go crazy.
Yeah, and I feel like you touch on a crucial point right here with the Kindred jungle, because it's not only the fact that it's a scaler against a scaler from the jungle side, which makes it so that the Kindred can have more time, but if it ends up devolving, or not devolving, but falling into a objective kind of game where you're going to go for 5v5s into the into dragons or into barons, BBU's composition gets completely favored because they have a front to back teamfight composition that has double marksman, which means that if one dies, the other can take over for that. And Noah Frost is reliant on being able to get either one good pick or utilize the Mordekaiser really effectively to take someone out of the fight. Because if they cannot do that, front to back team fighting is actually quite hard for them, and long fights actually benefit BBU quite heavily. So Nowhere Frost is relying a lot on the Jinx to be able to deal consistent enough damage so that the Jinx can kill the Yarn and the Alistar fast enough, and then look for the next carries with the resets. But if she cannot get to that point, and the frontline is just big enough that they can survive that attack, then Nowhere Frost really are going to suffer in those late game team fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be quite the balancing act in terms of how both of these teams approach neutral objectives. I think it's going to be really crucial for NOF to get some solid picks in order to set up and get priority around things like dragons, in order for them to be really confident going into the damage output that Monster Mash has at their disposal. That being said, one of the big players that I'm seeing come through for the side of No Org is Mordekaiser in the hands of Gas Dealer. Just imagine sniping away and taking Tristana or Kindred on a trip to Siberia. That is a huge source of damage gone, and especially if you manage to get Kindred out of the way before Lamb's Respite comes down, that's a big source of a sustain kind of taken out of the fight and out of the
Yeah.
equation. So there's a lot of really solid ways in which to maneuver across the map and work into fights, but it's all going to be in the hands of Gas Dealer to position well and get good flanks off in order to try to get to the back line.
Yeah, it's going to be quite important that they achieve that. And Mordekaiser is not a champion that we typically see be on that area. Like, when you think about flankers that get the most out of being able to get behind, you think of Camille, Kennen, Vladimir. Those are the champions that make the more sense when you actually watch the flanks. Mordekaiser can do that, but I feel like it's not only a little bit telegraphed how he does it, but if he cannot get his ult down, he's a sitting duck, which I think it's actually quite a problem for Mordekaiser. So this is going to be a hard game, I feel, for Nowhere Cross. Like, they have a composition that if they can get ahead, it's hard to stop them. I feel like it's hard to not stop a rampant snowball from the side of Nowhere Frost if they get it rolling early on. But if the game is equal, going towards the mid game, going towards the late game, where the gold lead is no bigger than 1,000, 2,000 gold, I think that they are going to run into a couple of problems. So we're going to need to see how does it end up going in the Rift. But as of now, I think BBU has a much simpler composition to run, and as long as they just follow the correct steps for each point, they should be able to take it.
Yeah, if they manage to cohere, get to those team fights like you're talking about, I think that they have a very executable game plan and a
Yeah.
clear path to victory. I think that No Org Frost, while they do have a very strong individual picks, they will have to get ahead just by kind of outplaying their opponents during this laning phase. They need to be able to individually skill check everyone on the side of VBU. And given the fact that you are in quarterfinals and both of these teams have really proven their might and proven their mettle during the regular season, that might be a little bit difficult to do. That being
Yeah.
said, there's a few things to point out before we take it to a break. One thing that I'm finding interesting is the fact that VBU are running Archer as their ADC on that Tristana instead of Federer, who seems to be their main bot laner throughout the regular season. Archer has not played a game on Tristana yet and has only played 2 games on Ashe, 2 games on Jinx, and 1 on MF. So it'll be interesting to see how they will play alongside the rest of the team and whether or not this is actually one of their comfort picks.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting seeing how he does perform. I feel like if he does perform in this game, it's going to be something that Norwalk Frost has to be really, really careful about, because since he's a player that you first of all didn't expect to be playing today, and second of all, it's not a champion that you typically see, it can affect a little bit how the draft ends up going later on. So it's something to keep our eyes on. But if it also happens that it's actually not that good and gets completely exposed, then you as BBU actually can find a lot of danger into trying to opt into this kind of picks, because this is a niche pick as of now in the meta. This is a niche pick.
Hmm.
It's not the norm, it's not typical, it's not something that you see consistently. So if it fails, even though it's a niche pick, now you're kind of forced into going for the meta picks, which means that you don't have a cheese card or a wild card to throw into the draft, and it's much more predictable what you wanted to do, and it gives an edge to Nowhere Frost, because then they don't need to fear this at all.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be something to watch out for, and maybe something that No Org Frost will try to push back against and exploit here as we move into the game. And one other interaction that I was just thinking about is the fact that you got that Alistar, you got that Kindred. I want to see some headbutts of people outside of Lamb's Respite. I think that would be a really fun interaction to watch out
Yeah.
for. But at the end of the day, I think that this is going to be a banger regardless of what happens. We're going to wait out the rest of the spectator delay in a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere. When we return, we're going to be deep into game number 1. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Aegis Protectors League. We are here in the quarterfinals, game 1 between No Org Frost and Bulls United Monster Mash, and we're already getting a death ball started up here for the blue team. No Org Frost gonna walk as one alongside that Nautilus to try to set something up.
Ooh, I saw this on the weekend. Oh,
Yeah, and the fight begins. That's a huge knockup to start things off, and Islamic Samurai is already gonna get first blood. You face check that bush with everyone in it, and things are gonna start disastrously for No Org Frost. Luckily, the kill only went over to the support, but that's gotta be a bit demoralizing.
I feel the need to applaud after watching that, because I not only love the fact that we're getting level 1s from each side, But this was so well done out of the side of BBU because it's important to note, like, it was the side of No Work Frost that face checked. And there's times where you typically commit a little bit earlier for the play when they are just about to go into the bush. We saw this in the weekend where in Team Liquid versus Aegis game, Core JJ misplayed that, and it actually meant that they lost the trade. But in here, they waited for them to go into the bush. You get the full value out of the Alistar because they are walking into you, and that means that it's such an easy pick to get. Great first blood by BBU. Yes, it does go into the support, which is not the most ideal, but it's a nice way to start the game, and it's still gold going into the side of your team, which is something that you should never scoff at. The only good thing for Nowhere Frost though is that they didn't commit any summoners, so they are still in a spot where they can play the lanes like they would have.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Islamic Samurai had to use Ignite in order to secure that kill, but they are going to return to lane with Boots, which will just help them kind of reposition a little bit more, get around Night Creed, and try to get engages onto Runeterra MVP once they hit their power spike level 2 or level 3. But there's the hook going to land for Night Creed to start this one off. Flame Chomper's coming down, meaning Islamic Samurai is going to take quite a bit of poke as he tries to get out of there, and he is forced to back super early into the lane.
Yeah, and this is important because the level 2 spike was hit first by the Jinx and Heraldos, which means that the power spike from the Tristana and the Alistar kind of got denied already. It's not the most ideal thing to see, it's something that you never wish to happen because you play this kind of bot lane with Tristana just for this moment, and the fact that it's already been denied, it's not the greatest of things. Like, they still have an opportunity to make it work out, but the fact that it's already so delayed, it's bad for the side of BU.
Yeah, for sure. We get a little bit of damage getting down on to Runeterra MVP for the bot side, and it looks like at the end of the day, Islamic Samurai is just going to use their potions to heal back up, but we got some action mid. Flying Squirtle going low, running under tower, but Paca is also taking quite a bit of poke in return. At the end of the day, both of the junglers are going to peel away from that one, losing their flash and quite a chunk of their health.
How did both of them survive? First of all, I don't know
No
why
clue.
Flying Squirtle went in like that, but he has to thank some kind of god, because that should not have worked out at all. And then the Sozimons also falling into the trap of trying to follow up the Kindred, gets pulled into the turret, and just by the skin of his teeth survives with the flash away, but it's in reality a trade beneficial for the side of VBU, because it's 2 flash for 1.
Yeah, that's definitely
Oh,
true. And
there
also
it
a bit
is.
of a health advantage. Speaking of health advantages, though, Runeterra MVP is going to get melted down as Archer rocket jumps in, going to be followed by Islamic Samurai in turn. And the momentum is right now clearly in favor of Valor Bulls United.
Yeah, so it took them 1 level to pull off the power spike, but it happened at the end. Great engage from, and it was the Tristana that started that, by the way. She rocket jumps in with the bump as well. The exhaust is first out of the Jinx, but then flash follow up by the Alistar. I really love watching that from the support because it's not something bad to commit your flash, and it does mean that now a much more seizable advantage is it's obtaining the bot lane. They get the push of the wave even though Jinx will collect it. They get the second kill even though it's on the hands of the Alistar. It's still going to be a lot of gold that the Tristana will be able to spend, and already an important lead in the bot lane. Oh,
Yeah, we are getting Panzora a little bit caught out here as Paca is going to round through the tri-bush,
Panzora.
still in the mist here. That forces the flash out of the Ornn, but Flying Squirtle is in the area in order to help this top laner peel away from the rest of the group.
Yeah, and Pacaball has honestly done a really nice job trying to keep his presence all around the map, because already at the start of the match, he's 3 days ahead of the Kindred, he's trying to impact the lanes, 2 ganks accomplished, and even though he did blow his flash in the mid lane, it got the flash out of the top lane as well after a great gank timing. So all in all, really nice from Pacaball, not really just staying for the farm in the jungle, which I really like to see out of a jungler, to try and put his presence on the map, even in junglers that don't typically do this, and I think they're doing a really nice job to at least keep the tempo of the game not completely in favor of VBU.
Yeah, you definitely need to be making plays in order to try to rebalance things here, and this is the time to do it. As we said before, most of the gold is over onto Islamic Samurai, who at the end of the day is not the huge playmaker that Valor Bulls United needs in order to really steamroll ahead. but it is still something to note and watch out for. That is for sure. I actually do kind of like putting gold onto Alistar early, just because he benefits a little bit more from experience and from items than a lot of other supports do, especially
Yeah.
due to his weak early phase. So trying to jump over that will just kind of allow for him to engage with a little bit more freedom, a little bit more confidence. But regardless, he is not the person putting out the damage right now, and that is really the thing you have to watch out for No Orb Frost.
Yeah, it's the kind of question that you bring up with the sense of what do you value more at this point? More damage or resistance to survive long enough? Which I think both are valuable for BBU since they don't really need to win the game right now. They can wait 30 minutes and win the game 30 minutes into the game. So it's not bad for them that they are not necessarily getting the gold into some of these into some of the carries, but instead onto the Alistar. And I actually really like the point that you're bringing about the experience because I feel like people don't really understand how valuable getting that level 6 is for Alistar. Like, he is a really different champion when he has ultimate to when he doesn't. And the value that you get out of that experience lead is something that you really need to always take into account when you play Alistar. Okay, I was thinking they were going to engage, but not much action seems to be happening. And also important, Kindred got another mark, which I think we need to begin keeping the tabs on the marks for the Kindred because that is another power spike that we need to talk about later on.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of push and pull across the rest of the map. It'll be interesting to see what happens once both of these junglers hit level 6, but for the time being, the action is going to continue in the mid lane. Vrang and the Saucy Moss just trading back and forth for the time being.
Yeah, and we haven't talked much about this, but after that small tree in the mid lane, we can I think jump into one of the problems that I'm seeing right now, and it's the CS differential. Not really much in the mid lane or in the bot lane, even though there's a lead for the Jinx, but the top lane already has a lead alone for
Oh,
the Mordekaiser.
yeah, Gas Stealer fighting right in the middle of Panzora's wave, taking a lot of poke damage down in turn. Ornn is going to
Oh,
sound the horn, and here comes a call of the Forge God. We see
oh, he
Gas
got it in
Stealer
time.
taking him to Brazil, but Panzora will get the knockup before it happens, and he will get the solo kill topside of the map. It is now 0-3 in favor
Oh
of
no.
Monster Mash.
Yeah, and Peckable got the Grom stolen, so right now he's really behind the Kindred in experience as well. That actually is such an impactful steal as well, but I really love that from Panzora. That was such a well-timed ultimate. Just on the edge or on the moment that the ultimate out of the Mordekaiser was going to come through, he gets the knockup, makes the kill go in his favor really easily, and a first blood against a Mordekaiser that was running Flash and Ghost is not something that you ever want to watch. It's like watching Tryndamere die at level in a fight that he should win. Like
Mm-hmm.
that puts you so far behind or so bad in the lane. Oh, the level 6 engage.
Yeah, there's the huge knock up coming through for the side of No Org Frost, and Alistar is going to go down. Archer gonna rocket jump
Too
away,
late.
but it's not going to be enough. That is an excited Jinx, and Runeterra MVP is going to answer back in a heavily contested lane to even things up down there for No Org Frost.
Yeah, and important that it's the Jinx that gets one of those 2 kills as well, because yes, the Nautilus got one of those, but the Jinx needs to begin getting her gold. Like, she's going to be one of the most valuable carries in this match, and the fact that she gets a kill is so valuable. I do gotta say also, Archer kind of misplayed that because he should have used a rocket jump when the ultimate came in from the Nautilus to try and first of all put herself out of danger, but also try and put it so that the angle of the ultimate doesn't hit the Alistar. Because if it doesn't hit the Alistar, the initial push from the bottom, then Alistar could maybe look to try and survive, which then it makes the kill much harder to be obtained by the side of Noah Frost. But then also means that Tristana doesn't die. But overall, great kill down there in the bot lane and salvaging as the situation quite a bit because it not only put the gold back in favor of him, because I think it was behind, but also gave the kill to the Jinx, who now has a full Kraken Slayer completed.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge power spike here in the bot side of the map for No Org Frost. But that being said, we do have Flying Squirtle waiting in the wings. It looks like they're going to try to go for a bit of a lane gank here. Here's the rocket jump in, and things are starting off huge with the double knockup from Islamic Samurai. Runeterra MVP is going to get melted, and this is going to be a double kill over for Flying Squirtle.
That was one of the easiest kills I think I've seen ever. The Tristana just jumps in, then the Alistar jumps in, then the Kindred jumps in, and then everyone is dead. That's
I,
essentially how it happened.
Yeah, I'm loving this lane, honestly. We don't see this a lot, TDS.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, top side of the map, that's a big Bellows Breath to make sure that Pakapal isn't able to get the stun
Oh,
down onto the Ornn, and somehow the Ram God will be able to get out of that gank alive top side.
yeah, and really nice timing, like you're pointing out for all the battle spread. I also want to point out that yes, the CSD. Oh wait,
Oh, the action is just going to continue. Bot side, sorry,
oh,
TDS. We get Nightcreed hooking himself back towards the tower, but it is a 3v2 with a ton of priority over for Valor Bulls United, and they're just going to continue to try to pressure Runeterra MVP and the Nautilus away from this lane. We see so much hovering and emphasis on getting this
Kindred.
shot ahead, and things are only going to continue. Flying Squirtle's forced to use Lamb's Respite here after the engage from Nightcreed goes through. There's the heal up, and Islamic Samurai is going to try to accompany the rest of Monster Mash back towards their side. Brings in the area as well. Somehow Islamic Samurai is able to get this Flying Squirtle, staying on the edge of the fight, getting down the poke, but Islamic Samurai has no mana, neither does Archer. This is going to be a tough one for sure. Rift Herald gets summoned across the map, but a double kill coming through for Vrang, and now the Saucy Moss is the one in trouble. He's trying to pull back towards River, and that is a triple over to the victor.
That was so well played in the bot side. Oh wait,
Yeah, and the knockouts just continue. We see Call the Forge God for Panzora to peel away this gank topside. Pakapal trying to get something done to answer back cross map, but it's just not working out for No Org Frost right now.
yeah, what a difference in execution. At the end, yes, they get a couple of plates, which means that the gold is not going overboard from one side alone, but every advantage that you can think of right now, it's going into the pockets of VBU. They get the dive working out that looked kind of easy at the start. Flying Squirrel actually got into a really bad spot, forced to use ultimate so prematurely, but it doesn't matter. Great roam timing by B-Rank, and I do want to point out that I feel like the Victor played that as well as he could, utilizing his damage onto the weakest members. If you looked at that, even though the Sozimos engaged onto Flying Squirtle and tried to also engage onto Islamic Samurai, in reality, the Victor was attacking the weakest members, trying to make them suffer as much as possible, which means that the kill for the Victor was easier to obtain. And after the first two members are dead, which are the bot lane, then following onto the Sozimos on the Silas was going to be an easier task. That's why we see the teamfight going much more in favor of the side of PBU, and even though there was a numbers advantage, Turret never really felt like a factor either.
Yeah, it's going to be really rough to come back from that one, given the fact that No Org Frost seems so advantaged in how that fight was going, at least early on. So that is going to be something to watch out for. Sure, you're going to have to be really judicious about how you take fights now, especially given how hard we're seeing the power spike come through for Vrang. That being said, it looks like they want to get the shutdown. Tons of mobbing of this Victor, and the shutdown will go over to the Viego at the end of the day. Chaos Storm was dropped, but it's not going to answer back any kills. It's those kinds of plays you need in order to get back into this one for sure.
Yeah, that was such a long CC chain. It felt kind of bad for the Victor after that, but great pick, like you're pointing out, and important that the Victor is the one that gets shot down because he does function in a really important manner for VBU. He's the main wave clear. He's going to be the one that denies a lot of the potential plays for the turrets. So if you can take him off the map as much as possible, that means that there's going to be a really good chance to try and go for those objectives, which I think Noah Cross needs to achieve at some point. Oh, gas dealer.
Yeah, it looks like a similar kind of play is going to happen tops. I know CC chain, but it doesn't matter when you have this amount of damage. Gas dealer trying to trade one back, and Flying Squirtle went pretty darn low, but at the end of the day, they're the ones going on the killing spree.
Yeah, that was closer than it needed to be in reality, but Kindred doesn't even use ultimate, which at the end of the day, it's something that you still value a lot. And importantly, these kills are happening when the dragon is not still up, and there's no attention for the herald because it's down, so all they know is not bad. Ooh!
Yeah, look at that dive. Flying Squirtle just going to melt on down the Viego with the help of Archer on the Tristana, and they're also going to claim that first turret topside of the map. Oh, excuse me, second turret. This is a lot of things currently stacked up for Monster Mash, and as you were talking about earlier, TDS, you really need to see No Org Frost getting out there a bit more and trying to find a way to grab some of these neutral objectives for themselves.
Yeah, they need to try and get something out of the first play that they pull off, or at least out of the first plays that they pull off, because it feels like the response from someone from the side of VBU are always better than that of Nowhere Fox, which is
Yeah,
not something you
Flying
want to see.
Squirtle
Oh,
trying to get something done against Runeterra MVP, but they are all alone in their attempt,
oh, the
sitting on
flashing.
periphery of Lamb's Respite, but it's not going to matter. We see the Jinx getting excited, getting the shutdown of just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the jungle as well. Panzora is going to call the Horn over, but there it is, stolen by the Saucy Moss, and now the Horn will just have to peel their way away from that one.
Yeah, Flying Squirtle kind of ending a little bit just by going for that play, especially trying to stay so long. The Jinx at the end outplays so nicely with the flash into the Lamb's Respite to get the kill and then just get the extra damage onto the Kindred. Great play, really nicely played by the Jinx, not really allowing for Flying Squirtle to get anything, and that means that she also gets a shutdown. That's a lot of gold that went into the Jinx pocket. Oh,
yeah, and here is a big engage onto Archer as well. That will just be rocket jump over the wall, and Vrang is going to trade a lot of damage back down in turn, showing the power coming through for Monster Mash. But I'm really liking how forward playing No Org Frost is right now. They are taking the fights that they think that they can win, and we see that continuing here as Pac-Apollo is going to walk towards mid lane, will ultimately decide to peel away though. At the end of the day, blue side is getting a little bit of priority over this river, and the fight is only going to start up. Night Creed going super low to start this one off. Flying Squirtle is going to get the kill, and we see yet another one fall for No Org Frost as Archer is going to take out Runeterra MVP. Gas Dealer all alone now, sitting there in the death realm for at least a little bit. Here is the grab back. Flying Squirtle going to also take down Gas Dealer, but Viego gonna march on in, gonna kill the enemy jungler in turn. There is the reset coming through. He's trying to get away. There's a Heartbreaker right out of this fight. The burn is finally going to be enough to take him down. Archer's gonna kill him, but now Islamic Samurai is trying to isolate out the Saucy Boss, who is all alone right here. He's gonna try to get his way down onto the Tristana. There's a hit coming through. Archer's forced to jump away with the rocket jump, and it's not going to be enough. Everfrost is going to help secure that kill, and the Saucy Moss is popping off now as Islamic Samurai is now the one fighting himself all alone.
Yeah, Saucy Moss at the end saving the fight, because it was a fight before, by the way. The victor was in all that time, he was just alone in the top side, clearing the turret. So really important for the side of VBU. But that was such a really nice fight by VBU. I loved how it started. I loved how they played it. Mostly, I do want to say Islamic Samurai to me was the best performer in that fight because he did so much to keep so many champions in control and not allow for anything. But at the end, the Tristana kind of ended in that fight. Oh wait.
Yeah, and now we see the fight just return once again to the river, and Panzora is the one going down this time. Pac-Apollo going to grab another one, and this is a lot of priority for No Org Frost over this dragon. They're going to try to stop this other team from going to Soul Point, bring in Archer in the area as well. I think this is a dangerous one to go in on, though. Monster Mash may just have to give this. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the fight could have happened with the Ornn that was coming back and now the victor, but this time around it was going to be almost impossible for them to be able to force it.
Oh, big Frost down on it to Alistar, and Runeterra MVP is going to take that kill against Islamic Samurai. There's that CC chain we were talking about. Given the fact you're able to get a root and allow for an easy Nautilus hook in alongside Flame Chompers, there's just no way out once you get knocked down for anyone on the side of Monster Mash.
Yeah, and this is something that VBU cannot fall prey for. They cannot put themselves into these stupid situations because it does mean that they are going to just give away immediate advantages for the side of No Org Frost. They were doing such a nice job at keeping the advantages given away to a minimum, but these kind of kills are going to end up giving the advantages back to the side of No Org Frost. And there's a lot of gold. Standing gold is still in the map. And add to that the bounties that are still in the game, so there's going to be a lot of gold that the side of No Org Frost can collect at the end of the day if they can get those objectives out of the kills they get.
They are for sure not out of this one, TDS. There's a lot more of the game to be played, and the past 5 minutes or so have really all been coming up for the blue team. Monster Mash are going to have to try to play a little bit cleaner in order to stay on top of this one.
Yeah, they need to be careful about this. All in all, they still are in a really good spot when you think about it, because they are 3,000 gold ahead, so it's not the the end of the world that they give some of these kills, but I feel like they are going to try and push the issue without actually needing to at this point, especially now that they have collected this mid lane turret. Like, they just need to try and get Flying Squirtle to a spot where she gets the 3 marks. You get another item potentially for the Victor, another item for the Tristana, another item for the Kindred, and you put yourselves already into a spot that it's going to be so hard to fight. On the other hand, North Cross needs to fight as soon as possible. Like, in the next 5 minutes, they need to find an angle to force a fight out with a pick like this one potentially from Flying Squirtle, from Packable into Flying Squirtle.
Yeah,
Okay,
for sure. And
away.
we see the Saucy Moss trying to go in. There's Everfrost drop, not going to really connect onto anyone, but Flying Squirtle is the one caught out in the top side of the map. As you're talking about TDS, they're trying to move their way back towards tower. There's the tumble coming through, but there is the grab in turn from Gas Dealer, and now teleports are being channeled. The shutdown, though, one big bonk is all it takes. As we now see a fight in the mid-river, we see Islamic Samurai trying to do his best to stay alive here, but I don't think that he has a shot in heck at doing so. Vrang fell as well, and this is kind of yet again another big play for No Org Frost. They're going to rotate over towards Baron. Yeah,
that is such a, once again, dumb fight out of the side of VBU. They put themselves into a spot that they don't need to fight. They have the superior composition for late game fights, but they decide to opt into a fight that makes no sense in any way, and then they fall prey to their own mistake. This is a fight that should have never happened, but because they have the bloodshot in their eyes and are greedy as hell, they decide to opt into a fight, fall prey to the side of Norcross, and all of a sudden, Norcross now have the best chance to try and close out this game. They have 5 Barons, they have a really nice 1-3-1 potential with the Mordekaiser and the Sylas, and the Dragon is not yet up, which means that there's nothing that the side of VBU can contest in the next 1 minute and 30. So it's a lot of standing gold that, guess what, will go back into the pockets of Nowhere Frost.
Yeah, and you have to think about what else they're going to be able to grab with that Baron buff up. I think that this is actually a time in which Valor Pools United need to actually start forcing picks or something here, move as one in order to try to knock off this buff from some of these big players on No Org Frost's side, because otherwise you're going to start getting turrets falling, and in turn you're going to get a lot of gold flowing over to the blue team here. This may be their attempt at it, as Panzor is going to get a big knock up into Brittle, and we see Archer Rocket jumping in to start this one off. Islamic Samurai is deep in the thick of things too. Vrang is going to kill Pekka Paul, and there's the fight you were looking for. The rest of No Org Frost is sent running back towards their turret.
Yeah, great timing on the fight, and importantly, it was when the Mordekaiser was alone at bot. He doesn't have teleport, he cannot join the fight, and I'm kind of surprised that No Org Frost fell prey to that, because when we see the start of the fight, they were unaware. That, like, the side of No Org Frost know 100% who are on the mid lane. They are 100% sure who are there. So the fact that they opted into keep on pushing the wave for nothing, essentially, and then fall prey to the fight is kind of surprising to me. This means that the Dragon that is spawning in 15 seconds should be in the hands of VBU, but maybe Pakapol can get hit before that happens. Oh, wait, what? What?
Arch going in, forced a flash over the wall. Exhaust had been dropped, and that Tristana was super darn low, but they're somehow managing to get out of this one alive as the fight continues elsewhere. Vrang is staying in the backline, trying to dump damage down. Huge stun coming through. The Everfrost is going to be answered back in turn by VBU, and then now everyone is going super low on North Frost side. MVP trying to get out of there, but so far it's a double-double for the Victor. He's going to grab the triple kill, and all of a sudden Pack-a-Paul is the last one sitting left alive, dazed and confused, as we also see the double kill for the Kindred, a flat-out ace for the side of Monster Mash.
An Archer at the end of the day is alive. I don't know how that happened. He should have died at the start. That is something that you never see. Tristana frontline engage onto the backline. She almost got one-shotted, but great fight once again by Brang. I think that he's playing the Victor so well in some of these fights. And also, I do gotta say, Islamic Samurai also doing the pilling job quite well, trying to keep his carries alive as long as possible to maximize the amount of damage that they can deal. Really nice fight by VBU, showcasing the prowess from this composition, potentially as well. And the objective that I felt like was about to be collected by the side of North Frost if the Tristana died at that point, now it's finally collected by VBU. They put themselves in Soul Point, and this is such an important moment, because they realistically don't need to actually get the next dragon, but if they get it, that's going to be such a hard fight that the side of North Frost will need to opt into. It's going to be Ocean Soul Alistar, and Ornn. So they're going to be so much hard to kill, and they are going to get so much regen the longer the fight goes.
And look at how big some of these champions have truly
Oh,
become on Valor Rules United side. Silas going for a little bit of a flank, not going to totally work out there though.
maybe it
But
looked better in his head.
for sure. But the double Kraken Slayer comp alongside two huge frontliners in the form of Islamic Samurai and Panzora is just so terrifying to behold. And we aren't even
Yeah.
talking about Victor, who just got a triple kill in that last fight. They are sitting pretty at 3 items and completed boots, and they're looking to take this game over.
Yeah, it's important the item completions that are now being collected thanks to that gold influx. I want to talk about an item that I feel like it has been super important for the side of VBU and it's going to keep on being important, that QSS on the Kindred. Kindred was one of
Mhm.
the targets for Mordekaiser's ultimate, so now getting that and denying that potential, oh wait a second,
Yeah, Saucy Moss a bit caught out here. That was a big horn from long way away,
that was
sniping out to
instant.
Silas. Yeah, and in turn, that will be another pick that will just mean it is all the more comfortable for Monster Mash to run it down mid and jam these waves into tower.
Yeah, and one of the main problems that they have is that the Jinx is going to be their main wave clear, which means that if she needs to walk that far
Yeah,
forward...
flying Squirtle pretty far ahead here, forced to drop the Lamb's Respite after tumbling over the wall. There is a huge Tristana ultimate though, and that is going to be Flying Squirtle taking down their fellow jungler. Archer in a bit of trouble though in the Death Realm over there. Gassiel going to emerge victorious from that one, but somehow the Kindred is still alive, and these are a lot
Oh,
of
he
big
failed.
damage dealers still up for Monster Mash as we see Mordekaiser have to run for the hills. Gas Dealer far away from the rest of their team as their inhibitor mid is going to be shredded.
Yeah, and the fact that the Kindred is still alive is quite surprising, but they get one pick at least onto the Tristana, which is not the worst of situations, but when the Kindred can just do that, jump into the base, and still get out unscathed because she's alive still, that's when you need to begin worrying quite a lot. Like, that is actually so worrisome. Also, Ornn just completed two ornaments, two of the champions, so now Ornn is even more unkillable than he was previously.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one for sure. No Orc Frost was really crawling their way back into this one after grabbing that Baron, but unfortunately they just weren't able to get a huge push going for themselves, and they haven't taken a single tower across
Yeah.
the map, TDS.
Yeah, the like we talked about the standing gold that it's still up, but the standing gold is only good when you can collect it. Like, the value is when you can get it back into your pockets, which is not something that Nora Frost was able to do. So even though it's great that it's still there and they can come back at any point, they need to be able to collect it to come back. So VBU are still in such a comfortable spot. I would also, oh wait, we may have a potential fight coming here.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Pandora walking pretty far forward and just going to get jumped on by all 5 members of No Orc Frost, but he is tanky as all get out. He just kind of stands there confidently sponging up the damage, and it looks like for the time being, everyone is just going to feel each other out. Poke going down left and right. Baron is up, so if someone wins this fight, it is going to be a huge turn in power, but for the time being, looks like Monster Mash just want to push down mid more and more, trying to get to that exposed inhibitor.
Yeah, and it's important also that now Ornhorn is down, which means that there's a good chance that maybe the side of Nowhere Frost can force a fight. But they're still so scared. Like, they are getting pulled into the jungle. They cannot walk in. They just got completely pushed aside from their base. This is a free inhibitor. Now they can look for a potential fight here because there's just one escape route.
Yeah, there's the yoink coming through. Islamic Samurai going to get bonked, but Nightgrid going so low. The damage is absurd.
Yep.
As Archer's going to kill Packapal to start this one off. The Saucy Moss is forced to run away. They use that Alistar ultimate to try to stay tanky, but it might not be enough here as we see the fight continue for Monster Mash. Brain going to be dominating. Archer going to jump forward onto Runeterra MVP, and everyone is falling now for no Orc
Sensor is
Frost. They
still
put up a
alive.
valiant fight, but this is the end of game 1.
Yeah, at the end, BBU with the comp diff, being able to pull off these late game fights really nicely, and that was without Ornhor. They were able to just play around this fight so effectively. They were able to kite around the enemy team so nicely, and even though they have a few moments that looked quite questionable, I think that they played at the end like they needed with this composition, not overcommitted, and ended up getting the win. Really nice game by BBU. And if they can keep a consistency in the draft, I feel like there's going to be important answers that the other team need to that the side of North Frost need to answer because right now it doesn't look like BBU can be stopped with this kind of composition.
Yeah, for sure. We will see how they manage to ride this momentum from a victory in game one deeper on into this series. That being
Yeah.
said, no Orc Frost, definitely not out of this one yet, TDS. We still got a whole best of 5 to play through here, and we shall see whether or not they're going to be able to claw back a victory here in game number 2. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, we will be there in the draft phase right with you all.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Da-da-da-da. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Aegis Protectors League. We are moving into the draft phase for game number 2 between No Org Frost and Valor Bulls United Monster Mash. We just saw Monster Mash come out with a huge game number 1, taking victory over No Org Frost in a pretty decisive fashion. So we're interested to see how both teams are going to answer back in this second round. What are you looking for this time, TDS?
No, no. Oh, thank God. I was about to have something just like that. So, first of all, we have the Scion that was banned in the previous game now open. And BBU opts for that immediately as a first pick. I'm not a fan of this kind of first picks because it's not like you can flex it around. Now, if they pull the Senna Scion bot lane, I will aid my words because I love that. But as of now, it just doesn't feel correct to first pick Scion. But it's something that I've never seen previously, so I'm kind of hyped for that. And North Frost not opting for much changes when you look at that. Like they banned the same three champions, so they don't feel like the problem was the draft or the enemy draft, much more so maybe their own draft. Which I feel like with the Nautilus, well, the Nautilus was the same, but with the Temp Kinch, that's already a change for that area because it will be Temp Kinch top if I'm not wrong. Oh, ooh.
Yeah, I like the hover of the
Oh,
Kled, and it will in fact go through here. Yeah, going up against the
damn.
Scion, I think that this is a decent laning phase, especially for Scarlet and Kled. But furthermore, I think that No Org Frost are really going to be able to leverage this champion with their charge in order to set up for some big team fights. It'll be interesting to see how they draft around this pick and to what extent Kled is actually going to join up for 5v5s. But it's something to watch out for sure. Tristana going to be taken by Monster Mash once again to go in that bot lane.
Will it be Alistar again? Just as I
Oh,
was
baby,
saying
it
it.
is.
Yes, just as I was saying it. And I feel, well, to put it into context, I feel like it's not bad because it's not like it didn't work previously. I feel like Islamic Samurai actually played quite well the Alistar. It was really well done from him. So I'm not against the Alistar being repeated. I like a little bit more diversity. I feel like Rel wouldn't even be that bad of an option this game, especially
Mhm.
with some of the champions hovered, because pulling them away from a certain spot would work out so well for the Sion as well. Like if you could attract them into the Sion queue, that would be such a nice interaction that we don't quite see often. So I'm not against that. The Sejuani pick here, a tankier jungle is something that I'm not against here. The thing is that now you need much more heavy damage dealers in other positions, which, let's say for example, Jinx wouldn't be a bad pick here because she's such a heavy damage dealer. Then Victor wouldn't be a bad pick here either because he also functions in that regard. So I feel like Nowhere Cross needs to up into those options once again, or at least this time.
Yeah, and it looks like for the time being, Monster Mash is actually going to be pinching out mid lane champions. They knocked out the
Yeah,
Corki here, and I would imagine that something like a Victor Man might come through again
I
here.
wouldn't be against it.
Yeah, for sure. And so if that is done, that does kind of free up No Org Frost to go for one of these more powerful AD carries there in the bot lane
Huh.
role. Silas going to be the ban of choice. So that kind of confirms what we were talking about. And I guess it'll be interesting to see what No Org Frost decides to go for in turn.
Yeah, so the point, I'm surprised on the Silas because I don't feel like he was that big of a deal. And if you get away the Silas, you get the Victor once again, which would be a better pick. Now, is Nowhere Frost capable of playing Victor or not? That's kind of the question. Which, as of now, they opt into Samira. So I already get the theme of this composition. It screams go in and kill 100%. But at least you do have good synergy with some of these champions because Samira gets knockups essentially by everyone. Everyone as of now has a knockup for Samira to be of use. But if Samira is behind, this composition lacks damage quite heavily. Like it's Samira and Kled as of now, and if both of those champions are not really ahead or ahead to a certain degree, it's going to be quite hard for them to deal consistent enough damage. Picture here just runs up the composition quite well in terms of damage, and if you like for the jungle, you can opt into the Kindred again, but I think either Viego or I wouldn't be even that mad for the Xin Zhao in this game because there's so much short range that he can just pull them away and survive by himself. Like that, it's going to be quite a problem for Noah Cross to try to get onto the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, once
Okay,
again, I think that VBU come through with a lot of diversity in their picks, and it will in fact be the Kindred to round out their composition here. Not at all torn up about this. We saw how big of a damage dealer we could get people on VBU to become when you put them on champions like the Kindred, like the Tristana, like the Victor. So getting that core back into the equation is going to be a huge benefit for their side. And I really think that Lamb's Respite alongside Headbutt from Alistar just does so much to cut back against Samira's ability to actually secure kills in this game.
Yeah, and to round it up, they opt into the Syndra, which it's not necessarily a bad pick. It's one of the champions that can pressure the picture in the mid lane, and she has an execute, which pairs up quite well with trying to force an engage or a pick and then destroying the champion quick. The problem is that with the Lamb's Respite on the other side, it is going to be quite difficult to get the kill into some of these targets because the Lamb's Respite denies full-blown attacks, denies full-blown burst. So it's going to be interesting seeing the composition from Nowhere Cross trying to be played out. And the main problem that I find with them is that I think that they exemplify a problem that the previous composition had, and it's that they don't have a lot of outs. They have a great mid game that if they can get snowball, that if they can use to snowball, the game will be over. I feel in favor of Nowhere Frost. But if they don't pull off that kind of strategy, and the game goes later, they have no outs after that. Like they don't have anything to pull them out of a bad spot because none of these champions skate super effectively. Like Syndra is a mage, yes, but it's not like she's a hyper carry mage, not in the form of the Victor, for example. Then the Samira is an AD carry that spikes really effectively in the mid game. With more items, yes, she gets stronger, but she functions almost similarly to Tristana, and then you have a secondary carry in the form of the Kindred. And then you have the Sejuani, Kled, and Nautilus that don't scale well either. So the composition once again will encounter a problem after 30 minutes, which I think they don't have an answer for, and that's kind of what I'm worried about with Nowhere Frost. This is a composition that essentially screams, we either play this really well, or we hope that they make a mistake. That's the two options that we have.
Right, I would tend to agree with you, but that being said, Monster Mash did go for an interesting pick there with the Scion in the top lane.
Yeah.
This is a champion that doesn't like to group nearly as much as the Ornn does, so he's probably going to try to split push away, be the real boss FFs, you know, and try to in turn win the game through side lane pushing, drawing some pressure towards himself. But that kind of leads Alistar to be the only real frontline that you're going to get during team fights. And if that is the case, some of these squishies can be exploited a little bit more by Nowhere Frost, so they have the ability to kind of pick off and kill some of these champions with a bit more ease here, which is why I'm just overall surprised that they went for the first pick Scion and banned the Ornn. Given the fact that you see the bans for NOF, I don't know why you would take that champion out of the pool. It just seems so good here, TDS.
Like in reality, when you watch this composition, it's the same composition as they had in their last game, but with Scion, right? So I for at least from your side, I do agree. I don't understand why go for the Scion when the Ornn was a really nice pick. I feel like maybe they feel like if they opt into first picking the Ornn, then it would have been better countered than that of the Scion. Like Scion actually has a lot of matchups that he denies. Like he's one of the greatest neutralizers in top lane. He doesn't suffer quite heavily, and even though Kled does have a good matchup into the Scion, and I'm saying good in the sense that he can put a little bit of pressure into Scion, once Scion goes past level 6, it's actually quite hard for the Kled to keep on putting that much pressure onto the Scion. So it's not necessarily the worst of matchups for the Scion either. And I feel like that's kind of the idea. Because like you pointed out, even though Scion is one of the champions that doesn't necessarily want to group up a lot, even though he's a tank, he still does want to group up as much as possible. And he also can find avenues in the side lane. But I feel like the idea for this composition, and it's something that I sometimes try to find with some of the teams, is how does the 4-1 works? So if you can draft a unit of 4 champions that can survive by themselves without the need of a 5 champion, then it can still work out quite well. This is something that I try to see with the split pushers, like the Jax or the Fiora. And I feel like in this case, even though Alistar is the only what's called the only frontliner that we're going to see, a lot of there's quite a lot of kiting potential from the 4-man unit that we have on the other side without the Scion. So I feel like there's a lot of ways for the side of VBU to try and play around without the need of the Scion, which I think it's much more beneficial for them. Now, it is going to be later in the game, so without the Scion around 15 or 20 minutes, it's going to be harder. But if not, I do think that there's good prowess out of these 4 champions alone without the Scion.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and it will be something to watch out for. But overall, I think that both of these teams have once again kind of gone back to the same overarching strategies that they want to kind of employ from game number one. And as you were saying before here, TDS, I think that it is the case that No Org Frost really looked at game number one and saw it as individual mistakes that compounded into a loss rather than being a draft diff, which is why they haven't pivoted all that hard away from their initial
Yeah.
approach to the game. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they're actually able to enact their game plan a little bit more coherently this time around.
Yeah, but that also comes to the question of, if it doesn't work out, will they try and pivot into then going for much more 5-5 team fighting compositions, or will they stick to this till the end? Because that's something that we do see from losing sides, right? Like, either they try and evolve or develop from their losing style, or they try and die by it. And I'm worried
Mhm.
that they opt into the die by it, because if they opt into that, we don't know how much can it work out. Like, I feel like even if they lose this, they can still try it and it works out one game. But will it work out a second time after that game? And that's kind of the worry that we have with Norwalk Frost. If they commit to die by their style, or by this style, I mean.
That is definitely true, but it is also very difficult after two losses to try to pivot to an entirely new game plan and then try to enact that, especially when you're on the precipice of
Yeah.
elimination here in the quarterfinals. So there's a lot on the line, a lot on the table, but we still haven't even seen how game number two is going to play out, TDS.
Yeah.
Let's watch this first, see what happens here, and then that will kind of determine how we talk about NOF as we go deeper on into the series. We're going to wait out the rest of the spectator delay, but don't go anywhere. This is going to be an exciting series for sure, and we're going to be right back at you with game number two. Hello, friends, and welcome back to game number two between Valor Bulls United Monster Mash and No Org Frost here in the Aegis Protectors League. We are looking to see whether or not No Org Frost are going to be able to turn this series around, go up to 1-1 here, or whether or not Monster Mash will make a statement and take this game to number three without a loss in their name.
Yeah, being able to pull one game back is super ideal for the side of of Norwood Frost as of now. Like, you don't want to try and turn around the series from no wins. So hopefully they can pull off something this game that we haven't seen yet. Speaking of something that we haven't seen yet, it's the level 1 from the side of Norwood Frost that they this time around decided to not try to go for anything. And I think that's a smart play because counter level 1 from the side of VBU was actually quite good. Like, they have such a great counter level 1 from Cyan Q, from Alistair Q, from Victor, Kindred, and Tristana. So I feel like this is the smartest way to try and play around this start of the game with not trying to go for a level 1 invade.
Yeah, it's always nice to start off the game without giving over first blood. So already, Norwood Frost setting off a little bit better than they did last time, and we'll see how they continue that trend here as we move into the laning phase. Anything that you want to watch out for in particular in these opening moments?
So even though we have almost the same idea in each of the lanes, apart from maybe mid lane that was going to be much more favored for the Victor this time around, is much more favored for the Syndra, I think we should focus a lot on the bot lane because this matchup changes a lot from the previous bot lane matchup. Like, this is a matchup that is quite similar in the sense that both won the level 2 potential spike. Oh, okay, nice mini fight. But yeah, both of these want to play around level 2 spike, level 4 spike, because that's a lot of damage that they get before their enemy they carry. And one of the problems that in the previous game was the Jinx had the advantage not only in pushing power, but with the jumpers as well to pair up quite well with the Nautilus. This game, they lose the level 2 once again, which once again with Tristana and Nautilus, or Tristana and any engaged support, it's something that you never want to see. And I feel like it has to do with Tristana utilizing the bomb wrongly because she's using it to go for damage instead of the wave, and that's when you get the extra power. But we need to focus on those fights early on in bot lane because those are going to determine a lot how the game goes for each of the bot laners.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I will say that with Alistar, it is quite a bit more difficult for Archer to get to the level 2 power spike before Night Creed and Runeterra MVP. This is the champion that just really doesn't do a whole lot with their first level, especially because they're going for that pulverize. So walking up too far and trying to clear that wave might mean that you just get hooked by Nautilus. So at the end of the day, while they do lose a bit of priority, the wave is pushing back and they're staying at relative parity for the time being. So it's definitely not all lost for Monster Mash down here. And we'll see how the momentum of that lane continues to ebb and flow as we go deeper on into this session. Sejuani gonna hide in the hills, maybe look for a way in. And we see the wraparound come through as the hooks come down all around. Islamic Samurai going to just pulverize Night Creed and walk their way back though.
Yeah, and that was not a bad timing for this Johnny to try and come and gank, but this also means that they know where Pokeball is. So Brank should be careful about how he plays around the mid lane, and I also think that... Okay, Archer, no.
Oh, that was a huge attempt to go in by Night Creed here, and we see people going low for Monster Match left and right, but there's the Ignite, and Runeterra MVP is the one going down at the end of the day. Islamic Samurai staying alive, and now Night Creed is getting chased by the Tristana. We see the Dredge line being returned in kind, but now the Nautilus has no mana. He'll be forced to flash out of that one. I don't really know if he should have used that hook. He just lost a Summoner spell for it.
So... in reality, that hook should have worked out. That was a really good hook. Ooh. Okay, she's fine. She's fine. So that hook in reality, it's actually really good. Like, that sets up really nicely for the fight. And with the Samira, you get a lot of value out of that potential fight. Oh, we're getting another fight.
Ooh, this is pretty dramatic. Right? That's a huge stun from the Saucy Moss to try to take down the Kindred, who's trying to roll over the wall. They are deep in enemy territory, though. Islamic Samurai also super low, has not been able to find a way back to base yet. There is the Blast Plant being ridden, and the Saucy Moss, though, they're going to flash over the wall, following up on the Kindred, and they will even out the score to 1-1.
So... I'll go to bot lane later on, but I want to point out how I really don't understand why Flying Squirrel thought that was going to be a good idea. Now, it does mean that they get the Raptors, which is great and all, but if I was the mid laner, I would legitimately be angry at my jungler for opting into that when there was no chance that they could survive that, especially because, look at top lane. The wave is pushed into the turret, which means that the wave was never in a spot that the Sion could have tried to go for help. In comparison, the Kled could always go for. Then the Sejuani was in the area. You saw her. So it's not like you don't know where this journey was. And then you also have the Syndra that, yes, she did lose a couple of minutes, but she's ahead of the picture anyway. So it's not like
Mhm.
that matters for her. So all in all, that's just a lot of greediness out of the jungler that doesn't achieve much. And the first blood gold that you obtain ends up going a little bit to waste because the difference in bot lane, yes, even though it's valuable, you're not going to get that consistently in comparison to the Sejuani going for ganks and trying to stop this Kindred from, or not stop the Kindred, but trying to stop the game from snowballing out of control, like we're looking right now, for example.
Yeah, we have seen Flying Squirtle go for some pretty daring plays, including this current one. The Saucy Moss has that level 6.
Nope.
They're just going to pummel Flying Squirtle down. Kindred will fall. Meanwhile, bot side of the map, we got some drama. It is a 3v2, and Archer jumps in. Paka Paul is going to get the kill in turn. Runeterra MVP low, but that is a single Alistar that they're up against. They're pretty confident in striding up the rest of their team and pushing that wave into tower.
And just like that, first blood is meaningless. That's the legitimate conclusion out of everything. Because Syndra gets another free kill because Kindred wants to give a kill away, because why not? And then on the bot lane, I don't understand why Archer decides to jump in. There is no chance that you ever get that kill. And
Yeah,
if,
way
even
too
if
over
you,
here. That
and
being
even
said,
if
Islamic
you-
Samurai with a huge
It is
headbutt
a great
pulverized to turn
shutdown.
this one around,
Oh.
and Rang is going to be able to pick that one up as a shutdown, no less,
Oh.
hopefully equalizing that lane. We see Panzora run up here. He's full angry dashing at the rest of the team. He won't hit anybody, but Nightcreed caught out deep, and that will be 2 kills going back over. Everything staying even. It's a 3 for 3 at the end of the day, 7 minutes into the game.
yeah, the counter kills going into the favor of the side of VBU. Victor getting 2 kills is so huge because now he has the Hex Core upgrade. So as the Syndra, you kind of lose a lot of your power already. Like, that's one of the points that you essentially begin losing quite a bit against the Victor, the pushing potential that you lose there. Oh, can he get the play? Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah,
He's fine.
Panzora
This is actually
pretty
bad for
deep
Paka
here,
Paul.
but it doesn't matter. He gets the double knockup, and Paka Paul is going to get punched down here against the
Islamic
Scion
Samurai.
and the Kindred. Meanwhile, Islamic Samurai in a bit of trouble. The Ignite is being
Oh, the
used.
heal.
He will get healed, and he's trying to run his
The
way out of
minions.
this. Nightcreed doesn't have the dash yet or the ability to get the hook down. It's going to land onto Archer, and somehow the
fine.
Alistar gets out of that one alive.
So really nicely played by Archer, waiting till the last second to use the heal, because that's about the time that the Ignite should be running off, so the heal doesn't necessarily get completely cut off. So really nice timing like that. And almost once again we have an instance where a kill is happening on one side, but because the other side is kind of trying to pull off a lot more than they need to, it ends up happening that the kill doesn't amount to much. But this time around, luckily for BBU, it doesn't happen. They don't give away the kill of Islamic Samurai, so everything, it's still in complete control by BBU. They have 1,000 or almost 1,000 gold lead, especially now that this wave is going to be collected. And Brang is in such a great spot, like quite legitimately, he's super happy. Also important to notice, Sion is not behind in CS, which he left the lane for quite a bit and didn't actually lost quite a lot, and I feel like that's so important to point out because that should be a difference that the Kled should have in his favor. Oh, gas dealer.
Rang pretty far forward here at Nightcreed over the wall, going to use the depth charge, knock up the Victor,
Oh,
and Saucy
Saucy
is very, very low, but the shutdown will at the end of the day go over to Nightcreed without a kill, traded back, and Flying Squirtle once again caught out in quite a bit of trouble, using Lamb's Respite, trying to get back towards their tower in kind, but there's a charge from the Kled. He's going to go deep under tower in order to pick up the kill into the Kindred. And Islamic Samurai is just going to have to watch in horror as their team falls around them. Somehow, it's going to be a 2 for 0 going over to No Org Frost, and they will take that kill lead once again.
Yeah, and this kind of craziness for BBU is never going to be a valuable aspect. Like, they cannot play into the crazy aspect of the game. They cannot fall prey into that from the side of No Org Frost, because No Org Frost thrives in craziness. They want this game to be chaotic as much as possible. They have a composition that wants to be chaotic. But BBU just needs to stay controlled, survive for 20 more minutes, and the game is in the back for them, if they can allow for that to happen. Still, for No Org Frost, really nice teamfight that they forced there. I want to commend Nightcreed quite a lot because that was such a nice way of trying to force the play into the picture, and getting a shutdown is super important. I'm not sure if it went, I think it didn't go to the Syndra, so kind of sad, but at the end of the day, you still get the kills, the kill of the picture.
Yeah,
And the
went
Kindred
over
as
to
well.
Nightcreed, in fact, that shut down. So that will be Nautilus power spiking a bit earlier. I know we talked before about what it's
Archer,
like
oof.
for these kinds of tank supports to get gold onto them. I'm honestly not the biggest detractor of that strategy. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of action to be had regardless. Chaos Storm going down onto the Saucy Moss, who's going to flash away as Flying Squirtle is going to continue to give chase against the Syndra. They're taking a lot of poke damage for doing so, though, and that is a 2-level gap between the jungler and the mid laner.
Yeah, that is quite a lot of problems that is happening with that play. Even though Flying Squirtle is not necessarily farther ahead than the Sejuani, it's still a lot of time that the Sejuani ends up wasting for this kind of play, and it's not like the Tristan and the Nautilus are being and the Alistar are being super effective. So it's not necessarily like you lose a lot even if you're the Tristana here. The Kindred actually
Mhm.
collecting the Herald as well, so a lot of gold going into their pockets later on. Ooh,
That was a nice trade going over in favor of No Org Frost, and I think
yeah.
that is kind of the modus operandi for this lane at the end of the day, TDS. Islamic Samurai has to play pretty far forward if he wants to ensure that he puts himself between the carry and the support. But at the end of the day, that means he's just going to take a lot of poke damage. It's going to be harder for him to go back in turn. That being said, Panzora topside looks like he wants to fight. Gets a solid knock up into Gas Dealer, who will throw their bear trap on a rope
They
right
can
back
dive this,
onto
yeah.
the champion. And there's the dive coming through. Panzora gonna use his ultimate. It's not gonna quite work out, but it doesn't matter. Charge coming through for Kled, and Flying Squirtle is gonna be able to get the kill down on to Gas Dealer. Meanwhile, bot side of the map, we got some more drama going on. Archer jumping away, using heal to stay alive. That it was Ignite being burned by Nightcreed, but it's not going to result in a kill. And somehow across the map, that is simply going to result in 1 kill in a tower over to Monster Mash.
Yeah, luckily Archer doesn't end up dying. Oh, wait, a lot of damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, that Chaos Storm is not something you want to trifle with there. The Saucy Moss having to run to the hills. Luckily, they're going to get out alive, but all the while, that's 2 turrets gone topside of the map. This Scion is eating good tonight.
Yeah, he's getting so much gold into his pockets. He's so strong at this point. Oh, Bran, you stay too long there.
That was such a good flank by Pack-a-Paul, and we saw that happen earlier when Nightcreed came up as well. Victor, whenever even the slightest push begins for that champion, we see No Org Frost just kind of respond with some big wraparounds and big plays to kill that very squishy, very immobile mid laner.
Yeah, and that feels. I feel like for the first play that we're talking about with Nightcreed, I think that you have to give much more credit to Nightcreed in that because it's a play that he pulls off without patience. So the picture never expects that. But
Mm-hmm.
in that second one, I think that you have to blame Brang in comparison because you saw that the dragon is down, so you 100% know that Sejuani is spot side. So you cannot push like that when you 100% know where Sejuani is, and also the positioning. He was so badly positioned. He was towards the down part of the map, which means that he was going to get collapsed on quite easily. And we see the play. Great ultimate by Pakapol, such an easy kill for the Saucy Moss. And even though Victor deals a lot of damage, it doesn't matter if he dies that easily.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely get what you're saying here. And at the end of the day, those are the kills that you need for No Org Frost to stay into this one. The gold has swung up pretty dramatically in favor of Monster Mash just due to their huge play on the top side. And now that you have Kindred kind of caught up at the end of the day, grabbing a lot of that gold from the Rift Herald and going up to that first Kraken Slayer build, it's going to be tough to come back into this for No Org Frost. They're kind of in a similar situation to last time around, maybe not as dramatic of a kill or gold gap, but they're going to have to watch out. They're going to have to play this super well. Nightcreed going in topside. There's the headbutt to knock Runeterra MVP out of the fight for the time being. She's going to pop ultimate as she comes back in, though. That Inferno trigger doing a whole lot of damage, but somehow at the end of the day, Archer and Islamic Samurai are going to remain relatively stable here in this lane.
I'm kind of surprised that Archer used the ultimate there because
Oh, that Scion just running in. He's going to smash into the wall. Runeterra MVP and Nightcreed able to get out of that one alive, but it sure does look like Scion has their sights set on the spot side tower.
Yeah,
Oh,
looking
that
to
huge
get-
stun
Ooh,
middle,
bye-bye.
and Vrang is going to get melted. Saucy Moss doing a whole lot of work up there as the fight is going to spread across to the rest of the rift. Panzora trying to come in, going to take a few tower shots in turn, but Gas Dealer is trying to get onto Flying Squirtle, will ultimately be able to do it, and as the fight splits, Archer will also go down, and now the collapse is coming through in turn for the entirety of No Org Frost. Islamic Samurai super low, he's trying to headbutt where he can, he's going to try to flash over the wall and get out of this one, but the Saucy Moss is giving face. Meanwhile, this is going to be a 1v3 for Panzora. Nobody is low enough for him to take down, and this will be the ace completed at 15 minutes in for No Org Frost.
Yeah, so this is the kind of fight that Nora Frost really wants. Mind controlling the side of BBU into this kind of situations where you ask yourself, why am I fighting inside of the enemy jungle at 15 minutes into the game with a composition that wants to play late game? Like, this is something that I hope I never get to see once again, especially not in my games, please, because this is the kind of things that just immediately makes you want to get out of the game. Like, this is a situation that should never happen at all. Why are they fighting inside of the enemy jungle? I think we need to make it clear that it was the enemy jungle, most of all.
It was such
the
an
turret
awkward
was still up.
position.
Yeah, the turret was still up, so it's not like they had a way to run away into the lane. No, they were between the enemy champions and the enemy turret, so there was no escape potential. And crucially as well, Brank was dead, so there's no chance for your mid laner to be there. You're fighting a 5v4 into such a strange situation. All in all, really bad decision by the side of BBU. They are still ahead in gold, or close in gold, thanks to the fact that they collected so much gold in the top side, but they cannot allow for this to happen again, because their composition scales quite great, but this is the point where the composition from Nowhere Cross is going to be one of the strongest in the game. And if they keep on giving advantages away like that, it's not going to be pretty for them. Oh, Squirtle,
That
great
was an
headbutt.
incredible headbutt by Islamic Samurai to prevent that fight from going any deeper. That being said, he's going to get chased down by Gastiel and Pakapal for his efforts. He's trying to get the way out of here, and there's heal being used to try to keep him alive, but Runeterra MVP is going to get that kill. But now they're the ones that are super deep. Nobody able to wrap back around to try to fight this one, though.
Right.
Ray sitting in River, and this is a huge exchange between those two mid laners around the
Look at
Dragon
topside.
Pit with only 10 seconds left. All the while, Sion is splitting like a madman, getting deep into the enemy base. But for the time being, the question is, can Brain get out of here alive? He cannot, but he will get the shutdown into the Saucy Moss.
Okay, so crucially, he does get the kill onto Sosimos, which is actually quite important. Like, that kill is so important to get. I don't think you should go in Flying Squirtle. It's not worth it. It's not worth your life.
Oh, they're gonna go in, and they will in fact get the seal to start this one off. Can they get back over the wall? No, they're in fact gonna pick up the kill.
No.
And with Archer in the area, all of a sudden things are coming up from Smash. Nightcreed is gonna go down because of Archer, and we see the headbutt right outside of the Lamb's Respite. That is a disastrous play for No Org Frost.
Yeah, everything that could have worked badly in that fight, in that sequence of events, not fight, in that sequence of events, went almost entirely badly. Like, the only thing worse than that is that they lose the Remember and nobody dies. That would have been the worst situation. This is close to worst, because they lose the Dragon, they lose Traveling Turret, they lose, I think, 4 members because Sosimos died. So,
I cannot believe we just saw
Yeah.
that, TDS. I
It
cannot
shouldn't happen
believe we
either.
just saw that. We are eating our wards right there. We thought it was a terrible idea for Flying Squirrel to go in, but they stopped not only Soul Point, but they got so many kills off of it.
yeah, so I do want to say that I feel like the way that I expected it to happen from Flying Squirtle and the way that I thought it wasn't going to be that bad of an idea if he commits, it's if he uses the Lamb's Respite to stop the dragon from dying, right? Because that way he secures that the enemy jungler doesn't get it, and then you can get it. The only thing is that most of the times what happens is that you do get the dragon, but you get put into a spot where you cannot survive, so you get traded for the dragon. And that's why I don't think would have been a great idea. But if it happens like this, when you don't even commit Lamb's Respite to get the kill, and you get the dragon, then all in all, it's a great trade, and it's actually worth to go for, because you get the dragon, you still have Lamb's Respite, and the Kindred has way more damage than the Sidroni, so in a 1v1, she's obviously going to win. All in all, I think Flying Squirtle played that really nicely, but I also think that it has to do a little bit to blame onto Pakapol, because in a 50-50, you have to win that, even if it's a 50-50, you have to try and win it as much as you can.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. At the end of the day, we do see No Org Frost answer back by grabbing the Rift Herald here, which is a fantastic thing to secure against Monster Mash, just given the fact that if you manage to give that second Shelly over to a team with a Scion that has been split pushing this well, it could just end up as a disaster. Rang a little bit caught out, will get ulted by Pakapal. There's a Glacial Prison, and now he is on the run, trying to get out of dodge, but he is so darn low, he will not even be able to try to trade a kill back. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we got some more drama going on. Nightcreed is going to fall as the death ball continues. Panzora in the area, he's going to use his demolish procs to help take down this tower now. We see that getting smacked away, and now we get the full team fight once again. Runeterra MVP gonna kill Islamic Samurai. Flying Squirtle gonna roll right out of their Lamb's Respite, so won't get the heal, and that will be a shutdown going over to the Saucy Boss, and a huge stun in turn. Panzora gonna kill Runeterra MVP, but Archer's going to fall, and the Scion is going to follow soon after. There is the ace coming through.
Minions, yeah, exactly. This is great. You're never going to kill Saucy Moss, so that is the perfect thing that Pansora did there. I think a great fight all in all for both sides, and I mean that because VBU essentially got baited into a bad spot, and they had the potential to fight that. They were trying to get the turret first and foremost because they wanted to open up the space in the map, which I think it's not a bad idea, but it does mean that they are forced into a bad spot. Oh wait.
Yeah, Gas Dealer gonna run forward onto Vrang, but he is going to be knocked off of Scarl real fast here. Nightcreed gonna have to rotate up to peel away the victor from his Kled. That was a scary situation for sure, but at the end of the day, it will not be a kill picked up by Monster Mash.
Yeah, what you value there is that Vrang doesn't die once again, which I think is the most important part. I think that, to finish a little bit on the previous point, the fight all in all benefits both sides because it's Gold going into the pockets of No Org Frost, which they desperately need to try and pull up a one and last stance in the next 10 minutes fight. And it also benefits the side of BBU because, like we said, they needed to open up the map potentially to try and get much more vision control, especially for this next potential Dragon fight. Even though they don't need to fight it, it's good that they get vision control to try and play around this.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of priority right now in this river. It is notable that Panzora does have teleport open, and he is going to go for that split top yet again. The question is, will anyone come to answer him before he takes inhib? This is a back coming through for both Gas Dealer and the Saucy Moss, but they might just be going for the buy, and they might just hightail it all the way back towards Dragon in turn. And if that is the case, we have a Scion going home free right now. He's starting to smack everything down. A bit of an engaged topside. We shall see whether or not this 1v1 is going to go in favor of the Saucy Moss, but I think that regardless of if they get the kill or not, this is an X inhibitor.
Yeah, the thing is, Pansora actually deals a lot of damage there. Ooh,
oh, that was a solid interrupt of the dredge line down onto Nightcreed. Pakapal right in the thick of things, and there's the charge from around the far side by Stealer, but he's gonna get dismounted real quick here. His Inferno trigger being used, the shutdown going down onto the Kindred from the Kled, and now Runeterra MVP is trying to get the reset. They will get the shutdown and the double, and they're gonna dash right back in onto the rest of the team. They're gonna get a triple before they fall to Archer at the end of the day, and Panzora is still happily split pushing top all the while. This is coming up in favor of Monster Mash yet again.
Yeah, okay, Pansora, I think he's fine. He will flash out. Oh,
no way he gets the Hex Gate.
I love this rift so much. I swear I love this rift so much. It's so great watching this. But let's point out the important things here. Oh, if they even get the Herald, so they don't get the push out of the bot lane. Oh, this is so hurtful for the side of No Org Frost. So first of all, it was a 4v4. And importantly, they didn't have the Saucy Moss because Gas Dealer was the one that opted into being anti-fight. And I think that's the first mistake. The problem with that, with not sending Gas Dealer towards the Scion, is that he opted into first item Black Cleaver. So the value out of that is against the Scion mostly. It's not against the other members. The other members will die to the Syndra much more easily. So I feel like if you're going to opt into that, send Gas Dealer. He's the one that should be fighting the Pansora, or at least stopping him. You're missing way too much with the Syndra. Ooh. Yeah, you're missing way too much with the Syndra, even if he opts into lethality, in all honesty. So I think that that's the first mistake overall. Then, importantly, Islamic Samurai played that fight perfectly. I cannot express how well he played that fight. He stopped the first instance of the ultimate from the Runeterra MVP, and then allowed for the kiting of a lot of the members. At the end, allowing for Archer to get the teamfight win, and allow for the side of VBU to win the fight overall. Oh,
another
the
big starting up this time
Ooh.
around the Baron. Everything's definitely split, and that's the shutdown going over to Saucy Mods against Archer, and as well as Islamic Samurai falling. That's going to be a double up for Runeterra MVP. They're clearly going to win this one.
I think he's dead.
Wow, turn shots,
Yeah.
and somehow Ray's going to live through that. That's huge, as Gastiel is going to go down.
They don't
And
get
all
burned
the
either.
once again, Zora is just pushing into the base on the bot side of the map this time. The boss FFs is deep in this game.
Yeah, and they don't even get the Baron buff, which means that all in all, that fight is completely worth for BBU. They stop the Baron, they get the push in the bot side.
Oh
Whoa.
god, he's just gonna charge the Nexus turret.
I love this Prince Zora.
Oh god, he's gonna turn time to take out at least one of them.
Even
The
gets
exhaust is
exhausted.
gonna be dropped, and we see Inferno Trigger being used. And finally,
Wait.
the Scion starting to take some big chunks of damage as the
Hit the
turret
turret.
shots will do
Hit the
him in.
turret.
He's trying to hit the tower. He is knocked by 3 players. I am losing my mind, TDS.
I don't really I am unbiased in the sense that I don't mind who wins this game, but I want Pansora to hit the turret. Like that is the most hilarious thing that I've seen in this match. And now opting for the Baron buff, they are trying to get here. Sejuani is not Sejuani is not
Oh
close
my
by.
gosh, the
Ooh.
burst damage from the Saucy Moss.
I
That's
think
a
they can
huge
lose the
source
game
of
here.
damage gone for Monster Mash, and now the turn is coming through in earnest for
Flying
no Orc
Squirtle.
Frost. There's Glacial Prison being used.
Oh,
Runeterra
no, you
MVP
throw
on
the
a
game.
rampage. They're gonna get the double into that bot lane. Flying Squirtle, Panzora, Vrang, and Islamic Samurai all down. Archer running for the hills. This is going to be Baron secured by no Orc Frost.
Pansora is trying his hardest to carry the team, but the other side is trying to throw it.
Teleport topside. He's trying to do what he can.
I think you should have waited on the teleport a little bit, because I feel like even without
Yeah.
minions, you can get onto the Nexus turret. Like he can hit the Nexus even without minions. So I'm not mad. I'm not even against the fact that he waits a little bit on that. But that is a really bad play out of the side of BBU. They didn't need to opt into the Baron at all. The Baron is useless. Not useless. It's unnecessary for you at all points in this game. Like you don't need the Baron to win. No Work Frost needs it. So the fact that you yourself put yourself into the Baron so that they can come into you is not a good play by the side of BBU. Now, Norwalk Frost, they kill Pansora really nicely, and importantly, I love this out of Saucy Mouse. Great flank to get on top of Brang. You kill Brang instantly, he doesn't get to do anything as Victor, and that just means that the ensuing fight is so much more easy to pull off. Really nice decision making by Norwalk Frost. This will, it's a potential to salvage the game, because they do need the Baron buff to be able to close out this game. So if they can open up the base, I can see them being able to force something out later on, especially if they get the next raid.
No, I definitely agree, and one of the things to watch out for is that with the Baron buff and all the waves pushing in across the map, it's just going to be harder for Panzora to actually get in and knock down that last Nexus turret, which means that you have the time for your inhibitor to respawn topside of the map, as it just does. And so this is the time in which No Orc Frost has got to do damage. Priority. Sion gonna ult topside of the map, though, get the knockup down onto Pack-Up Hall, but this is a 2v1, and now a 1v1 as Runeterra MVP's melting everyone down. The double kill coming through, and they're looking for the like Panzora. Sion trying to run back towards tower, but within one more Inferno trigger, that is going to be the side of No Orc Frost waving bye-bye to the vast majority of Monster Mash. Yeah, they're just gonna hard push down this top side of the map. The charge coming through for Gas Stealer, and now it is up to Islamic Samurai and Archer to defend the base from this whole push in. I don't know if they're gonna be able to do it. There's the charge coming through. Huge knockup. Yeah, and I think that this is just it. It is ace for the side of Runeterra MVP and company. No Orc Frost are gonna answer this back for a 1-for-1 in this 5-game series.
Yeah, they've come back, they pulled off the second game. Inferior composition all in all, I think that there's no universe that after what happened in the first 15 or 6, 7, 20 minutes, I'm willing to be much more there, but in the first 20 minutes, they pull off the win with what happened in those 20 minutes, so it's surprising to say the least, but I feel like you have to not only commend the side of No Orc Frost for some of the fights that they pull off, but you have to criticize quite heavily in BBU, because they try to force things that they never needed to, and they essentially, like, coming from the first game, it felt like they didn't know what to do with this composition. which is surprising because it's the same composition as in the first game, but with a different top laner, and that's about it. So it's really surprising to see all in all. Still, be Nora Frost pulling it back, and I feel like they gain quite a lot of momentum because now they really don't feel scared about this composition at all. Like they just need to keep on playing their style and not commit a lot of the mistakes that they did previously. And I feel like they can actually just turn around this series on its head.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that at the same time, though, Monster Mash once again had a pretty coherent team composition, pretty coherent means of coming through with a victory in this one, but they just kept making mistakes. Flying Squirtle in
Yep.
particular got a lot of kills, did a lot of damage, but gave so much gold over in the early game to the Saucy Moss, who just started melting everyone. Frang was not able to answer back, and that was a 3k gold lead mid lane at the end of the day for NOF, and that just kind of helped to seal the deal. Panzora did what they could, split pushed like crazy, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, I think I would like to see them rotate back towards a champion that's a little bit more team oriented going forward, as I really think that a second tank would do wonders for their game plan.
Yeah, I feel like that would at least be much more in accordance to what we saw in the first game. Like, I think that Sion wasn't necessarily the main problem. I feel like it's much more how they played around the Sion, obviously, right? So
Mhm.
I wouldn't be against that all in all. But I also want to put a little bit of critique or quite a bit of critique onto Brank because I feel like even though the Kindred gave away a couple of the skills, like the main problem for me is what Brank did in the mid lane as well. Like it's not like that actually affected the matchup a lot. Brank was always getting a lot of damage onto the Syndra and not necessarily dying. The main problem was that he was so out of position that it didn't really matter. So he always got killed, he always got attacked quite heavily, and that affected a lot of the map presence that the side of BBU had as well. So I feel like Brank needs to correct that as well.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of things to self reflect on to see whether or not Monster Mash can come back in and take a game back through for their matchup against No Org Frost. It's a lot of drama for sure. One for one's always a cool way to start out a series. We're going to throw to a quick break and we'll be back with game number three's draft here.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to game number 3 in this best of 5 series between Valor Bulls United Monster Mash and No Org Frost. We just saw NOF answer with an incredible game number 2 into a crazy split push composition from Monster Mash. They managed to get some crucial fights around Baron and in turn walk the game in for a victory. The question is now, who's going to try to return with a lead in this series with this game 3? TDS, what are you looking for here?
Importantly, they didn't change sides, so they certainly feel like red side is going to be much more palatable for Noah Frost, and maybe you stick with blue side. So I hope that they make it use of it a little bit better than they did in the previous time, especially if they are going to pull off the same comp. So I hope that if it's like that, we see better use out of each side. We are seeing the same band, so not surprising, especially after the previous games, but not really showcasing that they feel affected by any of the picks of any team, right? So it's quite interesting seeing this kind of ban phase developing like this.
Old, reliable for sure. Why fix what isn't broken? And because both sides have pulled out a victory so far, I guess that at the end of the day, they don't really view this ban phase as the thing that they need to shift. It's just got to be all about attitude, all about mental, and all about the game itself. We see that same interesting ban of that Ornn early for VBU, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not they will go for an early top lane pick once again, or if they're going to continue to try to go for a more normal, at least, composition of going for the ADC, support, and jungler in the early selection phase.
So this is a moment of truth where we actually see if it's going to be the same bans as in the previous game, but the Ornn ban, it's a one, yeah, so they opt into the same. The Ornn ban is one of the more interesting ones in the sense that they really don't need to. Please don't tell me we're opting into same compositions again because it would make
Oh,
no sense at all.
it's the
But
salty run back, baby.
well, we're one pick in. Let's wait and see how many picks in do we get till someone changes something, right? Like it has to happen, right? We're not going to pull off a C9, right?
I honestly am not too torn up about them going for the repeat here. I'll be 100% honest, TDS. It's a fun
On
thing to see
which
for
team?
one. But for both sides, honestly, I think
Really?
that VBU had a pretty coherent means by which to win the last game, and No Org Frost seemed very comfortable on all of their champions.
Ooh,
They will begin to mix it up right here, though. That is a hover of the Zac. They could just be toying with us, though, at the end of the day. We
I hope
still
not.
have to see what will be confirmed for that side. I think Zac here is actually a pretty good champion. So is the Gragas hover. Both of these choices going probably into either the top lane or jungle as a flex pick.
Yeah.
Definitely have the ability to create priority across the map. They're going to have huge team fighting potential. And just in general, I think that we're going to see NOF kind of refocus back towards going for 5v4s or 5v5s as their way to victory here. The Grog is going to be what's ultimately locked in at the end of the day.
Ooh. Yeah, and just to point out, I like the Gragas as well, and I like it more than the Sack in this spot, not in general, but in this spot because it's still a flex, so you can kind of hide your cards with the Gragas as of now. Tristana once again, but now pairing it up with the Braum is quite interesting, and I feel like this is a preemptive pick for if Samira gets picked once again. The same as I feel like Gragas is a preemptive pick if the Kindred gets picked, because he's one of the best champions to deny the Lamb's respect. So I think
Mhm.
that this is now. I think that this is becoming a better idealization of the draft because it's attacking the strengths that we have seen previously from the compositions. So one, to deny a lot of consistent damage from the AD carry, be it the Kai'Sa or the Samira, the Braum works really well against those things. And Kai'Sa also has one thing that it's really similar to the Samira, and it's power spikes really early in the lane with engagers. So it's not like you lose from No Work Frost by not opting into Samira, but it's a change of pace with the AD carry that they do opt into.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The variations that we're seeing coming through are definitely a
Whoa.
little bit responsive to what we saw in game number 2 than the draft that we saw for what came out of game number 1. At the end of the day, we're finally seeing people actually knocking out the champions that were problematic in preceding rounds.
I'm
There's the
glad.
Samira gone, and there is the Kindred gone as a response. No Orc Frost and Monster Mash definitely looking to shake things up here.
Yeah, and I'm glad. I'm kind of interested in the Samira ban because I actually don't think it's bad, especially because I almost forgot that Kai'Sa now is also mid lane, so you can actually pull it off in the mid lane as well. So all in all, I'm not mad against that ban going in, but I like that there's finally some variation and actual adaptation in those bans as well for picks that were previously really bothersome, kind of like the Silas in the first game. Now
Mhm.
opting to Sejuani once again, which means that this is potentially a Gragas top lane, although Sejuani is a really nice flex as well. She can be top lane as well. And against Sion, it's not like you get quite bothered by the Sion in any way. You can also cancel the
Yeah.
Sion. So I'm not against this. I like the Trundle. I think that Trundle would have been better than the Kindred last game because I feel like his interrupt with the pillar would have been so monstrous against the Samira. And I feel like this time around it's going to find a lot of body once as well with the pillar and taking away the stats from the Sejuani, the Gragas, and the Nautilus.
So many good people to subjugate here. This is a really solid choice for Flying Squirtle. Great duelist. And given how aggressively we're seeing the jungler for Monster Mash play these games out, I'm really happy with this selection. I think it's going to synergize really nicely with how they want to enter into this round number 3.
Ooh.
Victor going in the hands of Vrang yet again. They got that full setup, the Mastery 7. They got all those skins. They got the Victor icon from Arcane as well. And they are happy to be back on their favorite champ.
Yeah, I feel that we can see Victor not dying that much in this game, so it actually works out. But I feel like Victor still sticks really well with the composition. This is still the same idea with some different champions to adapt into that. I'm actually not a huge fan out of this champion right now, Cassiopeia. It's not that she's bad in any sense, it's that she's dependent on a lot of champions running into her. But realistically, out of BBU's composition, there's two champions that want to do, not even want to do that, that can do that. And it's
Mhm.
not that consistent that you need to see them happen. Like Sion doesn't need to ult in. He can play the frontline tank without actually ulting in. And then the Trundle, even though he does want to put the pillar in a spot that does bother him and try and engage, he really doesn't need to. He just needs to put the pillar down and act as a other secondary frontliner. So all in all, Cassiopeia's value doesn't feel that great this time around because she gets unranged by Victor, she gets unranged by Tristana, and she doesn't follow up with the Kai'Sa, with the Sejuani, with the Nautilus, even with the Gragas that will engage in. And I think that that's a really bad problem to have with the Cassiopeia. I think she's a great champion, not in this instance.
Tend to agree. There's a lot of damage output that's possible, though,
Yeah.
especially as we move deeper on into this one. But given their weak early phase and the fact that they aren't super good at countering any of the champions coming through for Monster Mash and team fights, it definitely seems like an interesting round 5 pick. At the end of the day, though, there's also some flex potential still on the board for No Org Frost. The question is, do you think we're going to see
Okay.
the Saucy Moss take Kaisa or Cassiopeia into the mid lane?
So I think both work in the same vein in the sense that it's not like they are going to outpush the Victor
Mhm.
realistically because of the laser beam. I always forgot the name, so I call it laser beam.
Death
So
Ray,
it's
yeah.
yeah, that laser beam I call it from now on. But yeah, it's going to be hard to outpush him in reality. And the 1v1 potential it's much higher on the Cassiopeia than on the Kai'Sa, especially before she gets the tier stacking. Like Cassiopeia doesn't need the tier stack to get the 1v1 potential. Kai'Sa doesn't need that much more. So I feel like
Mhm.
if you're opting for lane prowess, I wouldn't be. I think you opt into Cassiopeia. If you want to just scale equally, you opt into Kai'Sa, which I wouldn't be mad against. The problem is that they cannot play Kai'Sa mid, and this is something that I just came to mind. They cannot play Kai'Sa mid this game because they are lacking severely on the AD damage threat. So they need the Kai'Sa to go AD carry.
Yeah, and it looks like that's in fact what's going to happen here as we look at the client draft. Saucy Moss going to be on
Yeah.
the Cassiopeia up against Victor in the mid lane, which is a bit interesting. I could imagine them going back to something like the Syndra here in game number 3, given on how effective that champion was
Yeah.
last time. They were able to D-push really heavily against Flying Squirtle, and all of that burst damage helped to secure what was honestly the game-winning play there around Baron. But I guess that at the end of the day, they saw the Trundle and wanted to do something a little bit different.
The thing is, I wouldn't even be. I think the Syndra works better here than the Cassiopeia because one thing that Syndra does is allowing for disengage. Which, if you have a lot of
Mhm.
champions that want to engage and you want self peel, Syndra is actually not that bad for self peeling. Like, yes, she does have one instance of self peel that then you have to wait for her to actually get it back. But if you deny that potential damage from coming her and she can survive long enough, the others that are engaging then can get the kill on the backline. And I feel like in that regard, Syndra is better than Cassiopeia. Now, Cassiopeia has the thing that if she hits the poison Q, not miasma, the poison, well, the poison on the Q, she can kite around quite easily. The problem is that then if she wants to try and team fight, she's going to have a harder time because of the range. Something that Syndra does have thanks to the extra range that the Scatter of the Weak does give to her. So I feel like if you want more tools to fight, Syndra would have been better here. I think that the Cassiopeia just is a late game insurance, something that maybe the Syndra is not that when you actually think against tank killers. So I think that that's the idea behind this Cassiopeia. But I do agree, I think that the Syndra would have been better.
Yeah, a lot of different options to be sure across the board in terms of like what to pick. But at the end of the day, I'm still not too torn up about how Org Frost have decided to orient their team comp. It's honestly very similar to what we saw in game number 2, and they executed that quite well. I have faith in the Saucy Moss to pop off here, even if it may not be on the champion that we were expecting. Across on the other side, Monster Mash coming through with some nice variation, some familiar faces as well. The Braum and the Trundle, I think, are going to be really solid, is providing a bit more of a front line. I think we're going to see Panzora go for a similar split pushing style, but at least now there's a bit more stability for Monster Mash's side. Trundle is going to be able to do a whole lot in this game. They're going to have great dueling prowess, great ability to invade and start up fights, and I think that as long as we see priority come through in either the mid lane or that bot lane, there's a lot of rotation potential for solid fights in enemy territory.
Yep, 100%. I feel like this works out better to give much more early prowess for the side of PBU without throwing away the late game potential. It does mean that they have less late game power because they are losing another late game monster in the form of the Kindred, but they get the power back in the form of them on the early game, and they still will have late game power. So all in all, I'm not that against this. And like you're pointing out, when you think about what Pansora was doing in the previous game, the 4-man unit, even though I'm not against it, it's a much difficult 4-man unit to execute because you have to play it with 3 carries and 1 tank. So if 1 carry gets picked up, that 4-man unit all of a sudden it's completely screwed up. This time around, you have 2 carries but 2 frontliners, so you have less of a variation in terms of who gets picked up and who doesn't, and less of a chance that if 1 gets picked up, it's the carry. Instead, it's one of the tanks, and you can try and play around it, which I think it's much more valuable for BBU in that regard as well.
And it's always the case that I'm a bit iffy or a bit worried about people going for their support as the sole source of tankiness or their sole source of engage, just because they never are really going to be at parity with a full-on tank that you see being brought into the top lane or the like. So the Trundle here will just help to even out those kinds of speed bumps that Monster Mash has. That being said, all of this is just speculation at the end of the day, TDS. We're going to wait out the rest of the spectator delay and see what comes into actual reality here in game number 3 between these two teams. Hello, friends. It is game number 3 between Valor Bulls United Monster Mash and No Org Frost here in the Aegis Protectors League. We are deep into this quarterfinals session, and we are looking to see who's going to be able to take back a lead in this 5-game series here. Everyone just kind of moving into a classic 5-point, something we actually haven't seen so far in this series. What are you looking for in these opening moments here, TDS?
So the fact that now we're looking for the 5-point here, I want to see who tries to go for a little bit of deep vision if they can. It seems that Nightcreed really wants to get that potential, and that's something that you always value out of your team, right? Because if they can show you where the jungler may start, that's just a whole more that you can get overall. And I'm not against this kind of start from the side of Nowhere Frost, which I think they get a word into the red side jungle, so they should know where the Trundle will start.
Yeah, that's going to be some pretty valuable information given over to No Org Frost. Braum in return will only get a singular auto attack down onto Nightcreed as an answer. Across the map right now, though, things are going to remain relatively tame as we move into the laning phase. Trundle will be starting topside of the map, and so this will give a little bit of pause for thought for the Kaisa and the Nautilus. They can't push too hard or they may get ganked early.
Yeah, it also shows that the Sejuani is starting on top side, which means that we will potentially get a contest in the bot side for the first Scuttle Crab, in which case I think that VBU should have the advantage, because I don't think that Cassio should have pushed the Victor so early on. Now, it seems like she potentially could be winning that, but the first fight down during the bot lane could be interesting to see.
Yeah, and already things gonna start up.
Ooh.
Nightcreed loves hitting those early hooks, but so far things are remaining relatively even. Braum passive does a whole lot to isolate out Nautilus, and that will be a little bit of damage dropped by Archer in turn. That being said, Runeterra MVP remaining unscathed.
Ooh, the hook once again. And once again, they get the level 2 advantage in the bot lane. They try to opt into the level 2, and they don't really get it, the potential there, because of the hook failing. But all in all, I really like to watch that kind of aggression stay up from the side of Nowhere Frost. This is what they need to keep on doing. Also, importantly, I want to point out a little bit, and it's that even though I think that Braum potentially has a better early game prowess than that of the Alistar, especially because of the shield, it's still not a champion that you see often paired up with the Tristana, and the reasoning is that Braum doesn't necessarily is an engager. So it means that you don't really get the most value out of Tristana's bomb engage, which is one of the things that you pick her up for.
I totally agree. You're really limited in your engage potential on Islamic Samurai's champion. The best you could hope for is going for something like Braum W onto a minion and then drop like a point blank Q down onto one of the champions to start off the fight. But that's very, very difficult, and that's a lot of abilities already being used when you could be giving that tankiness over to Archer.
Yeah, or the flash auto into Q, which you get them easier proc of the passive, but it does mean that you have to command your flash, and if you fail a little bit of the flashback, the gauge essentially is completely pulled. So it's harder to pull off with the Braum. It's not impossible, but it's not something that it's typically seen. Also, to quickly point out, the bot lane got the push off, so the Trundle was about to contest the Scuttle Crab, but great timing by Paco Paul. He forces the Scuttle Crab, and it means that it's just an advantage for the Sejuani. She's ahead of the Trundle in terms of farm. She's also going already towards the top side, so she can get a double Scuttle Crabbing start this game.
Yeah, that's a really difficult start for the Trundle for sure. They want to take those fights, and unfortunately, the movement that we're seeing from No Org Frost's various lanes has just been super valuable. There's that W in we were talking about. Islamic Samurai wants to start something off here, and the stun does go down onto Nautilus. The flash will be forced out. Flying Squirtle in the area. But at the end of the day, that pillar will not do enough to continue that fight, as Vrang is getting poked down by the Saucy mid. At the same time, though, the Cassiopeia doesn't have a lot of mana left.
Yeah, this is kind of the obvious downside from the Cassio. Oh, wait!
Yeah, Islamic Samurai getting ignited super low right here. Even with that shield, it will not be enough to save the Braum. First Blood going over to the side of No Org Frost. Runeterra MVP gonna flash forward. They want more. Archer forced to use their own flash to get away from that one at just a sliver of health left.
Yeah, and just to notice, this time around, Archer is taking the exhaust as well, which means that now, without either exhaust nor flash, he's going to be a sitting duck, or more easily to pull off sitting duck than any other champion just because of the hook. And we have seen Nightcreed hit those hooks onto Archer really consistently this series. So it's going to be worrisome for Archer all in all. But great engage, great re-engage actually by Nightcreed. Get great first blood that they got in the bot side, and they are controlling this bot lane so well from the side of Norwalk Frost, even having almost a 20 CS lead on the Tristana.
Yeah, you can say that again. This is a really solid start for No Org Frost's bottom lane, and across the map, they're honestly doing pretty darn well for themselves, which has translated over into a 1,000 gold lead at 5 minutes. Gragas is taking a bit of poke, but he has hit level 6 before Panzora has, and in turn, Gas Healer has a little bit more freedom to push these waves in and play aggressively.
Yeah, he did lose the cannon, so I'm going to hold him accountable for that. How can you miss the cannon? But but all in all, like you're just pointing out, he's doing quite fine. He even gets the push here. He's ahead of CS4 now, so all in all, Gasler are doing a really nice job. And it's important to notice as well the fact that Flying Squirtle really didn't achieve much right now. Like when you actually think about it, he hasn't gotten a lot done even with that first gang, which means that Sejuani is really cruising by at this point in the game.
Yeah, this is one of those speed bumps we were talking about earlier coming to fruition for Monster Mash. I wish that we would see a little bit more confrontation from Flying Squirtle, but they just haven't been able to get it anywhere across the map. That being said, Monster Mash will go bot side and try to pick up this first dragon.
Yeah, this is a good first dragon to get. It's the Infernal Dragon. Now, obviously, it's not quite impacting as if you have the Infernal Soul, but it's a nice point of advantage that you can have. And for a composition that is much more drive to get towards the late game, getting the first dragon is always nice, because it means that the timer for the game needs to go longer if the game devolves into a dragon win condition. So all in all, not a bad advantage that they do get, but they are still behind in gold, which I think for their composition, it's not ideal, but it's not bad either. As long as they don't get even more gold deficit.
Yeah, it's really going to be up to the next few fights to determine the state of the game. If Monster Mash are able to pick up some kills here and there and put themselves into the driver's seat early on, they will be able to put a lot more pressure back down onto No Org Frost. But for the time being, they're just going to have to give up some positioning across the map, especially due to the fact that Runeterra MVP and Nightcreed are nearing onto level 6, and they have a big ability to power spike and engage against the enemy composition.
Yeah, that is going to be an important point, because at level 6, I think we saw it in the first game, where as soon as the Nautilus gets the level 6, just engages in and is able to kill the enemy support. Now, Islamic Samurai has the advantage that the shield will prevent burst damage from destroying him immediately, but if they move around, if they are able to collapse onto someone that is not that safe, then that should be a potential first kill that we were not really expecting all in all. And we're seeing Nightbreed begin to move, something that he did in the previous game, which I really liked, and I hope that he keeps on repeating that onto other lanes.
Yeah, for sure. A bit of a pause coming out here. Looks like Archer may be having some connection issues, but we're going to get that sorted right out here. We also have some interesting items starting to get built. TDS, one of the things to note is that Runeterra MVP on that Kaisa is just going to go for the much more traditional AD carry build. They got the Noon Quiver completed, and they did not start to the game with that tier that oftentimes we've been seeing things start with on that champion.
Yeah, I think that tier feels like now it's an item forced into the AP build. I wouldn't be mad against opting into the tier, because I feel like it's actually such a great item overall if you can make use of the Manamune. So I feel like it should be much more considered. But all in all, I think it's fine. It's the buffering pause that happens always after the boss, so it just happened. Okay, so I think that we haven't, like, we're back to the spot where we know where the Nightbreed is, so we didn't miss anything important.
Yeah, I think that we're just going to reset the timer here a little bit, and we are progressing through the game swimmingly for the time being. Yeah, and right now, things are looking pretty stable here across the map. We do get that movement from Nightcreed up into the mid lane, but Vrang is just not going to do much besides give a bit of priority over to the Saucy Moss, and things are going to continue to remain relatively stable. Flying Squirtle coming in, maybe trying to start this fight off a bit, and that will be flash burnt against the Saucy Moss, but it doesn't matter. Flying Squirtle is going to be able to pick that one up. a kill going to be answered back by Monster Mash, and they will come out of that one, evening up the score at 1-1.
So as soon as Pillar comes down, Flash should be the option. Now, I respect if you... I don't think you should take this. It's 4v3.
Yeah, this is a little bit chaotic for sure. Paka Paul is going to get the kill down onto Islamic Samurai. Flying Squirtle is going to continue to stand in the brunt of the damage, and that's a double-double for Paka Paul. Runeterra MVP finally going to be taken out here, and Archer will answer back with 2 kills of their own. Scary situation for sure for both sides, but things are going to remain even at the end of the day. 3-2-3 across the map, but a slight gold lead over to Norwalk Frost.
Yeah, luckily it doesn't mean that Norwalk Frost will lose the lead for them, because that would be so bad. But I don't understand why we have seen so many instances of team forcing a number disadvantage fights where you clearly will not win. Like, yes, the Kaisa is ahead, it has a good lead, but the victory is strong as well. I'm pretty sure even without ultimate in that fight, he actually deals a lot of damage. And it's not like you kill immediately either Flying Squirtle or Islamic Samurai. So you just opt yourself into a bad fight that ends up going in favor of the side of VBU. And you give away 2 kills to Tristana that was so bad in lane. But look at that. She got the Noon Quiver, she got a pickaxe, she got the boots and a dagger. All of a sudden, she's equal to the Kaisa. So it just feels so strange watching those advantages being given away for the side of VBU without actually being needed to be given away.
Yeah, most definitely. This is their way back into this early game, and this is the priority given over to the right champions. You want that kill on Flying Squirtle. You want those kills onto Archer. So things are beginning to pick up once again for Monster Mash, and we are looking at about a minute for the next Dragon spawns. If they're able to stack this one up, or perhaps even win a fight around that, things are going to be going firmly into their favor.
That is true. The only thing that I would be worried about is if they are unlucky enough to pull off the RNG Dragon, Cloud Dragon against them. But apart from that, like, stacking those dragons is going to be really, really important. And they're not in a bad spot in terms of how they can fight. The only problem is that Kaisa has Dragon Slayer already, and Tristana doesn't. So it's the only thing that I would think about against opting into this fight, just because of how strong the Kaisa is. And if it's equal number fight, I can see them losing.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's going to be up to positioning and whether or not a pick come through, I think, in order to decide how this will play out, or even if Monster Mash want to contest this and try to go up to 2-0 for the Drake count. Night Queen and Paka Paul already in River, though, getting that priority started, and it looks like they want to begin to pick up that dragon here. No real contestation. It looks like a handshake across the map as Flying Squirtle of Ring up topside and going to grab that Rift Herald in turn.
Yeah, answering with the Rip Herald, I don't think it's a bad choice. Like we were pointing out, I think that with the Kaisa having the Kraken Slayer, she's way too strong for you to try and force the fight. So I feel like it's much smarter to opt into the Rip Herald, put a lot of gold into the hands of Benzora once again, allow for him to split push out of control, and try and keep the control of the game on your side.
Yeah, if we see a repetition of what happened in game 2, where we got a dive topside against Gas Stealer and they went down, which in turn cascaded into 2 towers being taken for Panzora and Flying Squirtle, that could be the ticket towards a quick victory here, or at least a continual pressure across the map. That being said, we have an engaged bot side right here. We see the Glacial Chasm being used by Islamic Samurai to get the knock up and peel off of Archer, and they will in fact be able to make it back towards turret alive.
That was a great hook. I'm surprised we didn't see Runeterra MVP opting to use the Killer Instinct on the side to get a lot of body out of the potential Q and then the art attacks, but nicely played by Islamic Samurai to use the ultimate on the opposite side to get the knock up onto Runeterra MVP, and then the ulti by Archer. They get out of that without committing any summoners, so all in all, I think that not a bad trade for them. And with the top lane being pushed by Pansora as well as Flying Squirtle being on the area, I think we may see the Herald play as you were talking about.
Oh yeah, for sure. That being said, Pack-a-Paul in the area may make that a little bit more difficult for Flying Squirtle and Panzora. Sion is going to continue to push this wave in, but Gasio is going to hold firm, hold steady.
Yeah, I don't like that play out of Flying Squirtle, if I'm honest. Because you had 30 seconds, when the Trundle was there, you still had 30 seconds for plates. Now you're going to use the Herald for essentially nothing. Like, you may get a turret, but this is the whole purpose of getting the Herald pre-15 minutes, or pre-14 minutes. the plates. If you don't use it, you lose way too much value, and the Herald actually doesn't imply that much. Like, it's not actually that great if you don't get the plates early on. So I'm not in favor of the decision from Flying Squirtle, and honestly, I feel like you should have just put it on the top lane. Giving the gold to Pansora is not a bad idea. Oh, great catch.
No, I totally agree. Panzora getting hit quite a bit by the tower here, but they are going to try to channel a full Q. It is going to be interrupted in turn, though. Gas Stealer with the solo bolo down into the Hull Breaker Scion. That's a scary thing to watch out for sure. And maybe things would have turned a little bit different if Flying Squirrel did in fact stay in the area to contest or drop that Rift Herald. It's a bit unfortunate what's going on for Monster Mash right there, as this is not going to be as much gold funneled over to this champion. Panzara really wants to hit that second item power spike so that they're going to be able to match that raw stats from the Rift Maker with some actual tankiness going through from something like a Sunfire Aegis.
Yeah, like I feel like he needs something to have much more survivability. Like, it's not like you get that. Oh wait, Sasimos, I think is that. Yep.
Yeah, once again, same kind of play coming through there in the mid lane. Cassiopeia going to 0-2. A big shift from what we saw in game number 2 when the Sasimos was on Syndra. This just means that Vrang, even though they haven't actually secured any of these kills yet, is going to be a huge threat. 0-4. They got the Lost Chapter completed up against a fully completed Leandries, but I'm sure they're going to have a lot waiting for them after they get this back off.
Yeah, the reason why it's just the Lost Chapter is the fact that there's no boots on the Cassiopeia, but... Oh!
Yeah, dramatic fight outside of that. Ultimate's already used by both of the supports. Islamic Samurai trying to chase after Runeterra MVP. Archer's gonna grab that one, and now Night Creed, who was originally trying to get something done against the Tristana, is gonna have to kite their way back. They're gonna try to go in with that dredge line, but in turn, they're only going to be punished for their efforts. Islamic Samurai has gotten their first passive proc off, and they're gonna try to continue to get this into a stun. Islamic Samurai going to stand behind me to peel away, and Archer will go on a rampage.
Oh, on the other side, Pansora should be dying.
Yeah, you would hope with the Scion. He still has his passive up, so Pakapala has to play this real safely here. Scion will fall, and Gas Stealer's going to try to CC up his dead body as much as possible. And I think in turn, Panzora is just going to answer that with clearing out this minion wave as much as they can.
Yeah, collecting the consolation prize, killing the Scion, because they lose 4 members in the map, or 3 members. The Sejuani didn't die, but losing 3 members on the other side of the map. Sosimos, like you're pointing out, not finding quite the impact out of the Cassiopeia that he find with the Syndra, and there's a problem with the Cassiopeia. Yes, she's a great late game carry, but we talked about this, and I feel it's my fault for not bringing it up at the current moment. But the pillar is such a huge factor in making the Cassiopeia's life a living hell. And if I was the one playing the Cassiopeia, I would hate the fact I'm against a Trundle. Because one pillar screws you over completely, in every sense. So it's just so bad to be playing Cassiopeia against a Trundle in this game. And if you don't flash preemptively, you're just going to get killed, like we have seen multiple times. Now, on the bot lane, I really like the idea of the engage, but the exhaust coming in clutch by Archer, and the fact that he gets the kill as well into the Kai'Sa means that he survives quite easily. Oh!
Yeah, the fight's going to go down. Islamic Samurai, a bit caught out, will use their ultimate in order to ensure that knockups come through, but Pakapal's going to kill Vrang, and now the collapse is real for No Orc Cross. They're running down everyone on the enemy team. Sasimos finally going to kill Flying Squirtle. A double up for Pakapal, and that is going to be a shutdown as well. All of a sudden, Sasimos comes alive right there and is going to help kill 4 members of the enemy team. Huge turnaround for No Orc Cross as they're going to try to grab Dragon number 2 for themselves.
Yeah, and great timing onto the fight. Important that they pull it off, and crucial that they do it in the way that they did, because like you pointed out, Sasimos gets 2 kills, but it's because everyone is clustered into a place and they cannot go for the Cassiopeia. Like, the Cassiopeia will get value there because not only your team did engage, you have the numbers advantage as well. So it's quite hard for them that if they get engaged, they cannot disengage. And this is a problem that VBU presented in the previous game and this game as well. They are the ones opting for the fight in a 5v4 situation because they know that Cassiopeia has teleport. That's nothing new. That's 100% something that they should know. And the Cassiopeia just commits teleport. In comparison, Pansora doesn't. Like, importantly, Pansora, I don't think he would commit teleport in a way, but he didn't even have teleport, so he cannot join the fight. So the fact that they are the ones starting it up for a dragon that they realistically don't need to fight for, in a situation that it's 4 against 4 and then 5v4 quite immediately, it's just so questionable for BBU, and it's a problem that we have seen in this game and in the last game. They are opting for things that they don't need to opt for at all.
Dress cracks showing for sure here, and No Org Frost is doing a great job of exploiting them. They are calling the bluffs for Monster Mash and taking the fights in earnest, and it's really beginning to show out. It is currently a kill score of 6-9 in favor of NOF, and while we do see an attempt at the Rift Herald top side for Monster Mash, at the end of the day, right now the lead is firmly in the grasp of the red team.
Yeah, right now it's much more on the favor of the red team. They have the lead. They still need to pull it up a little bit more. I think that having another 1k gold lead added to the already lead that they have, it's going to be crucial for them. But this guy's is so strong. Cassiopeia already hitting 2 items. The Sejuani is becoming tankier and tankier. And I think it's important how little the Sion has been able to chip already. Like, yes, he got the sideline turret, but it's something that we saw in the previous game before 20 minutes. So the fact that he just got it in that previous fight, it's not that bad for Nowhere Frost. Like, realistically, as long as the base is not open, everything is perfect for Nowhere Frost.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here, and they are also ahead in itemization across the map right now. Pack-a-Paul at Sunfire Aegis as well as Fimbulwinter is just going to be such a huge meat shield to try to work through. And sure, you do have Subjugate on Flying Squirtle, but unfortunately, you're just far behind enough in terms of your damage output that I think that you're just going to get melted down by the likes of Saucy Moss and company before you're really able to put the hurt onto the enemy team. Islamic Samurai also just not able to do a whole lot against this composition. Sure, knockups come through and whatnot, but the burst damage is unfortunately not cresting yet for Monster Mash, and so they are going to have some long roads ahead of them in order to try to come back into this.
Yeah, like they still have the timer factor in the sense that they just need to get towards 30 minutes where they get 2 items on almost everyone, even 2.5 or 3 items on some of the members, especially the carries. They should be able to get towards that 3 item mark around the 30-minute mark. But it's like you're pointing out, it's quite difficult for them in the sense that if they opt into fights and are the ones that are forcing the fights, it's going to be really difficult for them. Their composition needs to play around disengage and also long fights. Like, I'm talking about longer than 5 to 7 second fight, like longer than that. They need to play around the 10-second mark for fights, because shorter fights are really good for the side of Nora Frost. Kaisa uses the Killer Instinct to get in, and that is a lot of benefit for them. The Cassiopeia gets her first rotation of spells, especially the ultimate, which is so valuable. And then the tanks are the ones that use their ultimates at the start of fight. After that, they are much more sitting dogs, which is easier for them BBU to try and play the longer fights. But I feel like BBU needs to understand this to be able to pull it off. Like, I think that that's the first step. Because if not, if the fight devolves to what we saw in the previous Dragon, it's going to be a run in the park for Nowhere Frost, in all honesty.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to watch out for, and given the fact that they're already at 2 dragons and have a really solid comp that can scale up and become powerhouses, Nowhere Frost are really going to look to take some priority over the spot side river, as we got about 40 seconds before an Ocean Drake.
For the next Ocean Drake, so it's going to be important. Ooh, great pillar.
Yeah, that pillar really nice stopping Pack-a-Paul's engage against Archer and Islamic Samurai. Brain bot side trying to catch some waves up against Gas Dealer, and meanwhile the Saucy Moss is having to deal with the Might of Panzora thundering down top lane. The Rift Herald yeah, the Herald is also here for the side of Monster Mash, and so it really is going to be a case of Panzora trying to crack this inhibitor. Meanwhile, a fight's going to happen in the mid lane. Flying Squirrel already super low, and that is going to be Runeterra MVP taking out the Trundle in turn. Huge Tristana ult to help peel away Night Creed and company, though. But at the end of the day, with no jungler on the map, this is going to be Nowhere Frost easily collapsing down onto their 3rd dragon.
Yeah, they have the enemy jungler dead, so which means that it's such an easy fight for them to actually opt into. The Herald doesn't even get the push, so it's a wasted Herald. And Saucy Moss, in comparison to the Syndra in the previous game, and I think that this is actually, this could have been a reason why they opted into the Cassiopeia instead of the Syndra this game. The Cassiopeia actually destroys the Sion. Like, 1v1.
100%, yeah.
If you get one poison tick, it's half the health of the Sion. So, especially if the Sion doesn't even have a lot of resistances because he went for the whole breaker. So, I think that if this is the case, I think it's much smarter from the side of Nowhere Frost. And then, about the fight that happened in the mid lane, I think the Flying Squirtle, even though he wanted to clear some of the vision that was there, I really, really hate the fact that he's doing that because we saw the pillar. The pillar is actually so crucial to stop this kind of engages. So if you're opting into trying to go for those plays without the pillar, it's so hard for them to be able to disengage and run away. And the Kai'Sa is super strong at this point. You cannot survive the engage of the Kai'Sa like we just saw. Also, to give credit to the Kai'Sa, I love how she played around the ultimate of the Braum because that would just meant that it was going to be easier to play to kill the Trundle and then move into our next pick.
Yeah, there's a lot of things coming up in favor of No Org Frost, and while individual members of Monster Mash are playing pretty darn well, it's going to be really, really tough to match up against the might of what is now a 3-item Cassiopeia. We saw the fight go in favor of No Org Frost around that early dragon without the Cassiopeia even there, and now they're going to look to try to actually collapse with them around the Baron. Teleport's being channeled by everyone. Pakapala going to knock out Archer with an incredible ultimate now, but this is a big death ball for Monster Mash as they're going to collapse down. Victor will get a kill. The Saucy Moss, though, going to answer right back, go on a killing spree of their own, hiding across the far side of the wall, is trying to kite out the Victor, but Vrang is popping off. Even at the end of the day, it is a double-double for Cassiopeia, but Flying Squirtle and Panzora are still alive. Pakapal trying to run for the hills, and at the end of the day, that somehow remains even.
Yeah, and that was one of the best fights for the side of VBU. Importantly for one particular thing, remember when we saw in the previous Dragon fight, before the third Dragon obviously, the previous Dragon fight, how there was a numbers advantage for the side of No Org Frost. This time around it's the opposite. Gas Dealer didn't TP into the fight, so he was a little bit late onto arrival, and that means that the side of No Org Frost actually wasn't at disadvantage. So even though the Kai'Sa is so far ahead and has so much items and so much power, she was in a tough spot. Nightcree tried to do as much as possible to get the Kai'Sa to survive, but the Kai'Sa was in a bad spot. She then flashes in to try and get a kill onto Archer, but that just puts her even in a worse spot. Oh no.
Huge catch out of Flying Squirtle by Nightcree. That was a great hook being used, but a pillar will help to peel himself away from the rest of No Org Frost. Islamic Samurai also in the area to help assist in that venture.
Yeah, luckily it's the disengage there so nobody dies. And importantly, I also want to say, importantly in the previous fight, the gold value, the gold deficit shrink because for the next dragon, the side of VBU needs that gold disadvantage to be not farther than 2000 gold. Like they actually need to be able to fight that dragon.
Yeah, it's definitely true. This is a bit of an awkward battle to be had in turn. We're seeing No Org Frost really asserting a lot of pressure over this topside river. They want to get vision of Baron, but it's also important to know that we are 1.5 minutes away from this. And at a soul, Pakapal going to go in alongside the rest of the team here. Islamic Samurai taking up quite a bit of damage. He's going to use his W to get out of this one. Nightcree not able to hit a hook for the re-engage, but this is a huge catch out. Pakapal is going to get shut down. Ruterra is going to get a kill in turn, but it doesn't matter. The triple is coming through for the Kai'Sa now. There's the knockup by Panzora against Gas Dealer, but he is just going to be happy tanking it up all day long as we see Ruterra MVP move back away from the rest of the team. So far, it is going to be a 4-for-3 across the map. And the question is now, how is everyone going to get back onto the playing field in order to try to get down to this dragon?
So it's 20 seconds for the Syndra, for the Cassiopeia, 15 for Pakapal. Nightcree is almost up as well. The only one that should not be here for the fight is Gas Dealer. I think that this should be a dragon for BBU, because 5v4, we just saw it. You cannot force that fight. Even with important cooldowns down, Kai'Sa, as stronger as she is, even though she just completed the IE, you cannot force a bad fight with this Kai'Sa. Because if she dies, that's not only potentially the dragon dying as well and losing a lot of gold, but that can be Baron. Like, I feel like the Kai'Sa is one of the main factors in losing Baron and not losing Baron. And I feel like they need to be careful about how they opt into this fight. This would be smart. This is really smart if they opt into this.
Yeah, this is a great rotation over from No Org Frost. They realize that Monster Mash is going to try to scramble the Jets over towards the dragon, but they're going to already start busting down this Baron in turn. They are going to have vision of it, but at the end of the day, that is going to be No Org Frost grabbing it relatively unscathed. And while we will see Monster Mash stopping an early soul for coming through, This is a worrisome situation to be in for sure. All of a sudden, Panzora has far less priority across the map, and these waves pushing in can easily lead to big team fights for NOF.
Yeah, so just to start, I love the idea. It's such a nice call, especially because they don't need this. They don't need the dragon to fight the dragon. They have 3 already, so they are not in any way in need of that soul. The Baron is one of the best ways for them to try and force the game, like we saw in the previous game, because this is one of their strongest spots. Like, we're seeing how the side of VBU are turning out around fights already, so they need this kind of asteroid to try and push into the base and open up the map. Also, to quickly point out, Victor sold Crown. He traded for the entries, which obviously is a smarter choice. I'm just surprised that he actually committed for that, but
yeah,
I'm
that is such a
glad he
gold
actually
loss.
changed it.
Yeah, 70% gold buyback, I believe, on those completed items is always difficult, but hopefully this will allow for Frank to carry a bit more at the end of the day.
Like, it's a lot of damage that you get extra, and I feel like if you, with Crown, if you are opting for the Crown as Victor and he gets popped, you're already dead. He's in a bad spot here, by the way. Like, he's at a really bad spot.
Yeah, this is a solid push down mid for No Frost, but they aren't really finding the way in quite yet. That's a big pillar to cause some discord in the back line, but we aren't really seeing a means by which Monster Mash is able to get in onto the enemy team here, and so for the time being, they're just going to have to wave clear under tower.
It's fine for them. It's an ulti down. They cannot keep up the push just yet, and if you look at the map, this is the only link that is getting pushed in reality. Like, bot lane now, I think Cassiopeia will opt into that.
Oh, that was a huge Scion ult to start this one off. Panzora is going to go and translate that into a huge Q. Archer is going to get the first kill to start this one off. And that is Kaisa down. All of a sudden, Monster Mash comes alive. And they're going to red face across the rest of the team. Come on and slam. Welcome to the jam. Pickapall is going to have to book their way away, but that is going to be Snake Girl falling in turn. So that is going to be a 3-for-0 coming through. Monster Mash taking a lot of solid Baron buffs off the board, and they're going to march this down mid and at least grab a single tower.
The moment they saw Cassiopeia moving away, they decide to engage. Great engage by Panzora, even though his build doesn't allow for being that tanky in teamfights, he gets such a massive engage. Great team fighting by VBU, and this is the advantage that you get out of a 5v5 front-to-back teamfight composition. They
and
get
I totally
onto
forgot about the... Oh, sorry, you go.
No, I mean, I'm actually more noted. They are going for the end.
Yeah, incredible pushes. We see how fast these turrets gets melted by the Trundle and by the Scion, and Packapall will kill Flying Squirtle, but that's both Nexus turrets going down, and they're going to smack the Nexus to about half health. Panzora sent running for the hills, though. Vrang is also going to be taken out, so this will be a lot of gold traded back over to No Org Frost. The triple so far for Runeterra MVP. Can they grab the Quadra here? And at the end of the day, no, that shutdown will go over to Packapall, but that's a huge wipe across the map. A lot taken in turn, though.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, focus the turrets. You're going for an end game push. Get the turrets, not the champions. They are not worth. Now, namely, I do want to say Pokeball played that really well to buy enough time, but that was one of their best chances to close out the game. Importantly, though, Scion has teleport. So
yeah,
if they
Panzora has that teleport.
There is a Nexus.
There's a ward in the base, too. He has ultimate up. This is totally doable.
Is it a normal? No, it's a
blue ward. Yeah,
they cannot defeat that. But the minions are there.
The minions are there, in fact. Yeah, we got 11 seconds to see what Panzora decides to do. That being said, I'm really liking the call by Norcross to push deep into the base. This is their way to try to push back and prevent the Scion from being able to go topside in the map and try to ult towards their own Nexus. Huge Fracas starting off with a shutdown going over towards the Trundle, and here comes Panzora. Choo-choo train coming down, and it's going to be another kill. This is going to be super difficult from No Frost to come back from as we see the double-double over to Vrang. Runeterra MVP and Saucy Moss know that they cannot die here. They need to get back to the base and work as D push here if they want any chance of surviving. Pillar coming out though, Flying Squirrel trying to move forward. Kaisa backing and push will get stopped by the Braum Q, and now the Trundle's right on top of them. The shutdown going through, and is only Saucy Moss left alive. They'll take down Flying Squirtle and try to slither their way back towards their own base, but this is a huge push. Things are being thrown left and right here, TDS, and it's anyone's game still.
Yeah, so Panzora should have already won this game because there was a wave on top and they were winning the fight without Panzora, so he should have just have TP'd. But it doesn't matter. They still have the advantage. Open Nexus is still up. They will get this dragon, so no soul either. This game is lasting a little bit longer than it needed, but all in all, they solve the push once again. They don't lose that much. So this is such a chaotic game, but VBU are in such a great spot. Like the gold lead doesn't show it, but right now VBU is in a better spot than the side of Nowhere Frost in reality. And they just need one TP from Sion and it's game over. Not even that.
Yeah,
They just
that
need
is
Sion to run
true.
in.
You have to be very judicious about how you clear out these waves for no Org Frost in order to ensure that Scion can't just run into your base and smack away at the Nexus. Panzora waiting in the wings, really looking for a way in here. But at the same time, one team fight either way, and those are only two Nexus
Yeah.
turrets left standing between No Org Frost and Victory as well. So there's a lot to watch out for on both sides here. Things balancing on a razor's edge for sure, and the Baron is going to be coming back up in but 3 seconds.
I love this from Pansora so much. Like this is how he should be. Like
He's
he
playing
shouldn't be
stealth
at all.
mode, baby.
Yeah, he shouldn't be at all part of a fight. As soon as you see 5 members in the map from Nowhere Frost, you commit for that win. You have the build to try and kill the Nexus because he
And
went
Monster-
for Breaker.
Yeah, and Monster Mash is doing such a good job of pulling priority away from the rest of the map. We see the ult come through, and while Baron is going down, this is going to force the teleports out of No Org Frost. Ruterra MVP is going to get the kill down onto Archer as the rest of the team tries to crash in, but I think that this is just going to be Panzora taking down the Nexus. Nobody is here to stop them. Incredible sacrifice by the rest of Monster Mash to allow for the hero play, and Panzora is going to grab this, bringing his team to 2-1.
So Pansora was about I was worried. And Pansora gets the win. Like that was what should have happened in the previous game, by the way. Just ulti in with the Sion, crush into the turrets, win the game. This time it does happen, but what a chaotic game out of the side of out of both teams. In all honesty, I think that there was a clear moment that there was a good chance for Norwalk Frost to win the game. But as soon as we hit close to 30 minutes, like the composition showcases, it's a better front to back. It has its better scaling. It was bound to happen. Really nice game by BBU at the end. I think much more so than in the first 20 minutes, and being able to bring it back so that they could win the game.
Yeah, for sure. Incredible plays across the map. And I really have to applaud Monster Mash for their incredible ability to dictate vision and draw No Org Frost up towards that Baron pit. I really think that the entirety of NOF thought that the Scion was with them topside of the map, when in all reality, he was on a stealth mission through bot. He was moving from bush to bush, hiding from those minion waves, and he managed to find a way in for sure. Exciting, ecstatic end to this game. Number 3, and it'll be fascinating to see where the series goes from here. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we will be back with game number 4.
Everybody panic. Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to game number 4 between Valor Bulls United Monster Mash and No Org Frost here in the Aegis Protectors League. It has been back and forth for sure, not only in terms of the win rates of these teams, but in terms of the games themselves. Incredible, exciting finish to game number 3 here, and we got a lot more still ahead of us for sure. Looks like we're getting the same exact bans as before, but this time the Scion is what's knocked out by VBU.
I need to know this. So if BBU has a coach, I wanna talk to the coach because I need to understand this. Why would you like they ban away the Scion to get the urn, but in the previous game they ban away the urn to get the Scion? I think I'm blanking on something here. There's something I clearly don't know because this just feels so random. But hey, okay, I'll keep that up for later on. Now, urn first pick means that in most cases, Brom is the answer to that because of the shield, which is really logical. And I love if they opt into this pairing because one thing, well, I'll wait for it to actually get picked here, so I'll talk a little bit about the Brom. I think Brom overall is a nice pick to have in most situations, especially because even though the Brom is a much more disengaged potential kind of champion, it's not like you cannot opt for engage on other sides, and he's actually a great follow-up engage. Like, he's great for follow-up, he's not great to start things. Now I can talk about the Lucian. I love the Lucian Brom pairing because to me, Lucian, after his changes, he has two pairings in tank supports that he can opt for, which are Brom and Alistar, because those two actually proc the passive. So I really like that they are opting into what benefits the Lucian much more. And I think that for bot lane, it's actually a great power spike early on. Are they opting into Tristan again? Oh, okay. I like the
Yeah,
change.
quite the change up here. I would imagine that this is going to be a Galio support going into the hands of Islamic Samurai, just because I think Vrang is going to try to take Victor whenever they are able to do so. We've seen them pop off on the champion quite a bit here. So Galio support into Braum Lucian is not something I've seen a whole lot, but I would imagine that given your innate tankiness and your ability to get those taunts off, it should be a relatively decent answer, and the Tristana once again going to come through for Archer.
So we have seen 4 games from Archer, being Tristana. I'm surprised a little bit that we're opted into the same champion all time. What I'm surprised of is the fact that they didn't opt into an engage board. Now, this can still be a Galumid, but I'm much more of a fan of opting into a tank engage board because I think that Tristana gets much more value of that. And even though Galio does have engage, I think that it's not the best pairing with Tristana. If I'm honest, I'm really not a fan out of this. And now you also, as BB, are incentivized into opting into engage because if you don't have someone to use the hero's entrance from the Galio, then you're losing a lot of value out of this champion already.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point here. Tom Kench going to round out the selections for No Org Frost here in the first pick section. I really like this champion. I think that it has definitely diminished in power and therefore priority in its picks as a top side champion. But at the end of the day, when you're up against something like the Ornn, you're able to bully them, you're able to get a lot of priority, and you will still be monstrously tanky as we move into the mid and late game. You'll just have so much of an ability to work as a front line for that team. So I really like it here. The Kindred ban and the Karthus ban going to be the first things knocked off the table for VBU and NOF. And the Jarvan really mixing things up here. It looks like they're actually trying to pinch away the jungler's pool for once. No Org
I think
Frost,
we saw it
different
once.
ban philosophy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we saw it once, and I think it worked for No Work Frost. But I feel like this is a nice attempt, like you're pointing out, at clearing out the junglers, and this also means there's a potential here. But Temkinch can still be flex, like you can still play it in the jungle. Jungle Temkinch is not that bad, but I would expect it to go into the top side, like you're pointing out, especially because even though Ornn can solo kill some champions, it's not that typical, especially if you know how to play around it. And Tamkench is a champion that is really, really hard to kill. So I feel like in the top lane wouldn't be that bad. Now, Victor gets taken away for the first time from BBU. So we're going to see a variation from Brang for the first time. We're going to see something here from him. And I like the Victor in this composition, by the way. This is a champion that has been banned, I think, most of the series. So I like that they are taking away, and I think it works quite well with the late game potential, especially with the poke as well, because even though the Braum has the shield, he has to time it correctly for the Ornn, which means that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Corki to blow it up. Ooh. Huh,
Ooh.
the Gwen.
Man, we're really throwing back to earlier on in the season here, TDS. Corky, the
Yeah.
champion that got nerfed, got reworked and tweaked a little bit there in terms of that timing on the package. That has kind of seen him
No.
slump away from selections in pro and competitive play. And similarly, Gwen Jungle, originally a terror, has been reduced in power quite a bit with that range reduction. So these are some cool choices coming through, a little bit of a throwback as it were, and it looks like it's going to be a Trundle to answer them.
I'm glad that it wasn't Lee Sin, because Lee Sin would have been so bad in this composition. You pick Lee Sin into a Galio voluntarily. That would be dumb, like legitimately dumb. Now the Trundle, it's not the greatest of picks in this kind of comp. I think the main value will come from stealing the stats out of Horn and Galio, and the pillar to bother quite a lot the Gwen and the Corki, as well as
Mhm.
the pillar actually does interrupt a lot of the other interactions like the Yorn ultimate. It can interrupt. It can interrupt as well the what is called the rocket jump from the Tristana. So I'm not against the Trundle for that value as well. But he needs to find a lot of power in the early stages. He needs to put a lot of pressure onto the win, because I think once again VBU has a better late game composition. They have a
Mhm.
better front to back team fighting composition for the late stages, and Nordic Frost spikes quite well in the mid game. I think that the Victor is going to be a better version of the Cassiopeia in the sense that it scales better, and it's going to find much more value than the Cassiopeia because he doesn't need to run into the enemy composition, and he can play around his range. But it's still a hard game for Nordic Frost because they still have a lot of champions that are that have low reach in the form of the Lucian, the Braum, the Temkinch, and the Trundle. And Corki and Tristana have a lot of range. So it's going to be
Mhm.
quite hard for them to play around this. But I think that this is still is I think the first time that we are actually seeing a 5v5 front to back composition against a 5v5 front to back composition in the series.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. No more crazy Scion plays to be had this time, unfortunately. But at the same time, it is always nice to just get those kind of chaotic movements into the river, and then we will see the Horn be called and things will start off in earnest. And while I do agree that this range advantage is definitely going to be pushing Monster Mash into a favorable situation a lot of the time, Norward Frost has the ability to get on to players and stick to them
Yeah.
pretty darn well. Trundle dropping that W with that pillar is just going to prevent VBU from really being able to peel these champions away from their carries. Similarly, Abyssal Dive from Tom Kench can just do so much in order to prevent anyone on Monster Mash from really staying on the periphery of these engages.
Yeah. I feel like there's a lot of points that needs to be addressed from the side of Nordic Frost if they want to have an easier time going, like not necessarily to win, but have an easier time doing that, right? Like
Mhm.
we're pointing out, the Trundle needs to have a lot of pillars that are impactful. They need to utilize the Temkinch as a good frontliner, much more so than you would play him in the bottom lane, because I feel like as a support, he opts either into engaging a lot frequently or into the barring mainly, which I think for the top lane version of the Temkinch, he has to stay much more in the front line. Like he can engage, but he has to do it from a position that he's visible, and that means that it's going to be quite telegraphed what he wants to attempt. But he has
Yeah.
tankiness to survive that. So I feel like his way of playing is going to be different. But if he can execute on that, you can find a lot of value out of the Temkinch in the top lane. And I also think that Runeterra MVP needs to play this game really, really well, because Lucian does deal a lot of damage, and late game you cannot scoff at how much damage he can deal. But he needs to play really well because he has quite a short range. So if he tries to go in against someone like the Ornn or someone like the Corki or Tristana, Galio exists, and Galio is a really good champion to stop the Lucian from jumping
Oh,
in.
yeah.
So he needs to play so well this game.
Yeah, and he'll also just have to make sure that he keeps his head above water early on. Lucian is obviously known as a lane bully champion that slumps a little bit later on, while Tristana definitely scales a little bit more heavily. So with that in mind, in order to stay at parity with this champion and really execute in team fights, it'll be crucial that we see Runeterra MVP play this Lucian well, especially due to the fact that with this triple tank, or at least triple engage melee composition, you really need to accompany Victor as the main damage dealer on
Yeah.
your team. So there's a lot of burdens upon multiple members of No Org Frost to execute and play their game plan successfully and well. VBU similarly needs to execute well, but I think that they have a bit more flexibility in how they do that. Things are really going to revolve around how well Ring is going to be able to pilot Corki and whether or not he'll be able to use his packages well enough to split up fights, cause chaos, and in turn just burn down members of NOF.
Yeah, I think that this is the quintessential BBU kind of composition we have seen all series. Like,
Mhm.
the idea is pretty clear. You have a tank top, you have a tank support, you have a carry mid laner that scales great, you have a carry jungler that can scale well, great. The only one that doesn't scream that is Trundle, obviously, but you can still play carry with the Trundle to a certain degree. And you have the Tristana. Tristana is always there. She's always there. So
Tristana's always
Tristana. Yeah, Tristana. But I think that this is the quintessential BBU composition that if they reach 30 minutes, they can play super well. Previously,
Mhm.
there's a lot of fallacy, so there's a lot of opportunities for Norwood Frost to take advantage of. But post 30 minutes, I think that they play quite well what they need to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The timer is going to be something to watch out for alongside how these lanes play against one another early on. There's going to be a lot of bumping, a lot of contestation, and No Org Frost really need to pick this one up to take things to a decisive game 5. They are teetering on the precipice of elimination here, so there's a lot on the line. They put their faith into these champions, and let's see what they could bring to the table. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, it will be game number 4 between VBU Monster Mash and No Org Frost here in the Aegis Protectors League. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Aegis Protectors League. We are here in quarterfinals, game number 4 between VBU Monster Mash and No Org Frost. Some big plays to be had for sure here. We got some mix-ups in the team compositions and a lot to watch out for. Everyone going in for that 5-point, it looks like. Went a little bit far forward, flying Squirtle, a very aggressive player, and that kind of shows in their positioning early on. We'll see if any contestations happen.
Everyone is scared about messing up now. We're not seeing the same level ones that we saw previously because this is game defining. I'm sorry, series defining for each team. If you win, you're in if you're BBU. If you lose, you're out if you're No Frost. So they really don't want to mess up. But this word is really good. Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't achieve much, but okay.
No, it's always nice to spot out people, regardless of where
Yeah.
the wards ultimately land. Panzoria and Gas
Wow,
Dealer gonna
Pensora.
bonk each other a bit. Gas Dealer so happy to tank up the damage for the time being. He's gonna walk in, plop a ward right there in view of the blue buff for Monster Mash. So a lot of things to watch out for, a lot of things to look at here. Night Creed and Runeterra MVP have no intention of leashing, and it looks like Gas Dealer is going to be put on that duty as they're going to sit here in one of these bot side lane bushes and hope to get some damage down onto Archer and Islamic Samurai as they move to lane.
I'm actually a super fan of this because I think that the Tribush one is the much more predictable. You don't really, I think most of the time that you see it on this bush, it's not that predictable, and it's really hard to evade this because you're so close to the wave. Oh,
Yeah, and already that's a solid amount of damage going down onto Islamic Samurai, who is going to get stunned by the Braum procs. So right now, things starting slightly advantageous for no Org Frost, but luckily Archer is able to trade some damage back down onto Night Creed in turn. Both of these supports are just going to pop a potion, heal up, and sit back for the ride.
yep, great start for the bot lane. This is the spot that I really want. I would have thought that they would wait for the Tristana to walk a little bit much more forward, because I think that that's the easier target to kill, but still it's a great start. Also, they get once again level 2 first, so they have the power spike potential here.
Fourth game in a row, it's all running in favor of no Org Frost in terms of the priority bot side of the map, and that's what you really want on this Lucian. It's just going to allow for you to get early priority, get some poke pressure, and hopefully go for all-ins once the wave bounces back.
Yeah, yes or yes, you want to get a priority as solution. Like, if you don't get it, it feels quite bad, because a lot of your early game power is what allows you to get this priority, and if you don't get it, you're actually quite losing on that a lot. And if you're the jungler as well, if your Lucian is not winning lane, you're losing a lot of priority from him as well. So all in all, really nice that the Lucian is getting this. The Trundle also in position. This could be a great start for the game. Oh, Archer.
Yeah, it's going to be
Doesn't
interesting to
have ward.
see how far Archer and Islamic Samurai are going to push up here. No wards, no vision of what's going to happen to them, but Archer is just going to jump with their rockets back towards the tower. Night Creed taking some turret shots down in turn. So far, everything is going to stay pretty stable. A lot of damage being traded back, but no kills yet here in game number 4.
It is double summoners blown down in the bot lane for the side of Nordic Frost, as well as for the side of VBU. So all in all, it's an equal trade, and Atomic Samurai being able to trade that equally is quite important for the side of VBU. I think that if he waits a little bit longer on the usage of the W to try and get the CC down, I think that there could be a potential kill onto the Braum, actually. So all in all, nice response by the side of VBU. They even wasted time out of the Trundle, so there's a huge lead for the win already. And this is already a nice start for VBU.
Yeah, and a farm advantage on Gwen is always really nice to have. It's just going to provide a solid amount of priority later on in the game when she scales up. And if you're able to keep the tempo high, you in fact can start to duel even against something like the Trundle once you begin to power spike at 1 or 2 items. That being said, Flying Squirtle may be spending a bit too much time in the enemy jungle as Pack-a-Paul is going to run over. Here's Gas Healer as well. The knockup comes through from the Abyssal Voyage, and First Blood's going to go over to Trundle. I stand a little bit corrected, TDS. I think that now we aren't really going to be seeing a whole lot of dueling from Flying Squirtle.
Yeah, as of now, not. Especially because with that kill... Oh, wait, Pensora.
Yeah,
I think he's fine. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, he's going to have to headbutt his way back towards tower, but he gets out of there alive.
Yeah, Flying Squirtle, now going to the topic of Flying Squirtle once again. I understand wanting to fight because you feel strong enough, but Gwen is a champion that needs her items. And I'm not immediately speaking about completing the first full item, I'm talking about even components. Without a component, you actually don't feel that strong as the Gwen. So the fact that you're opting into those fights, even if you have the lead, it's not that great, especially against Trundle. That is a champion that just needs to keep fighting early on and needs the levels, that's it. So I'm quite surprised watching that out of the Gwen. It does fall into a kill for the Trundle, so Gwen is going to be stopped a bit this early game. It's not the worst of situations for her, but it's a bad thing to give away first blood like that.
Yeah, something to watch out for sure. No Org Frost getting a slight advantage here, up about 500 gold, and they're going to look to continue to steamroll that across the map. Pack-a-Paul is going to use this time to catch back up on their farm, but Flying Squirtle is going to try to continue to remain at parity. Even without their ghost up, they are solid at fighting, at getting over walls, going for those engages. And here we see them all moving down towards this dragon.
First dragon, ooh, okay, they need to disengage. Yeah, this is a first
Yeah, the
dragon that
disengage
it's
comes
so hard to
through
fight.
here. And this is a huge
No.
rotation for No Orb Frost. It, in fact, will be the dragon picked up by the red team here. They're saying in all chat, thanks for the leash, all those kinds of fun things. You know how it is. Vrang, meanwhile, getting harassed pretty heavily. The Saucy Moss going to drop Chaos Storm, but it's not going to stick on the Corki for too long.
The attempt was cute of the dragon, but it's sadly a dragon that you cannot really obtain this early on, especially because when the rotation was coming from Norwalk Frost, they had already back. So the Lucian had had the Moon Quiver completed over the Tristana. And I think that now that the Tristana has the item and was able to back, it's going to be much better to try and force a fight. Okay.
I think Gas Stealer just wants to get this wave crashed into the tower. He's going to play a little bit more loosely with his life bar here as he takes a turret shot. Overall, though, things calm down a little bit. Quite the lull state for sure. We are getting the Rift Herald spawned up in about a minute here, and we'll see if that turns anything around. But for the time being, it's all just going to be feeling one another out. This is a crucial game for both teams, and No Orc Frost really don't want to lose this one.
Yeah, and even though the lead is in favor of Norwalk Frost, once again, this is a spot where the side of VBU can be in because of their composition. So it's nothing out of the ordinary, it's nothing that bad. And as long as they can keep this for the next 10 minutes, I think that they will be doing a great job. It's on, I think, Norwalk Frost to try and get the most out of this lead, small lead that they have, and try and push it forward. Because that is how they are going to be able to.
I think we may have lost TDS there for a second. I'm sure he will be back soon. Oh, okay. He returns. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of a cutout there, but feel free to finish your sentence. Maybe after Panzora gets back towards tower. Yeah, there's the Ornhorn being blown. Gas Stealer is going to be able to avoid the knockup, but there is going to be Needlework dropped. And with that shield being used, Gas Stealer is able to somehow get away from that one. Dramatic fight topside of the map, but no kills traded.
Yeah, I think that a little misplay out of Flying Squirtle there, because if you need to, at the last bit of your ultimate, you have to wait it out a little bit. You don't need to use it to get the kill onto the Temkench, and instead, if you use it way too early, Temkench doesn't die because of what we saw with the Grey Shield. And I think that if the Gwen just waits a little bit longer, they get the kill 100%. And if Trundle shows up, there's even a chance that you can turn it around on him. But all in all, they do get the flash out of the Trundle, out of the Temkench. They are ahead in CS in the lane, in the top lane for the Ornn, so it's not a bad trade all in all. They don't lose that much, and they actually close out the goal. It's just 300 gold now. Yeah, 300 gold now in favor of Norwalk Frost.
Yeah, and Gwen is moving along pretty swimmingly and setting themselves up for some big items for sure. It looks like they're actually going to be going for the Gnasher's Tooth first, given the fact that they have the recurve bow in their inventory. 65 to 49 is the current CS state of the jungle. Panzora once again fighting with Gas Stealer top side of the map. The Tahm Kench does not want to let this early laning phase go by smoothly. That being said, huge interrupt of their Abyssal Dive, and now they're caught out. They don't have the ability to Grey Shield this time, and Flying Squirtle will finally get that kill after a lot of effort.
Yeah, so funnily enough, the auto spectator shows us the top lane play, even though the bot lane play was going to be the first one, but Tristana doesn't die. On the other side, great pick on the top side. They know that the Temkench doesn't have ultimate, you just need one interrupt, and the Temkench should be dead. And the one that gets the kill is the Gwen, which I'm really glad that it's the case. Because you really don't need the kills as the Ornn. You're going to get your gold almost anyway, your items anyway. You just want experience in reality. But the Gwen wants the items. So the fact that she gets the kill, she gets the value, she is even getting the Herald, is perfect for the side of VBU. And in the bot lane, Archer doesn't die. So all in all, everything working out for VBU.
Yeah, this is a really, really solid start for Monster Mash. They managed to come back from giving up first blood, and what that's kind of translated over to TDS is that they are staying at parity in a game where I think they really do end up outscaling the enemy composition. Flying Squirtle on the Gwen, Archer on the Tristan, and Vrang on the Corki, all going to be huge players later on. And if you're able to stay this stable, things are going to be big. That being said, Islamic Samurai quite caught out right now. He's forced to flash away. With that dash, he'll finally make it over to the rest of his team. Archer gonna have to do a big rocket jump over the wall to get out too.
Archer was kind of cruising by, like not knowing what the hell was happening until he had to rocket jump to safety. That was strange. But I think that this should mean the dragon is in control, or not the dragon, the river is in complete control for the side of Norwalk Frost. So this dragon, it's hard to contest for BBU. I don't
Yeah,
think they should
certainly.
contest this.
Yeah,
Oh,
Runeterra MVP
Archer.
dropping that exhaust, and with the culling, will be able to take out Archer and the solo bolo bot side of the map. So now any chance that that dragon really is melting away from Monster Mash for the time being. Panzora in a bit of trouble up here. You see the Abyssal Dive come down. He will blow the Orin Horn, try to get the knockup,
Oh,
but the
the
stun
stun.
coming through clutch for Gas Dealer. That's going to be the flash taken away from the Orin as it gets back towards tower. And we see a contestation over Dragon. Not sure about this one. The Saucy Moss is just going to kill Flying Squirtle, and now Vrang caught out deep in enemy territory. He's going to have to fly that Corgi along and try to get to a turret for an execute.
I think he's going to try to TP.
Oh, yeah, he's going to have to try to back or do something here. Maybe get a kill in return, but unfortunately, none of that damage will be enough. He's distributing it way too evenly across these players, and so that will be now a score of 1-4. All of a sudden, No Org Frost is back into this one in a big way.
Yeah, and a super questionable decision on the bot side to force that fight. Archer is dead, you're opting into a 2v5, and crucially, I can kind of understand if you go that, if you have the Hero's Entrance, but look at the cooldown on Hero's Entrance. It just came up, like the Hero's Entrance came up after that fight happened, which means that there's no chance that you're ever going to make that be a 3v4. So you're just opting into a 2v5, a 2v4 that is bad, and then mechanically they also misplayed, because Corki failed a couple of rockets, but crucially, the Gwen failed the last bit of the ultimate. If she hits the Lucian, Lucian is dead, and that can maybe turn around the fight. But because everything kind of went badly for BBU at the end, it's a dragon in favor of the side of Norwalk Frost. They also win the fight, and the Tampkench also forces the flash out of the Orm, so all in all, it's just a complete advantage for Norwalk Frost.
That was such a questionable decision to fight it to begin with. Flying Squirtle has been playing so aggressively in all these games, and while that sometimes results in some solid kills picked up, right now they are just giving over a ton of gold to No Org Frost.
Yeah, and now we may see another potential play on Gas Dealer flashed away immediately.
Yeah, throws the crab emote up. He's a little bit surprised to see Gwen
the
so early again, but he's gonna nom on this champion or an under tower, and that is going to be some turret shots taken out the Ram God. That being said, Flying Squirtle popping off, going to grab the double kill top side of the map. Saucy Boss coming through, maybe looking to answer back in a revenge kill onto the Gwen, but she's just gonna hop, skip, and jump out of there.
I don't think she's even jumping and skipping. I just think she's sliding through the ring. That's how fast it looked like. But great kill by the Gwen. Great 2 kills by the Gwen. Even though she used the last bit of ultimate a little prematurely once again to kill the Trundle, all in all, she still has so much damage. With the Nashor's Tooth, she gets the extra move, the extra attack speed, as well as just the 100 raw AP, which is so much damage so early on, and she's able to get those kills. Great play by the Gwen.
Oh my gosh, that knock up from Nightcreed is going to mean Runeterra MVP will only continue to get more powerful. 3-0-1 Kraken Slayer build to this Lucian is popping off, and look at how far Archer has to play back now. This is a tower getting ravaged by No Org Frost, and Packapal's in the area to try to continue this trend. The W being dropped. He's gonna rush in onto the Tristana. No wave is fully caught up back yet. Flying Squirtle in the area to try to turn things around, but not before the Trundle takes down Archer. Flying Squirtle now maybe going to go under tower and try to answer. There's a heroic entrance coming in too late, and now Islamic Samurai is the one caught out as well. Everyone is being taken down on Monster Mash's side. The double for Lucian, and all of a sudden the game has spiraled out of control.
Yeah, so I don't know how Runeterra MVP did it once again, but he was able to mind control everyone or those 3 members from the side of VBU into dying, because why not? That was such a strange decision out of the Gwen, and I'm going to try and put it in context. It's fine if you do that when you have the Shroud up, but she went in when the Shroud is down. So you're just a sitting duck for getting hit. You don't have ultimate, which means that you're losing a lot of your lifesteal, and it's so easy for the Lucian to get that. With that, those 2 kills, or 3 kills, and the turret, he got a full Essence Reaver. Just out of that. This is such a strong Lucian that you never want to fight at this point in the game. And it's 40 seconds for a soul point, I mean.
Yeah, no or Frost has been pushed to the brink here in this series, but they don't want to go down without a huge fight. They are picking up some early big leads here in game number 4. They want to get to a round 5, and they want to prove to everyone why they are worthy of going on to semifinals.
Yeah, they really wanna not allow the side of VBU to just 3-1 them in this series. And much more so than anyone, I think, Runter MVP. He has been playing great this whole series, and it's really trying to make a case in this game for why he is MVP of this match, all in all.
Yeah, for sure. Panzora getting engaged upon yet again by Gas Dealer. This is an exchange we've seen many times. The old song and dance, as it were. Good knockdown, though, by the Ornn in order to get Gas Dealer super low. Flying Squirtle in the area now alongside Islamic Samurai. And that is going to be a Tom Kench going down. Excuse me, TDS. All the while, Pack-a-Paul bot side of the map. Going to answer that one back by grabbing Dragon number 3 for NOF.
Yeah, putting themselves into Ocean, Soul Point, Archer. I'm not sure about this fight, if I'm honest.
Honestly, with that exhaust, this could be decisive. Archer getting a lot down onto the Saucy Moss, but not able to get the solo kill at the end of the day. Grang in trouble here. That's a solid Valkyrie away, and he will be able to flash through the turret to secure his own life. But I think that in turn, he is going to be losing that mid lane turret. Tier 2 gone. Big pushes across the map for NOF, and while we are seeing Monster Mash making the best of their situation, clawing back little by little, everyone seems to be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so this is not a bad play because it's the turret as well as the bounty. And this herald really usually doesn't achieve much, so I think that it's not that bad to use it here. Because the gold influx that you're getting out of this for the win is quite high. I think that she should get the Rift Maker in this, thanks to this play. Yeah, she gets it. So all in all, it's actually a really important gold value. The problem is that you have 4 minutes, or less than 4 minutes now, for one of the most important fights of the game, which is the Ocean Soul fight, and you're still lacking quite a bit in damage. You need to get the Corki secondary item, which is going to be the Ludens. That's so crucial for you. You need to get your first Ornn augment, because that's going to put the Ornn into such a great spot in terms of health and value. And you need your second item on the Tristana, as well as your mythic on the Galio would be ideal. But all in all, you need those item completions, because that's how you're going to be much more of a threat for this Lucian that will be spiking. It's already spiking. Like, he is actually so strong at this point that if you are able to kill him, you can maybe look to win the fight.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Flying Squirtle all of a sudden finds themselves in that carry position here. Meanwhile, Panzora getting chased down. Night Creed here to try to get the stun off. But Runeterra MVP realizes that that play is not going to go much deeper here. We'll peel back off, go for some CS elsewhere on the map. Once again, a lull state for sure. And we are seeing those objective bounties come in clutch to close up this gold lead. Monster Mash actually coming back into this one quite nicely for the time being. All right, topside, we see a big push. That is going to be a 4v2 here. They're trying to defend the turret as best they can, but Monster Mash are going to get cold by the Lucian, and Runeterra MVP is doing so much damage. Islamic Samurai going to finally arrive into the area and tank up quite a bit of that hurt. But all around the map, we see the priority going in favor of NOF for the time being. The question is now, with Tristana grabbing bot side turret, will anyone peel off, or will we see these lanes continue to push? Right now, the splits are to be had, and there's a fight across in Potentia for everyone. So far, though, it looks like NOF are just going to back. We are about 2 minutes before the next drag. Seems like we may have lost TDS again. It is all good, though.
I think I'm fine. Yeah.
Oh, hello, hello.
Okay. Well, I don't know what is happening. It's just the craziness of the game. I swear it's not on me, I think. But all in all, this is a great trade for VBU. They get one turret for nothing, essentially, unless someone dies here. Flying Squirtle.
Gwen is immune from a little bit, but not everything here. We see a fully stacked QB drop, but Saucy Moss is going to get out with their life. And in turn, we see the Gwen fall. A lot of deaths once again from a Flying Squirtle in these games. 4 and 4, still decent as you are getting a lot of gold over to yourself, but you are losing priority every single time you fall off the map here. And with a 5-0-1 Lucian, I don't think you can afford that.
Yeah, the main problem with flying Squirtle dying there is that even if she's getting gold, like you're the main part of the gold. You're the main source of the gold for BBU as of now. You have 2 items, 2.5 items. You have a lot of the XP as well into your pocket, so the fact that you're dying is losing a lot of priority for the side of BBU. I think right now Tristana will be able to complete a second item, which is nice, but Corki still doesn't get his third item, which his Ludens, which I think it's so ideal. Tristana doesn't even get the Phantom Dancer, so it's really bad situation for a fight for the side of BBU.
Yeah, that's certainly something to watch out for here, especially as we are coming on to about 20 seconds before a potential take of Drake number 4 and in turn Soul for NOF. So you kind of got to come as you are for sure. If you're Monster Mash here, you got to just take this fight, try to find a way in order to delay this big buff from coming through for this team.
Oh, Flying Squirtle already using the Shroud, not the most ideal, but this, oh, Runeterra is such a great spot. Oh wait, actually,
yeah, Archer a little bit split off, and the rest of No Orc Frost is gonna thunder down here. That's a nice hit of the Forge God for Panzora. Frank coming over the wall here, a little bit caught out, and the culling is going to tear through Ornn's armor and shields. Islamic Samurai having to flash their way back out of this one. The Saucy Moss is going to get the double though. Archer so low as well, will have to use the ult to pull away from the Tom Kench. This is going to be so established for No Orc Frost, and they are powerful, they are showing out, and they are desperate to bring this to Game 5.
Soul and Baron, and this is the problem with the fights that they took previously. You're so far behind in terms of items. The Corki just completed the Ludens, and I want to make this clear because in that fight, if Corki had Ludens, that's it. That's game over. Lucian is dead. Because that was such a perfect package. It got every value on top of Runeterra MVP, and I think that ranked a little bit early on the Sunjazz. If he times it correctly, you get the kill onto Lucian, use the Sunjazz, you're alive. But the small things in that fight, if they get that better, BBU could have turned it around and put themselves into a winning spot for the match. But I feel like at this point, with Lucian being so far ahead, with them having Baron, and not much of value right now for the side of BBU, I find it hard for them to be able to stop the push from the side of No Orc Frost. If they can, there's a chance, but it's going to be super hard for them.
Yeah, they're going to have to turtle up here in order to try to withstand and weather the storm as we see the march down mid commence for NOF. Across the map, things are going to be pressured for sure, and towers will be lost. There's no doubt about that. The question is, how many things are Monster Mash willing to lose? Are we going to see contestations come through in any of these lanes? And in turn, will Gold finally go over to the big players on their side?
Yeah, and now I'm trying to think about ways for BBU, because I think that as long as No Orc Frost just keeps the pushing the silent with the picture and they turtle up, or not turtle, but put the focus on protecting the Lucian, everything should be fine. Although they don't have the exhaust anymore, so if the Gwen gets on top of the Lucian, I think that Gwen can kill him. But apart from that, I think that Lucian should be fine.
Yeah, I would agree. So far, Runeterra MVP has been positioning fantastically in a lot of these team fights. Sure, we saw Vring try to get to the backline with that package in the earlier engagement, but right now, we still see such a clear gold advantage that No Orc Frost has a little bit of wiggle room in how they want to approach these fights and approach these engages, and they're only looking to extend that gold lead even further here as we see the mid tower go under siege yet again. Flying Squirrel in the area trying to prevent any of these waves from crashing, gonna have to use their shroud in order to do so here, but the poke is really coming in clutch for everyone on NOF.
Yeah, and honestly, Tristana barely deals any damage to the front line, so they cannot deal any kind of damage to the champions that are standing in front of Revolution. This just seems so hard to pull up by the side of BBU. Rank is almost almost half HP out of rank, but just one death rate.
Yeah, and Trundle's finally going to help destroy that turret, and we see the engage deep into the base of Monster Mash now. Call of the Forge God being used. Panzora deep into this one. The thick of it is quite powerful for NOF. They're going to be able to take that inhibitor down for sure. And Paca Paul is looking to rotate bot side to grab number 2. And right now, Monster Mash are in the dire straits, that's for sure. Any engage or any catch out can honestly mean the end of the game, as those Nexus turrets are the only things standing in the way of a game number 5 for Red Team. And there is the engage we were talking about, the Saucy Moss going on a rampage,
yeah,
taking down Islamic Samurai here. And while the shutdown of the victor will be had, Runeterra MVP goes godlike and will continue to stay alive, kiting left and right, fighting everyone that comes to contest them. Gas Dealer also getting a kill of their own, and it is a 1-for-4. Vrain can't even make it back towards the fountain. They're just going to have to try to back, and they will watch in horror as NOF will secure a 26-minute game and a victory. It is 2-2 in this series.
Yeah, game 5 we're getting on the first, on the, I don't want to say first series of playoffs, but on the first BO5 that I think we've have had. So we're getting the first BO5 that goes the full way already. Really nice game by Norwood Frost. And the culmination of the game, to point it out quite simply, the one fight that you need to win after everything goes wrong previously, you had one chance, which was that soul point fight. There was a good chance that it could work out if you killed Illusion, but they failed on that. And after that, it was almost impossible because the push with the Baron buff was so well done by Norwood Frost. They get everything done quite nicely, and they are able to at the end close out the game. Really nice game by Norwood Frost, and really great game by Runeterra MVP. I don't think I can express enough how great he has been and how well he has been playing this whole series. To me, like if Norwood Frost wins, to me he's already the MVP.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree with that. Runeterra MVP, even in the games in which we see NOF drop the ball a little bit, is coming through and dealing damage, positioning well in fights, and overall just being a really solid core for the team. And here I think that came a full circle as everyone wisened up, and we really didn't see any crazy mistakes come through for the red side. At the end of the day, that push and that siege of the bot side and mid for No Org Frost was just beautifully executed.
Yeah.
And Monster Mash couldn't do a whole lot besides go for some desperate Hail Mary plays that ultimately just led to them losing the game after that single Baron buff was utilized. So, with that in mind, with that momentum behind them, NOF will enter into game 5 against Monster Mash here, looking to close this one out and continue on to the semifinals. It's going to be a dramatic day for sure. Things are only going to continue. Don't go anywhere. You want to see the decisive conclusion of this one.
Everybody panic! Hold on! I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Aegis Protectors League. If you have stuck with us through thick and thin through these 5 games, then I applaud you because we are here to decide who will be moving on to the semifinals between No Org Frost and VBU Monster Mash. This has been a rough one for sure. This has been an exciting one as well. And at the end of the day, what are you looking to see in this last set of drafts?
Hey, new bans, at least that's something to look forward to. They didn't ban the Camille, so it's just a Scion. I think it's the first time we've actually seen adaptation out of New York Frost. I'm legitimately surprised that in the 5 game they decided to finally ban something else. But so what I'm looking forward to is what they give Runcher MVP, because I feel like for Noah Frost to triumph, they need to allow for him to triumph. He needs to be the main carry. He needs to be able to have power. He needs to be able to have a good time. And if they get to do that, Noah Frost can win.
Yeah, I agree. He has been popping off in these games and has been a core component to every victory that NOF has had so far.
Yep.
Some variation, though, also in the draft phase for VBU.
Ooh.
That's actually going to be the AD carry picked first for once.
Yeah, so I like the Jinx. I'm a huge fan of the Jinx. I think she's the strongest AD carry, even with a lot of nerfs. I think she's still one of the strongest AD carries of the game. So I'm not against this. I think pivoting back to the Nautilus is not bad because it's a point-and-click ultimate to try and deny the Jinx. Now, to pair up with the Nautilus with Nor Frost to try and deny this Jinx, I think the Jhin is not a bad option, but he's not a hyper carry in any sense. He's much more of a utility-based AD carry that can clean up teamfights quite well, but he's much more based on what he can do to support a team than to carry the team by himself. So I'm not sure if this is what Nowork Frost should focus on. But one thing that the Jhin does give you is priority in lane. So they will be able to get control over the bot lane, something that has worked out quite well, and turn that priority into advantages for the jungle, which I think for Nowork Frost can also work out quite well.
No, I definitely agree. Honestly, one of the things that I saw in scouting phase that kind of surprised me is the fact that they've actually played Aphelios quite a bit in the regular season. So given that that's been the classic answer to the Jinx, I'm surprised that we aren't seeing Runeterra MVP bust that out, especially due to his hyper carry potential. At the end of the day, though, if they are comfortable on this, I'm comfortable with what they're choosing and bringing to the table. Tahm Kench is going to be the topside pickup most likely for Panzora, given the fact that they've been on tanks basically every single game, but it could also go into the support role, so a lot of variation, a lot of flex potential, still definitely there for VBU.
And now opting into the Trundle, okay, they are going to answer with the Kindred, but opting into the Trundle to take away the stats of some of the tank champions, and Trundle makes a lot of sense based on what we have seen previously. A lot of tank champions, a lot of champions that you would like to take the stats away from the Trundle, as the Trundle, so I wouldn't be mad against that. But with the Kindred pick here, that would throw a Curpo quite heavily into the plans of the Trundle, and I really like this Kindred pick here, because if you're opting into the Jhin, you're losing on a heavy AD carry threat, right? But with the Kindred, you have that now. So the Jhin finds even more value here because you have someone that it's worth supporting as a supportive AD carry. So I'm not even mad against this. I think, just to touch a little bit on this, I wouldn't even be mad if they opted into Miss Fortune, because I think that Miss Fortune can find value as well, in the sense that Jhin would, but I'm not mad against the Jhin. I think the Jhin does find a lot of value here. Now we're just missing the top side, the solo lanes for each team potentially, if we don't count the Tahm Kench. So I think all in all, not a bad first rotation of draft, and a lot of adaptations already for each team.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting that this is what everyone is staking their turf on. These are some big players coming through for both sides here. Nivea is going to be what NOF bans out first. They're probably going to continue to pinch out that mid lane priority for VBU. I would be interested to see whether or not they will allow for Rang to go back onto the Victor.
The picture here, I'm kind of interested in seeing if they leave open the picture, just because I think that picture is not necessarily the all in all immediate win factor in a lot of these games, so I don't think that picture immediately should require a ban. But I can see Nowhere Frost opting into the picture because of how safe it is with the wave clear and all that. I also can't see BBU taking it if it's left open, so I don't expect to see the picture banned away.
Yeah, a lot of things to watch out for sure here. The Victor not being banned away just kind of means that it's probably going to be NOF gravitating towards some counter pick, or depending on how Monster Mash decides to
Hmm.
stack these last two selections, they might actually just try to grab for themselves. It looked
More.
like from the last game, we actually saw Saucy Moss do pretty well on it, and there it is being hovered at first pick.
Yeah, Victor being covered here makes a lot of sense. We have the Mordekaiser band away, and I think it has to do with what happened in the first game with the potential of a counter pick from North Frost that you really don't want to play against in the form of the Mordekaiser, especially if you're opting into a tank champion, which I think you pointed out. BBU has opted a lot into this series. They have put a lot of tanks on the top lane, so if it happens once again, Mordekaiser would be a great answer to that, or at least an okay answer. I don't think it's that marvelous, but it can work out really well. And I like that they are opting into giving the counter pick for Noah Frost in the top lane, because I think that the mid lane has been quite negligible when you actually think about it. It's not like it has changed a lot of what has happened in the matchup. I think that top lane it has impacted a lot, because if Pansora has a free time, a free lane, he can create a lot of chaos. But if he doesn't, it's easier for Norok Frost to try and find place in the rest of the map.
Yeah, for sure. And so I really like how these selections are beginning to turn out for Monster Mash.
Mm.
And also, at the end of the day, there's still like a lot of flex potential. The Trundle
Yeah,
or Graves going topside, both are really solid options, I think. And
as
it
well as
will provide
Jungler.
a little bit of uncertainty as NOF will have to pick their
Ooh.
top laner last. And they might just put Gas Stealer on Malphite duty because of that variation.
Yeah, so I like the Malphite pick here because you have two immobile carries that are easy to get on top of, and that the it's going to be quite hard for the front line to try and stop the Malphite. Like, it's not impossible, but it's quite hard. I also like the bigger pick, quite honestly, as well, because one of the things that you value a lot as Nordic Frost is the engage potential from Malphite and Nautilus. But the Bigger denies that really well with the main Horizon. And he also has a lot of pick potential with the Predator option that he's opting in recently, which means that it's not like Victor, Kindred, and Jhin are quite safe. And Victor and Jhin are also in mobile carries in a sense. So if they get attacked by the Veigar, then it's going to be quite hard for them to escape. All in all, I actually like both compositions going into this fifth game. I think good adaptations, good potential for each composition, and good ideas overall.
Yeah, I agree. I think that out of all the games so far, games 4 and now 5 are the most balanced we've seen in terms of their approach to the games. And I don't really think that there's a draft diff going through for either side. So
Yeah.
that just kind of gives me confidence that we're going to get a real banger here for sure, TDS.
Yeah, I think for the last game they saved the best potential compositions for each team, which I'm kind of glad. At least we're going to get a real test, or not a real test, but a real way of playing for both teams that both have options with. They have good early game potential, they have good mid game potential, and they have good late game potential as well. So a nice potential transitions in each stage to allow us to see a lot of good value. It doesn't take away from the fact that if one gets a snowball running, they can just destroy the game, right? Because if you get towards that late game potential earlier, like, the enemy team is going to cry. But I think that we're going to get a really, really close game that it's going to get defined by the soul even, or by the soul or the Baron even.
Yeah, I would agree here. So, with that in mind, it's going to be a matter of contesting these neutral objectives and getting solid priority, which is something that I think No Org Frost has really excelled at. Even in the games where they lost, I feel that oftentimes they were in the right place at the right time. They just simply were losing due to maybe some bad fights that they had taken earlier on in the match, or some picks that Monster Mash managed to secure. So, I think that they should be pretty comfortable as they leverage into the mid and late games.
Yeah, I think that decision making has been a huge factor, like you're pointing out. I would say that I think BBU has had the worst, the not worst, the worst decision making between the two of the teams. I feel like
Hmm.
they have been in instances where they have the advantage and took the wrong decision most times, so it looked quite bad for them. I think that, in all honesty, I feel like with how the composition they drafted into and what the idea was, this could have been a 3-0 series, in all honesty, with how
Yeah.
some of the games were going. But because of bad decision making by them, it ended up going longer than it needed to with the Game 5 series. Now, not to take away credit from Noah Frost, because I think that, in spite, like, not in spite, the BBU had bad decision making in comparison. Nordic Frost had good decision making, and by
Hmm.
making use of that good decision making, they were able to take those games and put themselves into a good spot to finally fight back for the 5 game series. But if BBU can correct that in this game, put themselves into good spots once again, and then be able to look for better decision making with the advantages that they get, I can see them taking this game 5. But I wouldn't discount Nor Frost either, because I think that this is the best composition that they have drafted in the whole series, and I think that they have players that are capable of performing this composition.
I totally agree. And one of the things that I think signals that Monster Mash understands what they need to do to win this is that they've put Flying Squirtle onto the Trundle again. In the past, when we see them pick up champions like the Kindred or especially the Gwen, I think that they just play a little bit over aggressive early on and give up a ton of kills to
Yeah.
the enemy team. And it is through those kills and that gold that NOF has often been able to leverage a victory. So going to a champion that's a little bit more durable, a little bit more pick oriented, or at least dual oriented, it will play to the strengths that we see for Flying Squirtle, while also kind of tempering some of their bad habits when it comes to going in a little bit too deep or fighting a little bit too hard. So it's good to see them on this champion, and this is also a team where you have a lot of people to subjugate yet again. Dropping that on Gas Dealer's Malphite or on Night Creed's Nautilus for sure will be huge in turning the tides of battles, and for me, it will be one of the things that I watch out for as we get into those 5v5s.
Yeah, certainly. Now, I do want to focus on a little bit on a thing that it's going to be a first in the series, and it's Graves in the top lane. Because we have seen 4 games, 2 Scions, 2 Orns in the top lane for Pensora. And I think that this is the first time we're going to see him on a carry, an actual carry, because Scion with carry items really, it's not a carry, it's just Scion with damage items, that's it. This is a carry top lane. And I want to see how Pensora performs, because if he gets put behind at any point in the game, he loses a lot of value compared to just playing a tank. And I also want to see if he opts into the Hullbreaker once again, because I think that for Graves right now, Hullbreaker is one of the, I don't want to say worst items, but it's not a good item, in all honesty, for Graves anymore. So I kind of want to see what he decides to do, how he plays, and if he can perform with the Graves, because this is the final game, and this is the first time we're going to see him on a carry.
I totally agree. I also really don't want to see the Hullbreaker come out. Graves has basically stopped building an item ever since the nerf to range top laners came through. But one spicy choice that I might actually really respect here is going for the Gore Drinker. I think that this is a team where that might be kind of valuable, especially if you're able to get into the backline. Obviously, you will be outranged by Kindred, Jhin, and Victor, but having the tankiness and the ability to kind of shred through Malphite and Nautilus can just really help your team turn the tide of fights. And if you get Jinx excited and you get Archer knocking down these frontline carries before running towards the backline against these immobile champions, I think you have a really solid means by which to go front to back and just win engages for Monster Mash.
Yeah, I think actually that's an interesting point to bring, because I could see, if he opts into that, I could see this being a game of Graves opting to play flanks instead of just a straight up team fighting. So kind of like a Camille, a Vladimir, a Kennen, and I can see that working out quite well, because even though like you're pointing out, Kindred and Victor and Jhin outrange the Graves, if he gets onto them, it's quite easy for him to spoil them. And I think that Gore Drinker doesn't necessarily take away a lot of the damage that you would get with the lethality. And it's not like if you build Gore Drinker, you cannot opt into lethality anyway. So all in all, I wouldn't be mad against that. I actually think that that could be a way for VBU to play around this, because I think even though they have tanks, Graves is going to be a pivotal part in destroying members of the backline and buying time for the carries to be able to spike.
And all the while, Panzora is a pivotal part of Monster Mash's team composition. This game itself is pivotal to deciding who will come out as the semi-finalist here in the APL. Monster Mash versus No Org Frost. A lot on the table, a lot of exciting things to look out for. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, we will see what happens in a decisive Game 5.
ぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Aegis Protectors League. We are in Game 5 between Valor Bulls United Monster Mash and No Org Frost. It is the exact same alignment of teams that we've seen since game number 2 here, TDS. We are getting a blue side for Monster Mash versus No Org Frost once again returning to the red. This time, though, a little bit of a variation, a callback to earlier in the series as we see the 5-man come through for Monster Mash, just hoping to catch out any potential desperate invades that Frost might bring to the table.
Yeah, and I like the attempt at stopping the level 1. Once again, they have a composition that is quite good at stopping level 1s, but I feel like Norwalk Frost will not go for this, or almost any other team, because it's Game 5. So if you mess this up, guess what happens? Out. And that's why we don't see it happening. But I like that they were opting into potentially stopping this, especially because it's not like you're not going to be able to get towards the top side in time. Interesting that Trundle is starting topside as well. Like, I thought that he was going to play towards the Graves, but maybe fearing the potential of the Malphite being too tanky to survive, so trying to play instead towards the bot side.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that starting red buff is also just generally considered better for the Trundle, so it's a little bit of an interesting adaptation here. That being said, that double side start on the top for Monster Mash might actually be really good, as it will allow you to try to contest bot side Scuttle in turn against Pakapal. So now the question is, can Archer and Islamic Samurai get the push that they need in order to start that one off?
I think the answer is going to be no. I think they are once again going to lose the push. And I think that for the 5th time in a row, they have lost the level 2 advantage. Now, obviously, this is going to be the Jhin and Nautilus, so it's going to be much harder than in other lanes that they have had previously, I think. But once again, I think Runeterra MVP and Nightbreed doing a great job at putting themselves always in that advantage to get the potential level 2 value. Because one thing that I didn't mention with the Jhin Nautilus lane, they also have a great level 2 power spike. They have the CC down with the Jhin, and they can utilize the 4th shot to deal quite a lot of damage to the bot lane. So even though they don't get it, it's actually really good to have. Oh?
Yeah, Flying Squirtle level 3
away.
ganking the mid lane. A Saucy Moss, though, just going to be able to walk out of that one. With even the pillars slowing, unfortunately, Vrang is not able to get the baby cage down.
That's legitimately just mana burn by the Veigar, sadly. Like, that doesn't achieve anything, and it was hardly going to work out with the distance that was between the Veigar and the Trundle. So all in all, just Saucy happy that a little bit more mana was burned out of the Veigar. Now, Pakapal being here first, I think waiting for the Skull Crab, obviously, because he went for a 4-camp clear. Ooh, potentially going for the gank. Didn't
Yeah, it
spot
looks
Flying
like we
Squirtle.
will in fact get the gank here. Pakapal coming in, and the hook will land down onto the Tom Kench. Islamic Samurai forced to flash away. We see the teleport being channeled from top lane as well. Graves in the area. Flying Squirtle going forward and trying to get some damage traded back down onto No Org Frost, but he's going to be taken low in turn. Archer giving chase, and Panzora also staying around in order to make sure that Pakapal, Nightcreed, and Runeterra MVP all get back towards tower in kind.
So that would have been a great play for Norwalk Frost if Runeterra MVP doesn't flash in. If he doesn't flash in, everything would have been fine. But because he flashes in, it actually means that the lane... Oh, wait!
Oh my gosh, Islamic Samurai too far forward, and the hook comes through, and that is going to be a catfish fry to start this one off. First blood going over to No Org Frost.
And the flash being burned means absolutely nothing for Runeterra MVP because Tamkinch also doesn't have flash. So as long as you hook him, he's dead. That's it. Great first blood, and goes into the pockets of the MVP, of Runeterra MVP, to try and carry this match.
Yeah, we'll see what translates from this, but so far across the map, things have been playing a little bit weird so far, leading to a 1.3k gold at 4 minutes 30 seconds. It's just a CS, frankly.
Yeah, quite legitimately, because we saw the teleport out of Pansora. That means that the free lane for the Malphite, he gets easy farm, he doesn't need to do anything, he just gets a push in the wave. So a lot of the parts of the match that would have been a bother for the Malphite gets denied. Because the early stages were denied with that teleport. He gets the CS lead, now it's going to get covered up, but he gets the CS lead. I really hate this teleport, because losing a couple of minions means nothing, but that's just semantics by me. And importantly as well, they also got a lead in the mid lane because Veigar was moving down. He never gets the fight, but he was moving down. So the Victor just had a free time to get farming the mid lane, and he didn't lose anything either. All in all, great timings by the side of Norcross to not get tempted and not blow up anything important.
Yeah, totally agree here. Noah Frost playing this very, very well, really judicious in how they use their abilities and how they
Yeah.
position even so early on. And what that ultimately translates over to is quite the start. I think that Panzora just kind of wanted to relive the glory days back when you could teleport to anything before 12 minutes or whatever the heck it is
Oh,
now. We do have a pause coming through, though. A little bit of drama. We shall see how this sorts itself out.
yeah, we have a pause for the last game, as it should be. So sadly, we're going to have to wait a little bit until what happens in the game. But we were seeing Pacapol starting the dragon. I don't think they should start the dragon, because I think that they will have a tough time being able to fight early on. They do have an advantage on the Jeans, so maybe they plan to play around that. But Kindred is not the best of starters for that. So I hope that they don't overcommit for that play.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree. Right now, things are really going to kind of come to a breaking point and come to explain the overarching tempo of the game by who manages to grab this first drag and
Yeah.
whether or not we actually see Monster Mash elect to try to push into this objective and try to contest it. We already have Pakapal in the area. That might be a little bit difficult, but given how we are seeing Islamic Samurai position, he has the ability to Abyssal Voyage over the wall and into the pit.
Yeah, that is a way of playing. Like, thanks to those changes, now he can actually do that. And if he's able to get on top of Pekka, and well, Flying Squirrel is a little bit far away, so I don't expect him to be on time to be able to follow up. But if they can, then there would be a good chance for them to turn around a fight and put pressure on Pekka. Without Flash, he's a pretty much dead. So I
Mhm.
hope it's a situation where if Noah Frost overcommits, they can lose quite a lot. But at the same time, if they do get an advantage there, they can get such an important lead that it's going to screw over the side of BBU quite heavily.
Yeah, I agree. One of the interesting things I want to point out elsewhere on the map right now is the fact that Gas Stealer is going to grab an early tier, which probably means that what we're going to see that translate into is a Fimbulwinter. And I'm not really
Yeah.
sure about how that item interacts with Malphite, but in the past, I never really felt like there were many mana issues that would require that item to be built. Do you think it's just a bit of insurance or maybe a pivot to something a little bit more AP oriented after we get the first few items established?
So Fimbulwinter, it's in a spot where I don't think it's necessarily super strong or it's not necessarily super bad. It's just that there's a lot of things that you can do with the item. And I think that, well, for Malphite particularly, he doesn't, like you're pointing out, doesn't necessarily run into mana issues. I feel like it's an item that if you overuse mana, it's great for you because you don't get
Mhm.
punished by utilizing a lot of abilities, and it's also tanky, so it does give you value. And Malphite can use it because he's lows and has a CC ultimate, so he can find value there. But I think that for this game, it's not the most ideal of items. I would even argue that I would rather him having a first item, Glacial Heart. I think it's Glacial Heart or
Yeah, we got
Frozen Heart.
Frozen Heart, and then we have
Yeah, Frozen Heart.
Frostfire Gauntlet as
Yeah, I was
perhaps the two
trying to think
options.
of
Yeah.
I don't know why I kind of got mixed in with Lethal Augment, but yeah, no, it's
Hmm.
Frozen Heart, and I think that would work great, especially for the Graves that he's building lethality. Like that would be so good against his Graves right now, and against the Trundle as well. So I would opt into that much more, but I think the Fimble Winter can find value as a Malphite as well. Not the
Yeah, we'll
best, but
see.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how fast they decide to rush that item as well. Obviously, you kind of want to get the tier stacked first, just due to the fact that Winter's Approach doesn't do a whole lot, especially when you are trying to go for a more tanky style. So we're probably going to be waiting to see how first item develops for them, especially due to the fact that they have that armor. Isn't it just health that develops into into whatchamacallit? We
Fimble
were just
Winter.
talking about it. Yeah, Fimbulwinter.
Yeah, it's mainly
Um,
health.
yeah, so I think that right now is just going to be a little bit of a stop off, but I also would want to see them kind of rush their first item. It's always nice to go early mythic on tanks, in my opinion, just because it frees you up to engage a little bit more freely, a little faster early on, and maybe taking that 400 gold stop off might prove problematic later on. We'll have to see though how Gas Dealer plays this one out.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of opportunities to make use of here. I think I was trying to believe that maybe we could see the Malphite AP. I would have loved to watch just a Malphite running in and blowing up targets with full AP. Obviously, he dies quite quickly, but it
Yeah.
would have been fun. I think for a game 5, there's no shot we see that ever. But I would have liked it. I think adding that spice here, it would have been so hilarious to see.
Yeah, I would love to see AP Malphite. I think it is one of the funniest champions to play, but the end of the day, it's just not really great when you see how Monster Mash's comp is oriented. You could maybe blow up Archer, maybe Vrang, but then you're left in the back line as a squishy up against Panzora, Flying Squirtle, and Islamic Samurai, and that is just not a recipe for a fun time. Maybe if you had more squishies, sure, it'd be doable, but given the fact that I think we're going to see Panzora not even go for a full 80 carry style build on the Graves, it's just not really worth investing in that direction.
Yeah, it's you kind of feel like the fun value is what you opt into that, but it's not that worth. You actually want to have a better chance to win, right? So, yeah, it's super hard to pull off. But I would like to see, like, I think it for instances in these kind of situations where four fan builds could actually work out, wouldn't be that bad. There's good instances that can work out, but most of the time, I do think that it's not worth enough the kind of value that you want to find out of normal builds.
Yeah, I would tend to agree here. And things have been pretty standard in these games so far. We haven't really been seeing too many wild selections out of either team. Obviously, they stick to their guns and kind of play the same style for most of these rounds, but that does not necessarily mean that they're inflexible. They just aren't really willing to push so deep into the like realm of weirdness that you see people oftentimes dig themselves into, especially if they're a little bit more eccentric in how they want to play and approach the game.
Yep, there's a lot. There's less variance that can be possible, maybe, or I like. There's a good chance for variance, but I think that there's been less variance in terms of what you ought to build, just because of how some of the changes have been with some of the items. So I would like to see it. I don't think we're seeing it, but it would be fun to see it. 100%.
Yeah, I totally agree here. We are still sitting here in the pause for everyone who is just joining us. This is game 5 between Monster Mash and No Org Frost here in the Aegis Protectors League. But it looks like everyone is finally kind of coming back. Everyone looks
I
like they're
think they
readying
are.
back up, and we will resume the game in earnest.
I think we're just close to coming back. Please don't may throw with our hearts because we want to come back into the game.
Yeah, they're determined to push this one as long as possible here, TDS. We've been seeing mostly like 27, 28-minute games maximum, and this is going to be the 50-minute banger alongside
Okay.
a 10-minute pause for sure.
Okay, so we're just going back to be able to be on time, so just a little bit, but we'll be back again in this game as soon as possible. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and we have returned once again. Paka Paul just going to clear out that dragon. And things for the time being are going to remain peaceful, as I don't think we're in fact going to get any of the contestation we were talking about here.
Yeah.
Monster Mash is just going to give this first one away.
Okay, Brang is coming to put a ping ward, but I'm not even sure if they knew about the potential dragon. Like, if I think they could probably knew thanks to Nightcreed, but at the same time, I'm not sure if they actually expected Dragon to be coming down so early. So all in all, great play for Nowhere Frost. They get the value out of the Dragon, and they keep having the potential now to scale because with Dragon Control means that Soul is not going to be a factor, right? So this means that if something goes horribly wrong for them and they need to wait a little bit more time, they can play around that. Ooh, Castellar.
Yeah, things topside of the map looking a little bit in favor of Panzora for the time being. He just has that advantage of damage, especially due to the fact that we aren't really seeing Malphite get super tanky quite yet. That being said, the action is actually
That's a
going to stay
flash.
in the mid lane. There's the flash being forced out of the Saucy Moss there on the Victor. I'm really liking the continued needling of this mid laner by Flying Squirtle and Vrang. I think that this is a champion that you want to exploit the early laning phase of, and if you're able to actually get the gold over onto the Veigar, that can actually lead to a huge early power spike for Monster Mash.
I don't know why I kind of blanked watching the Return MVP skin. I thought he had a Herald for some reason watching that.
It's a very purple skin.
Yeah, I think I'm way too tired after thinking about that because I thought the hands were the Herald, but Herald hasn't even spawned yet, so nothing that couldn't be at all.
Yeah, it's all good. It is game number 5. A little bit of tiredness is expected at the end of the day, so we will not put it against you here, TDS. What I'm looking out for, though, is how this game is going to kind of coalesce in about 3 minutes around next Dragon, because I think for the time being, we're just going to be seeing the classic push and pull of ganks and lane control without really a whole lot of contestation. Obviously, it's nice to go for a Rift Herald, but given the fact that you no longer have Panzora on the Scion, I don't think it's as much of a premium for Monster Mash as it was before.
Well, you still do want to give the gold to Panzora. I think that that's still something that you can look forward to, especially because it's a carry top laner that you can put your gold into. The only thing that I would be against opting into the Herald here, though, is the fact that if you position badly, Gas Leader doesn't need to actually opt into the wave. He has been doing a great job at keeping himself up in farm, so if he can just ignore one of the waves, decide to opt into fighting that Herald, and if everyone is in position, they can actually lose the game just for that fight. So all in all, I don't think the Herald should be an objective that either team should look forward to. If it's free, yes, but if it means a contest, I think there's no need to fight at all. Packable in position here.
Yeah, that's a great approach by Packapal.
There's no support, though.
Yeah, Archer and Islamic Samurai are far enough back to where it's going to be difficult to engage on the Kindred, and given the fact that Night Creed's not in the area, I don't think anything will come of that movement. Night Creed going for a little bit of a roam in turn, actually. It looks like they want to get some vision over this Rift Herald. Nobody's quite there just yet, but at least setting up priorities, setting up a little bit of visibility, and perhaps even going for something against Panzora, who's been perma-shoving into Gas Stealer.
Yeah.
Might be a big deal.
I would love a gank onto the top lane. He's coming onto mid lane, so nothing much there. But I actually would have loved a gank into top lane, because even though it's 2 tanks, Malphite deals quite a bit of damage. And I think that would have been a great opportunity to make something happen up there. Now, this timing does mean that they have a chance to opt into the Herald, because the Islamic Samurai is on bot side, as we just saw, trying to force a play into the Jhin. So there's numbers advantage in top side, and they can opt into this Herald for free, like we discussed. And I think this is a nice attempt at trying to put gold either into the picture or into the Jinx. Still, I like this play as well, opting into the plates in the mid lane.
Yeah, and we'll see if Flying Squirtle's a little bit too far forward here, as the collapse will occur back towards mid lane for NOF. But right now, it looks like people are just a bit more deferential on both sides to these neutral objectives. They understand the power that both teams have brought to the table, and over the course of a 5-game series, I'd like to imagine that a bit of respect has developed between these two.
Oh,
That being said, Runeterra MVP is going to super mega death rocket. He's going to get super mega death rocketed. My apologies. Night Creed, meanwhile, getting caught out by this Trundle, forcing the flash away. It will be followed by Flying Squirtle, and all of a sudden, 2 kills are chalked up on the board for Monster Mash.
No, North Frost is suffering from a VBU. Bad decision making this late in the series. That's so bad. Great capitalization by Archer and Islamic Samurai. They see the Jhin alone in bot lane, and Jhin was doing a nice job trying to keep himself alive there, but you're still a Jhin. You're in mobile carry. If you get collapsed on once, you're dead. Even with flash and heal, he was still dead in the bot lane. So, Runeterra MVP really getting... Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. Yeah, all of a sudden,
I don't even know
Gaskiller's
how
dead.
that happened. Even the spectator saw that coming. So, wow, that is so bad. And oh wait, what? How? Why?
Oh my gosh, Runeterra MVP so deep, and that is going to be another one picked up for Monster Mash. Jin in a lot of trouble and was not able to get out in time. And we see the arrival of Flying Squirtle in the area just to ensure that Pack-a-Paul and Nightcreed are not able to try to re-engage and start something again.
Sure.
But they are going to still attempt this. It's a 4v2. I don't know about this call, Nightcreed. You're going to get melted down. Pack-a-Paul soon to follow. He's going to have to flash. Big unstoppable force will turn things around. The shutdown going on against the Jinx, and Gassio is going to continue to walk forward. Death Ray will land, Flying Squirtle will fall, and now Panzora is running for the hills. So a little bit overeager by Nightcreed, but at the end of the day, their heart was in the right spot. Gassio came through and was the one that cleaned
it's gonna be
up.
Dragon.
Yeah, and this will be Dragon rotated over for NOF.
So it's not like the play to try and turn around is bad. The problem is that when there's a lot of members there, you still haven't chopped. Like the Jinx and the other members hadn't even chopped at the moment of this play happening. So they committed for a fight that they had a disadvantage in items. And finally, Nowhere Frost was able to answer accordingly. They are still behind in gold because of the amount of kills that they got in the bot lane, even though they were able to answer. But they get the second dragon as well. And this is a great... This soul is so good for Nowhere Frost. This soul is so important for them. Like, I think for VBU it's not that bad either, but the value that the Malphite and the Nautilus will get out of this soul is so gigantic.
No, I totally agree. This is a really solid turn of luck for NOF. It's going to be something that they are going to continue to work for here, and I would imagine that that is where we will see the tempo of the game begin to rotate towards. You don't want to give a Mountain Soul over to a team with so many solid champions that are both tanky, alongside other champions that want a bit of tankiness in order to resist the burst damage that Jinx and others are able to bring to the table.
I think it's going to end. This is just becoming a game that I can see going towards the late game. Like,
oh,
with
yes.
how it's developing, it's giving away advantages, or not giving away, but it's pushing advantages and allowing for advantages for each side. So I don't think that there's going to be a clear advantage coming into the mid game, or even 25 minutes, 30 minutes into the game.
No, I would tend to agree, although some disastrous plays could occur and that could define the pace of things. But for the time being, everyone, like I said before, is playing a bit more respectively in this round 5. So with that in mind, and with the Rift Herald being dropped bot all the way back in a pretty telegraphed manner, there's lots to still watch out for.
By the way, this Herald is meaningless now because it's 100%. Not going to get played. I think this is something that we should question 100% from this whole series, because I think twice already we have seen the Herald being put after plates, so it's essentially useless because you don't get the value out of the plate, and it's so sad to see. Like, I think you should have used this way earlier, especially with the Dragon. With the Dragon play happened, you had the Herald, so you could have just put it down in mid lane or bot lane and get gold for the Kindred. That's still a play to push for. This is still going to be first turret though. So
yeah, that's nice that you're able to translate it into first turret. I imagine that if we saw it, Monster Mash collapse into the area and fully deny that charge, that we could have seen some other events occur across the map a little bit differently. Yeah. But for the time being, it is just going to be the seeding of the first tower over to No Frost that will put them into the gold lead, but only very slightly here. You really want to play this one safely for Monster Mash for the time being and just kind of shore up your defenses and get ready for drag in about 2.5 minutes.
The next one is going to be really important. Like, obviously, it's Soul Point, it's Mountain Soul Point, but it's a dragon that I think the side of Nowhere Frost can fight a little bit better. They have already the mythic completed for the Kindred. I think that Toronto should have his mythic completed by that time, but this first item power spike is much better for Nowhere Frost. The Jhin gets a lot of value out of this Gale Force, the Kindred gets a lot of value out of this Kraken Slayer, and the Malphite is going to get a lot of value out of that first tank item because it gives him a lot of survivability that he can make use of.
No, I totally agree here, TDS. And given the fact that you have really solid positioning continuing to come through for No Frost, which might be part of the reason why they keep going for the red side, I think that is going to just be difficult to walk into River. That being said, it looks like NOF is going to sacrifice a bit of setup time for the Dragon in order to go for a second Rift Herald here, which is honestly not that bad. I think that given the fact that they managed to get one charge off and get first tower with the first use of Shelly, the second grab of the Rift Herald actually becomes slightly more valuable, because then you get to jeopardize multiple lanes and really begin to set up the pace of priority regarding where vision is landing and where the towers are.
Yes, like you're pointing out, the second shell, it's going to be the one that you use strategically, not so much for gold, but you use it to try and generate pressure on one side of the map. And if Nordic Frost can find that pressure, that's going to be ideal. Also, before Kindred collects this, can we get a pan of the Kindred to know how many souls she has? Okay, the Trundle got it, but it was going to be 2. It was going to be 3 marks with that, which Kindred is not in a bad. I don't think she's on a bad route, but actually I think around 20 minutes you would want to have those 4 marks. So the fact that she already lost another mark, it's quite heavily. I thought that Kindred was going to rush towards the bot side just to secure that mark, but getting that Skull Crab is quite important.
Yeah, the vision for Monster Mash is actually going to come in all handy here, especially given the fact that we are 10 seconds before next drag. Perhaps it is the case that NOF are going to fight a little bit far forward here instead of sitting right on top of the Dragon Pit. And there's Gas Stealer caught out a little bit. Runeterra MVP sitting in the river bush right there, waiting to see if he's able to stand on the periphery and get some poke off. But right now, blue team really pushed out. This is a huge death ball for NOF. And they really want to take a fight here while everyone has to move through the choke point. That is unstoppable force up for the Malphite. Pakapal gonna start up the dragon in turn, and there is the hook from Night Creed. We will see Islamic Samurai Nom on Flying Scroll to prevent him from going through. But look at the knockup by Gas Stealer. He's a bit too far forward, so the rest of the team can't follow up. And all of a sudden, things are coming up in favor of Monster Mash. Kindred gonna have to hop, skip, and jump out of that one. And now it is the sole presence of the victor sitting there at the bot side, who's going to watch their hopes at an early soul evaporate.
Yeah, and the knockup from Gas Dealer comes in, but crucially I think it's Pensora. That fight from him was so good. He got so much damage down onto the Jhin and onto the carries, and even though Pekapol tried to utilize the Lamb's Respite to ignore some of the damage, it was way too late. At that point they were already dead. Also, credit to Islamic Samurai, because I think that the timing on the Barret to the Trundle was great. If the Trundle dies there, that was going to be such an easy fight to pull off for the side of Nowhere Frost. But the timing was impeccable, the usage of the Graves was so great, and we didn't see enough damage coming through from the side of Nowhere Frost. I think that I'm fine with you committing to the fight, but you cannot commit to the fight and also have a started dragon. I think that that's a mistake. You have to commit 100% to the fight. And I think that there was a couple of mistakes here and there that actually meant that the fight was going to be much more in favor of the side of VBU. Great fight by VBU, they get the gold lead, and they also deny the soul, which I think is so crucial for them.
Yeah, I totally agree here. I think that right now, denying that soul is what is going to confirm that this will be a long one for sure, barring any huge throws from either team, TDS. Because now with the pace of the game and your big buff sidelined a bit for No Org Frost, you in general just don't have as much of an incentive to go for Dragon number 4 when that spawns in about 3.5 minutes. You kind of want to free yourself up to just get more priority. Baron is going to be up in time for that as well, so there is the chance that Handshake's coming through. So you just have a lot more on your plate that you have to deal with rather than linearly just going for that neutral objective on spawn. So with that in mind, it's going to be a matter of scaling and fighting like this one. Islamic Samurai gonna grab Archer, spit them right out as Night Creed is way too caught out. And that is Jinx getting excited, run it all the way back to clear the mid wave. And that is going to be a Shelly drop that probably will not even get a single charge off. Yeah, we see Panzora smacking it down, hitting the eye and denying one charge.
Yeah, that was also another thing that for the side of Nowhere Frost was super bad in the previous fight. The fact that they had the Herald, they never put it down in any point, so the macro strategical point of that Herald was never used, actually. It was just sitting there in the pocket of Pakapol without finding any value.
Yeah, for sure. So with that in mind, things are really turning up in favor of Monster Mash for the time being. They have wrestled back that gold lead away from NOF. And in turn, I think that they're going to continue to try to channel and feed this Veigar and Archer on this Jinx. These are two champions that really are your path to victory if the game does go long, because what you're contesting with is not really the Jhin or the Malphite. It really is just Pakapal and Victor left who is going to be able to match your damage.
Yep, 100%. Like you're pointing. Oh, Night Creed. Oh,
yeah, Night Creed in a little bit of trouble once again. Totally caught out here. Doesn't even have the flash if they wanted to use it. And Flying Squirtle is just going to snack on a happy knot down bot side of the map. That's definitely worrisome because even though it is just the support, and the support was 0-4 before this point, you just don't want to give this priority over to anyone on Monster Mash.
The support may be 0-4, but he still needs to get a mythic at some point, and at least he gets it. I thought that he was going to be so far behind, but that's still so bad that Nightcreek dies there, because now there's a lot of more chance for the side of VBU to get vision control, which they did towards the Baron, and that's an important point to protect. Like you were pointing out previously, there's now a possibility to handshake. Like they don't need to fight for the next dragon, which means that they can just give it up, go for the Baron, and they can do Baron quite well with the amount of damage that they do have. And going to the point of the Jinx and the Victor that you were touching on before, we saw Nightcreek kind of dying alone by himself, because why not? I think, or the Zoe and the Veigar, the Jinx and the Veigar, I mean. Those two champions are probably two of the best late game carries in the game. Like, Victor and Kindred are good late game carries, don't get me wrong, but you have the best potential 80 carry scaling champion in the game, in the Jinx, and then Veigar, a champion that will eternally scale. So the fact that they have two of those great champions in their lineup, and if they get time to scale and get towards that point, that's going to be marvelous for the side of VBU. So they just need to be able to play around them.
Yeah, and that's the scary part about all this, right? Even though it doesn't look like the gold lead is actually all that dramatically in favor of Monster Mash, you have to look at where that money has gone, and it is on these two huge carries. That being said, is that Anathema's Chains on Vrang's Veigar?
So I'm trying. So, Devil's Advocate. I think it's mainly to survive any potential damage from either Victor or Kindred. I don't get it, all in all, if I'm honest, but I can maybe see that being the potential. The fact that they are fighting over this dragon is quite interesting from VBU. They need to get this. Oh, great stun.
That is a huge baby cage, and look at that damage rating on a rampage. It doesn't matter he went for Anathema second. That's a huge knockup as well. All of a sudden, the fight is just completely melted off the face of the earth for Frost. Everyone is falling. More baby cages coming through. The double up for Panzora, and a near ace is going to lead to an evening of the dragon count.
I love Veigar so much. I think it's such a great champion to watch, and yeah, like I still think it's a dumb idea to build Anathema, if I'm honest. I don't condone it. I think that it's not a good item because you could have done that with any other item as well. But it's still Veigar, so you can do it even with that item as well. Like you're pointing out, like you don't need another item even with that. Yeah. But
this is Baron too.
Oh, it's actually the victory. Yeah, this is going to be Baron. There's no chance in stopping this. This is going to open up the game so heavily in favor of VBU. They have the split push potential with the Graves, and the 1-3-1 or 1-4-0 from them is actually quite good thanks to the Veigar Event Horizon as well. So this is going to be such a tough defense by Norwalk Frost. And we're getting to a really scary territory for the side of VBU. Like, their composition is going to be quite good in these scenarios.
14-3 is the kill score right now, TDS, and I really wanted to bring up the Baron as a potential way back into this for Frost, but I guess I just have to hold my tongue because that wipe meant Monster Mash was able to march up and grab one of these clear pathways to victory away from Frost, and all of a sudden it is Nightcreek getting caught out yet again. Vrang as a tiny terror right there on the Veigar, and they will force the entirety of Frost back away to catch this mid-wave pushing in.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of the ways for Norwalk Frost to put themselves back into this match. It starts with a pick. The problem is that Veigar is being the better picker.
Veigar's that pick machine. Look at the Everfrost route to just make sure the Gas Dealer will in fact fall there, and this is going to open up for a huge shove down mid-wave. The fact that Flying Squirtle is on Trundle is so good for Monster Mash as well, as this is a champion that just absolutely obliterates turrets. It melts them with their Q. So that's something to watch out for. And the double catch, Free going unstoppable. Creech desperately trying to make their way away. They're going to be able to do it with their dredge line, but this is the end of the line for Norwalk Frost. They will have to mount a few more desperate defenses if they want to stay in this one, but the momentum is fully in favor of the blue squad now.
Yeah, no. After seeing that combo, I cannot keep on watching this. That was so dirty to see. I didn't even thought that was a combo that we could see at any point. Really nicely done. They get the push, and yeah, this Veigar is going to destroy them so heavily. Also important to put out to notice this game. MVP Runeterra MVP hasn't really been a huge impact. Like he hasn't really been there. He's 1-4. Obviously, playing Jhin against the Veigar is not fun because one stun you're essentially dead. And this is why we wanted to see much more of a carry from him, right? Like much more power from him, which sadly we didn't get at all this game.
Yeah, I totally agree. I like the fact that Pack-a-Paul went to that Kindred, but they just haven't been able to influence the map as they so desire. Sure, they're at 66.6 repeating kill participation, but when you only got 3 kills, that doesn't stand for a whole lot,
Yep.
unfortunately. The jungler just has not been able to bring No Org Frost into this game.
Yeah, and the thing is, the jungler really like for this jungler, it's really the fact that you can get what is called that you can get the carry potential later on, right? Like you get the skin rate that is free hitting onto some of these champions and she destroys them. But she's still not. I think she still doesn't have her marks. She's 2 items, so the Trundle already survives more than her. The Graves is super strong at this point as well. All in all, it just feels like it's so hard for the Kindred to find any value. And instead, when she tries to go for a fight, the Veigar just simply seems superior. Like you get the event horizon down on the towards the Kindred area, she cannot jump anywhere. And then when she's trying to make something happen, you still can burst her out quite easily as Barang. So she needs to use the Lamb's Respite to try and survive that, and even then it's quite hard for her to survive this.
Oh, that is a
okay.
very eager beaver in flying
Yeah.
Squirtle right there. Luckily, Islamic Samurai is here to pick up and clean up the mess. They will just slurp up the Trundle and bring them back to the river into safety.
Yeah, now we're going to look for the next dragon. 40 seconds for that. That is soul point for the side of VBU. And I said I love the dragon for the side of Nowhere Frost because I think that they get so much value, but it's great for VBU as well. Like,
Oh,
they still have 2
100%.
tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is going to be a tough fight for sure for NOF to try to go in on Islamic Samurai full tanked up right here with
Gas
the 2
dealer.
items.
Oh.
And there's unstoppable force being used by Gas Dealer to get
That's
out
when you
of
hate light.
dodge. That is terrible because now you just have no way in on to the death ball of Monster Mash. Nightcreed trying to find a hook, trying to find a way in, but it's just not working. Panzora, meanwhile, on the flank, forcing the ultimate out of Kindred. And it looks like Pack-a-Paul is going to go down to just a sliver of health in turn. Everyone's getting scattered. Everyone is falling once again. No Orc Frost mounted a defense as well as they could, but at the end of the day, it is just not enough. Runeterra MVP going to get flanked and tanked down right there as we see the double come through for Islamic Samurai. It is Pack-a-Paul left alive, the sole member of No Org Frost to watch as they see the march down mid lane continue. The GG's coming out, and at the end of the day, Monster Mash managed to pull through with a 3-2 victory. They will be moving on to the semifinals over No Org Frost.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about pre-draft. Like, if they clean up their decision making, this series could have been a 3-0, quite literally, because they had the better compositions all around. Like, this was the first game that I actually felt that Nowhere Frost had a really good comp that they could play around with. And their decision making this time around was actually quite lacking. But on the other hand, BBU had great decision making and they performed really nicely. They played really well. Their decision making was cleaned up quite well. Panzora performed so well, even though it never felt like we put attention on him. He performed really, really well. And Brank with the Veigar, like those cages, those event horizons were so massive.
Yeah, it was a great display here in game number 5 for Valor Bulls United Monster Mash, and I really like how they adjusted and developed throughout the entirety of this series, TDS. I think that early on we saw tons of over-eagerness, tons of over-aggression from some of their players, but at the end of the day, when it came down to the wire, they cleaned up when it mattered most, and they brought home a win.
Yeah, hopefully at the end, when it matters, like you're saying, it's when they pulled off and they were able to take the win. Like I always say this when it comes to actual like sports and the things like that because I'm a huge avid fan of football. When you're playing a game, it matters absolutely zero how long you were taking a beating as long as you can make the winning goal. And that's it. That's what matters. Because if you win at the end, nobody will remember anything badly that happened to you. And I think that that's what matters with BBU. And I think they played really nicely. They cleaned the decision making. And at the end, we're going to remember that they were able to take the game, the match, and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, 100%. And I do have to give my hand over to No Org Frost. I thought that they played super well in a lot of these games. It is a true feat of endurance to bring it to a game 5 when you are on the brink of elimination. I really think that they had a confident and solid means by which to take
Yeah.
this home and get to the semifinals. But we unfortunately here in the spring split of the APL have to finally wave our goodbyes to them. They brought a whole lot to the table, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it always feels sad to be on the other side, right? Like you have to be happy for VBU for pulling it off, but when you're so close and then you lose, it never feels great as Norwalk Frost. And they were really close. I think that I thought that after the fourth game they would be able to pull it up. I thought that if I would put it into context, I thought if VBU wins the first one, we're going to 5 games. I kind of
Uh-huh.
jinxed it. So I was pretty sure that after the first win from BBU, we were getting to games. But I was expecting that after the fourth game, I thought Norwalk Frost had the idea to opt into that. And I'm not against the draft that they pulled off in the last game. I actually think it's the better draft that they have pulled off the whole series. But we saw how important MVP, Inter MVP was for the game, for the match, and he didn't have any power in the last game. It felt so bad because he was doing so well the whole series, and that last game he was shut down. And I think that if he had a better carry to play around to actually carry the game, we could have seen a better chance for Norwalk Frost, which is kind of the even sadder part. Like they put themselves into the back foot thanks to that, and at the end it ended up biting them back. And BBU capitalized on that as well.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely a tough one. But at the end of the day, Valuables United Monster Mash came out on top. And speaking of that team, we have one of the representatives here with us in the studio, TDS. It is Islamic Samurai, the support, bringing it in for an interview. How are you feeling tonight?
Uh, thank God we won.
I
Honestly,
just I just
we
want to
we had
say,
a
just before we go on, I trusted you guys to pull off a 3-0. I trusted you guys for the 3-0 just so that I can go eat. But anyway, congratulations.
thank you. I mean, we had a really rough best of five in RA. So I mean, that was kind of the like when it came to the draft coming into uh Newark Frost. We just kind of adapted, and we decided to take the Tristana because of what happened in our last series. Giving a safe hyper carry for Archer to be able to kind of put out damage. It was unfortunate, and it was I can't even remember if it was third or fourth game. I lose track. I mean, they played really well. We just kind of called out like where Paka was multiple times, just so that they couldn't make anything happen bot side. I know that they're a more bot oriented team, and they kind of just let mid pick whatever to kind of adapt with I can't even think. It's been a fun, it's been a long series, so
It's fine. We're the same here.
Yeah,
We're
my
yeah,
just the
brain is
same.
fried.
I do
same.
want to ask something though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who your coach is, or if you guys have a coach. So
Oh,
I just you don't have a coach, right?
no, I usually do run most of the
Okay.
drafts, but
So
and
I want to
everybody else.
understand why the first pick like the first pick Orn Sion, and why the last pick last ban Sion Orn. Like that actually felt so random to me watching the series. I didn't have an answer to that at all at any point. So I'm kind of
Uh,
curious of that.
yeah, it was a contested pick for Nord because they like to run tanks topside for the most part, and they like to blind Ornn or Scion. So we want to take away one and then take the other. That's kind of just how we were trying to play out the draft for the first like three, because most of the time they were always drafting like two or three tanks or like CC like engage for the most part, and then they would always have carries on 4-5 depending on what side they were on.
Yeah.
On red side, they would like to, depending on what we pick on three, there's a possibility of them running like another carry in the jungle. So I wasn't too happy with picking Trundle blind, but it worked out because we were able to get the Vagar on 4 to kind of screw over their. Usually they have two, three mobile carries
Yeah.
or squishy champions, so it's really hard for them to play.
Yeah, and that was actually so great. And I like that you bring the Trundle point because I thought, based on how the series went, Trundle actually is a great pick because Nork Frost opted into a lot of jungle matchups. So I think that the Trundle preemptively as a pick worked out great. And even then, with the champions that you pair it up with, it finds a lot of value. So all in all, I think the Trundle pick was a smart, even if it didn't fall into a matchup against a tank in the top lane or a tank in the jungle. So I think it's a smart the way that you drafted that. Like the only thing that all in all I questioned was the Sion Orn because it just felt random. But I think that I legitimately think that every game you guys had a winning draft. The only one that was iffy for me was the last one, and even then, you still had such a great draft. So I think you guys do really well preparation in those drafts in the series.
Yeah, I mean, I came into it figuring out trying to. There's no way we could play around. Like mid was going to pick whatever they wanted, so we just try to limit what they could pick mid. But
Yeah.
for the most part, like he could play anything, and he's a really good player. So we just have to play around knowing that he's just going to get what he wants, and he's going to probably have something that'll play well into us.
Yep. That overall
So
makes sense.
yeah,
Yeah, it
but
definitely seems like you guys have done a lot of really solid scouting of the enemy team here. You find out their kind of orientation towards bot side, you figure out what the Saucy Boss could play. All of that, I think, came together and kind of showed why you emerged the victors here. But one of the things I wanted to ask about is that it seems like your bot lane has shuffled around a little bit. You've had Federer, Archer, and Mori play at different times throughout these games. And I was just wondering, are you guys sticking with Archer for the rest of your run here in the APL? Or are you going to look to go back to Federer for the semifinals and perhaps finals?
well, Archer was the original AD carry for VBU. We played together for at least a year and a half, maybe more. I can't even
Wow.
remember. Like we've been playing as a team together for about 2 years. Maybe I played with Rang and Penzora for almost three. So we're just all good friends. That's just kind of how it's always been. But more than likely, there's no way that Archer isn't going to be playing in semis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and
It,
talking about semifinals, sorry to cut you off there, but it's kind of interesting talking about semifinals because I think one of their next opponent is one of the upsets that I think nobody expected. So, are you confident that you could pull another upset as well? Because I think that a lot of people didn't expect you guys to be able to win. So, would you think that you're capable enough to pulling off another upset going to the semifinals or not?
I absolutely. I mean, it just depends on. From what I've heard, I believe it was TA that actually won, right?
Yeah, it's
I
TA.
didn't actually expect that. But
I
it'll be fun
d-
to see Dallas again. I
yeah.
definitely have played against him a long time ago, and he was also a really good AD carry. So it'll be fun to see. I'll definitely have to do some homework and figure out what we're gonna be doing for that series.
Yep. Okay. I'm kind of excited for watching the series. I'm not sure which we are going to get, but based on the curse of the broadcast, any series that gets streamed goes to 5 games. So I hope you're prepared for that if it's that one.
Yeah. I mean, well, we had two best of fives already. We had one on Sunday. That didn't
Oh,
go well. I mean, we did lose that, and then going into this one, I don't know. I didn't exactly expect it to be a full five series. I thought it would be probably 4 games, depending on how like the first few games went. But I was a little uh I think we kind of overforced a little bit or got a little nervous when it came to a lot of like team fights. Like we tried to do more than we really needed to.
yeah.
So, but I hope we'll be able to fix that going into the next series.
And that's what matters at the end, right? Like, at the it's like I was saying to Narco. Mistakes can happen. It's all kind of a thing that you're bound to friend to a front when you're in a series. But at the end of the day, if you win, that doesn't matter. You get a second chance. You get to keep on going and fight for a second chance, and that's what you guys achieved by winning today. So as long as you can correct that, that's going to be a great match for the next time.
Yeah. I mean, I there was a little bit of I did a little bit more when it came to the draft. I actually kind of wanted to see if I could get like Silas support. Obviously, that's not going to.
Oh,
I it's a little interesting to go for. I mean, they played a lot of like our old champions. So that's why I kind of thought about that, but it's a little risky to run that. So
yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine. As a Talia support one trick, I salute your efforts as to trying to get something like Silas support down. That seems like a really fun matchup. And maybe we'll see it in the future. But that being
Maybe.
said, we're going to have to wrap this interview up. We are going to be throwing it over to Raid in just a few seconds. But Islamic Samurai, before we let you go, do you have anyone that you want to shout out? Any teams, any players that you really want to mention here for us?
Oh God. I mean, just my teammates. That's I don't know. And then obviously, Chiller Season. Gotta shout that out.
Okay.
Always, you know.
Fair enough.
But
Yeah, well, congratulations once again. And we are excited to bring you back next week here for the semifinals in the APL. For those of you just tuning in, you're coming in at the tail end of a fantastic 5-game series between VBU, Monster Mash, and NOF. We're going to close things out, though, on behalf of Aegis production and my fellow casters. I want to thank you all for coming here, for turning out and watching this. We couldn't do this without you guys, and we thank you so much for sticking with us through thick and thin. Shout outs to TDS, my color caster, as well as Mattiavelli on production, and we're going to send it in to the long night.